In the sect of other people, every time pills are distributed, it is a day of great joy for the disciples. But in this sect, every time pills are handed out, the disciples are terrified. This is because among the ordinary pills, there is a rare super pill mixed in. The rules of the sect allow for competition, so anyone who receives one must think carefully and find a way to escape. This time, just like every other time, the rare pill was given to a new disciple. While the senior brothers were still threatening the newcomers, this new disciple proactively offered the pill to the grand senior sister. As a result, he turned disaster into fortune, exchanging it for a top-notch cultivation cave and also gaining the support of the grand senior sister. This made those around him hesitant to act rashly. He grew even more pleased with himself. In a place where people were competing, he sold healing pills at 10 times the normal price, but no one could refuse. Each time someone was about to collapse, he would jump out to offer his services, even whispering temptations in their ears. The buyer of the healing pills would then overpower their opponent, and he would jump over to offer his services to that side as well. Thus, the entire area of competition turned into a marketplace. Everyone was sweating profusely without any gains, while he alone returned with 2 full bags of money. The voice of the senior brother resounded throughout the training hall. For months of training to reach the first level of qi condensation is not necessarily a sign of extraordinary talent, but you are not foolish either. From now on, you are no longer a servant. Meng Hao, starting today, you are officially an outer disciple of the Cao San sect. You should head towards the mountain, first go to the treasure pavilion to choose a magic weapon, and then head to the outer sect residence at the northern edge to find a place to stay. Meng Hao replied seriously, understood. He added, Meng Hao, as your senior brother, I want to remind you of something. The first page of the qi condensing aura is the fundamental principle of survival in our sect, you must remember it. Hearing this, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. The senior brother simply said, all right, you may go now. As he walked, Meng Hao focused intently on reading. Those who have a mountain to rely on will live a life of wealth. If a cultivator wishes to live without worries for a lifetime, they should join the Cao San sect. I am Cao San, the old ancestor of Cao San. He puzzled over it, what does this mean? Gradually making his way up the long flight of stairs, he stopped in front of the entrance to the grand estate. Very quickly, a voice echoed from within. Meng Hao, the outer sect disciple of Puhang, grants you a private room, a green robe, a spirit bead, and a storage pouch. With the spirit bead, you can enter the treasure hall to receive a magic weapon. The person inside then threw him a cloth bag. Meng Hao curiously opened it to see. Suddenly throwing out a pouch. What's inside? The person inside couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You don't even know what a storage pouch is? Then he kindly explained. Put your spiritual energy into this pouch to store items. As for the items inside, once you return, you can check the treasure hall and then open it. First, go in and choose a magic weapon. After hearing this, he stepped into the city. Inside, various magic weapons were displayed in each cabinet. Meng Hao stood frozen in the hall, mouth agape. Are all these magic weapons? If I could choose one that suits me best, that would be great. Looking around, he suddenly noticed a magic weapon placed on a table. Why is this mirror in such a prominent position? But this bronze mirror doesn't look very appealing, it doesn't have any luster at all. Moreover, there are even a few rust spots. In contrast to other treasures, this mirror is extremely clear. He just tapped it lightly with his hand, and unexpectedly, the master jumped down from the upper floor. Junior brother indeed has a discerning eye. If you can hold this mirror, it means you are destined for it. This mirror is the most mysterious treasure of our clan. It is said that obtaining this item not only brings great opportunities but also grants great magical powers. I believe that with your charisma, junior brother, if you use this mirror, you will be able to dominate the world at your fingertips. After listening to him for a while, he was bewildered. He tried to process it, asking boredly, this mirror. Without hesitation, he shoved the mirror into his hand, cheerfully saying, Junior brother, don't look at this mirror, it doesn't emit any treasure light. You must understand, any spiritual connection treasure is more extraordinary the less it appears so. This bronze mirror has a very special origin. Years ago, a beam of light from the heavens shone down, forming this mirror. As soon as it appeared, it shook the Zhao kingdom. It was recognized by the elder of our sect, Cao San Old Ancestor, as a treasure that connects to the heavens. Although the Old Ancestor, I can never understand the use of this treasure, but I still conclude that if this mirror encounters someone fated, they will be able to roam the heavens and the earth. Meng Hao began to have some doubts in his heart. I will never understand the purpose of this treasure. Doesn't that mean this mirror is useless? Why does this senior brother keep insisting on recommending it? Thinking this, he cautiously spoke up, Cao San Old Ancestor is our sect's old master. If he has not understood it yet, then how can I, a newcomer, grasp it? Before he could finish, the other person brushed him off and began to speak incessantly. Junior brother, what you said is incorrect. The old ancestor may not have succeeded in his research, but he has also proven that this treasure is disobedient to heaven. Generally speaking, extraordinary secret treasures are all about fate. What if you are the one fated with this mirror? In fact, many fellow disciples before you have also held this mirror, but received nothing at all. My senior brother is very easygoing and allows them to exchange for a new treasure, so you can rest assured. If it doesn't work out, you can return at any time, and at that time, just choose something else. But this opportunity, if thrown away and it turns out to be fated, will be regretted for a lifetime. As he thought, there must be something shady about this. When it comes time to exchange it, he will probably make up another story. Just as he hesitated to continue, but his hand quickly shot out, delivering a direct blow that sent him flying, tumbling several times on the ground. He was thrown straight outside, and the other's annoyed voice echoed from within, Junior brother, don't violate the sect's rules on your very first day. Once you pick up something from this treasure haul, you cannot put it down. If I, your senior brother, am soft-hearted, then if you truly have no fate with this mirror, you may bring it back tomorrow to exchange it. Meng Hao's face turned pale in an instant, sweat pouring down. Until late at night, he put on his robe and redressed. In the outer sect disciples' quarters, he felt a bit uplifted, the environment here is much better than that of the servant. From now on, I, Meng Hao, am no longer a scholar in Yunjia County and no longer a servant. I am now a disciple of the outer sect of Cao San sect. We will walk our own path of cultivating immortals. Suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle outside caught his attention. Don't. A moment later, blood splattered across the window, leaving him frozen in shock. What? He listened intently to the sounds outside. Isn't it better to hand it over obediently? Is it really necessary to offend like this? Be more careful next time. Meng Hao covered his mouth with both hands, recalling the words of his senior brother. When you reach the outer sect, I will explain the rules of the outer sect to you. The Cao San sect we are in used to be the top of the 4 major sects in the Zhao kingdom. The sect rules of our sect are very strict, they do not care about whether disciples have relationships or indulge in mutual destruction, which is why it is called the demonic sect of Zhao kingdom. Although the outer sect receives spirit stones and pills every month, it does not prohibit disciples from fighting and robbing each other. Moreover, there is a designated public area for killing. You must take care of yourself. He could not hide his horror, finally realizing. Senior brother wasn't trying to scare me, everything he said was true. In the past, when reading comics, he always thought that the immortals in the stories. They all have a pioneering appearance, Taoism, gentle as jade. As a result, this Cao San sect is entirely about the strong preying on the weak, bandits looting, and evildoers running rampant. But then again, if I have been captured to serve, what can I expect to be gentle as jade? He turned to glance at the mirror on the table. Looking at himself in the mirror, Meng Hao thought to himself, in this case, the unclear purpose of this mirror may not be a bad thing. If I can choose a powerful magic weapon, I will surely attract attention and bring disaster upon myself. The stronger I am, the stronger I will become, while the weaker will only grow weaker. If I want to survive here, I must continue on the path to becoming stronger. In the early morning, everyone in the sect looked at Meng Hao with disdain. Isn't that the new outside sect disciple? He chose that broken mirror. He must not have any money, useless person, not worth robbing. He calmly walked past them, thinking to himself, fortunately, that mirror is known to be trash, so no one has bothered me these past few days. After I joined the outer sect, no master has paid attention to me. I still rely on the chi condensation level scroll to cultivate on my own after joining the sect. Recently, my cultivation has also stagnated. The second level of chi condensation begins to transform the mortal body, making it easier to adapt to spiritual energy. Because of this, the amount of spiritual energy consumed is several times greater than at the first level. Based on my talent, if I want to reach the second level of chi condensation, it will take about 1 to 2 years. To reach the third level will take several times longer. If it continues like this, it is indeed too slow. I will need to rely on pills or spirit stones to shorten the time. However, if a newcomer lacks ability but has spirit stones, they will be robbed by the sect. Isn't this like a wall-knocking ghost? This kind of rule is just nurturing the old. Only those who can seize the resources of others can advance to the inner sect. While he was pondering, suddenly the people in the sect rushed out. Hurry up, today is the day for pill distribution, quickly go to the central square of the outer sect. He wondered, pill distribution day. A crowd was gathering in front of the sect statue waiting, and it turned out that Uncle Shangguan personally came to distribute the pills. Moreover, senior sister Su and senior brother Chen are both disciples of the inner sect. In the past, they rarely showed their faces, yet this time they are here. Could it be that the pills will be distributed separately this time? It must be so. Look over there, senior brother Han Zong from the outer sect has appeared. He is the second-ranking member of the outer sect and has reached the 5th level of chi condensation. If he can reach the 7th level of chi condensation, he will automatically become a disciple of the inner sect. It's a pity we can't see senior brother Wang Dengfei. With senior brother Wang's talent, he basically doesn't care about these pills. Looking at the 3 serious figures standing above, Meng Hao suddenly realized, it was that woman who brought me here. He then noticed the conversation between the 2 people behind him. This time there will be something interesting to watch. Each time pills are distributed separately, there is a ceiling time of 12 time periods. That's right, when the time comes, it will be a grand chase to see. Meng Hao was a bit stunned. What? We can't eat them immediately. Everyone can snatch these pills. At this moment, Shangguan Tu shouted sternly, silence. He waved his hand and said, I am Shangguan Tuesday. Today is the day of the pill distribution, and each person will receive 1 chi condensation pill and half a spirit stone. The people in the sect began to grab the pills that he scattered. I stared wide-eyed at the 2 stones in my hands. Is this really the spirit stones and pill? Although they were only the size of a fingernail, they looked transparent like crystal, captivating everyone at first glance. As for this pill, it had a faint, strange seal on it. Is this the seal of the 12-time gods they mentioned? With these 2 items, I can improve my cultivation speed a bit. I must hold on to them tightly, they cannot be taken away by others. Once everything was settled, Shangguan Tu took out the last pill. In addition, there is also a limit spirit pill. Immediately, the crowd below began to stir. A separate pill distribution, and it's a limit spirit pill. This is an extremely precious pill for cultivators at the 5th level of chi condensation and above. There are probably not many in the sect, and yet one has been taken out. If this type of pill is distributed, there will be many casualties in this external sect competition. Meng Hao didn't care, he was content to hold tightly to the 2 stones in his hand. What is this weaving? It has nothing to do with me anyway. It's best if all of you just go fight and don't pay any attention to me. But then he continued, today there isn't any of this pill, but I heard that this month a disciple has been promoted to the outside sect, and I commend him greatly. If this continues, the glory of Cao Sen sect will be just a matter of time. This pill is a gift for that person to encourage him. These words directly jolted him awake. What? The pill was thrown down, accidentally landing in Meng Hao's hand. He was terrified, sweat streaming down his face. Why is this happening? This is a disaster. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, this guy is finished. The last person to receive a pill separately was at the 2nd level of chi condensation. Just because he hesitated for a moment, Zhao Wu Gang, a senior brother who couldn't get a pill, got furious and dragged him out of the public area, then beheaded him. As he turned, he caught sight of hundreds of hateful gazes directed at him. They surrounded him, both enticing and threatening. Junior brother, later give me this pill. If not, I will show you my true face. If you don't hand it over, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Junior brother, give me the limit spirit pill. From now on, I will protect you. Find a bright spot. Don't seek death. Hand over the pill to me, give me the limit spirit pill, don't go looking for death. Shangguan martial nephew, over here an elder is chatting with Elder O Yang on the mountaintop. This seems a bit excessive. To give this pill to a kid who just joined the sect is truly harming him. You and I do not care about the sect's affairs, we just follow the rules left by the old ancestor back then. Although it is unfair, resources are limited, and whether one lives or dies depends on their magical powers. This world of cultivation is not a fair place at all. Moreover, before the old ancestor entered seclusion, he had strictly ordered that from then on, the brutal competitive rules of the sect must not be changed. No one knows when the old ancestor will exit, so do you dare to change this rule? He could only sigh and nonchalantly reply, it's just a child, let it go. In the sect, Meng Hao raised his hand and spoke loudly, disciple has something to say. I was able to reach Cao San sect and feel the great aura of Cao San sect thanks to a magical power. I am very grateful to the person who granted me this magical power. I have longed day and night to meet her once again, to personally thank her. Until today, I finally saw the person I have been longing for, this person is Su's senior sister. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. As soon as he turned his head, he bowed respectfully and presented the pill, saying, Su's senior sister, junior brother is immensely grateful to you. With nothing to repay you, I would like to specially gift you this pill. This is the only way I can repay the grace of your rebirth, senior sister. This immediately left the other fellow disciples in shock. They did not dare to speak, only thinking to themselves, is it really possible to do this? To openly present a gift like this in front of so many people. Moreover, to give it to an inner sect disciple. Who would dare to continue to rob this? This method is so simple, yet why didn't I think of it back then? Damn it, what the hell? Even I didn't think of this method back then, which caused me to be seriously injured and bedridden for more than 3 months. Su's senior sister turned to ask for his opinion, Shangguan uncle, can I? He stroked his beard calmly and replied, if he has the intention to repay kindness, then of course you can. Hearing this, she waved her hand, and the pill in his hand quickly ended up in hers. Su's senior sister looked at him and said, a few years ago, I was granted a cultivation cave in Nanfeng by the outside sect, and now I'll lend it to you to stay in. He respectfully replied, thank you, senior sister. The envious crowd thought to themselves, the cultivation cave of Su's senior sister is indeed incredibly fortunate. It is said that the spiritual energy in that cave is very abundant, and even the sect doesn't have many like it. Su's senior sister says it's a loan, but it's clearly a gift. However, just one word loan can dispel the thoughts of many. It seems that the pill this little guy gave is truly effective. Damn it, why didn't I think of this back then? Oh, young elder looked down and laughed, this kid is interesting. As soon as he entered the sect, he already knew to find a mountain to lean on, could this be instinct? In just a moment, he understood the true meaning of our Cao San sect. This little guy is skilled, extremely skilled. Deep underground, a room remained tightly sealed all year round. Looking at the stone tablet he had just received, Meng Hao silently guessed, the jade slip that senior sister Su gave me must be the key to this stone gate. The aura emanating from it astonished him. The cave door suddenly opened, releasing a thick stream of spiritual energy. As he stepped in and looked around, he said with satisfaction, such abundant spiritual energy. This is incredible. This is truly the place where immortals reside. Suddenly, Meng Hao noticed a small stone peak radiating an immortal weapon in the corner, and there was even a spirit spring. Although this spirit spring was very small and showed signs of drying up, it had little effect on those at the 3rd or 4th level of qi condensation. But for someone at the 1st level like him, this was the best environment to build his foundation. The preciousness of this place was beyond description, absolutely surpassing even a limit spirit pill. Senior sister Su's gift is too generous. The next day, he stared in astonishment at the powerful spiritual energy radiating from his body. The results of one night are equivalent to 2 months of cultivation recently. If I can cultivate like this a few more times, I will be able to break through to the first level of chi condensation and enter the second level. Once I reach the second level, I can cast the first spell from the chi condensation scroll. But the spiritual energy in the stone chamber has thinned out, I must have drained it all last night. However, with the spirit spring here, the spiritual energy will likely be rich again in a few days. I haven't seen Chubby Kid for a few days, maybe I should visit him. As he left the room, he muttered to himself, now that I have this cultivation cave, I don't have to worry about being ambushed in the middle of the night anymore. If I can rely on the spirit spring to cultivate, I will become stronger faster than others at the same level. After some time, I won't have to hide from anyone anymore. In a few months, I will go to the treasure pavilion to return this broken mirror and exchange it for another treasure. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the sound coming from the nearby bushes. Is that a wild chicken or a wild rabbit? Well, I might as well catch it and give it to Chubby Kid for a meal. Thinking for a moment, Manhwa dashed straight into the bushes. The Chubby Kid, with the surname Li and named Fu Gue, is the young master of a wealthy merchant in the city. He and I were captured by Su's senior sister and brought to the Kao Sen sect, where we were assigned to the same room as servants. I originally thought he was just a stingy young master, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be quite chivalrous and kind-hearted. He helped me complete most of the tree-cutting tasks, giving me more time than the other servants to study chi-condensing aura techniques and skills to join the sect. Because of this, I was able to reach the first level of chi condensation within 4 months. Additionally, this Chubby Kid has a secret. When he gets hungry, he sleepwalks at night and will bite anything he encounters. This shows that his teeth are extremely strong, he even gnawed a corner off a wooden table. I believe those teeth are not ordinary, and perhaps he was captured because of this talent. Looking into the bushes in the forest, Manhwa thought to himself, it could be wild chicken or a rabbit, I'll catch something for the Chubby Kid to improve his diet. With that thought, he dashed in without hesitation. As soon as he caught it, he joyfully exclaimed, it's a wild chicken. Suddenly, the mirror from his chest emitted a powerful spiritual energy, directly causing the chicken in his hand to bleed from its rear. Manhwa's face turned pale, and his mind was in chaos. What's going on? Why did this wild chicken explode from its anus? No, is it because of me? Just now I felt a bit warm in my chest. He carefully took the mirror out of his shirt. He stood silently staring at it for a moment. But unexpectedly, Manhwa suddenly dashed forward like an arrow. He quickly targeted a nearby rabbit, immediately holding the mirror in front of it. The rabbit also instantly bled. Not believing it, he aimed at a few others. His eyes shining brightly, acting frantically. Blood spilled all over the forest. At his feet, there were now piles of animal corpses, large and small. He murmured, all of them meet the same end. This mirror is too brutal. A treasure, this must definitely be a treasure. It's just that the nature of this treasure is a bit sinister. Yet it enjoys blowing up the rear ends of wild beasts. Returning to the dark underground room, he sat down and calculated in his head, the tiger exploded 5 times. The wolf is twice. But when it comes to snakes and crocodiles, there is no reaction. The scaly ones are not good, so does it prefer the furry ones? This habit is really strange. The important thing is that in the forest, this frenzied gorilla is a second-tier chi condensation demon beast, the scarlet flame demon ape. As it charged forward, Manhwa quickly took out the mirror and reflected it at it. The scarlet flame demon ape immediately collapsed, surprising him a bit. Even demon beasts can't escape having their anuses blown up. This mirror must be an extraordinary magic weapon, and why does it look so new? The rust marks have clearly diminished. Do you like having your anus blown up like that? But today, you are the hero, thanks to you, I have obtained this second-tier chi condensation demon pill. Manhwa tightly held the jade pill he had just obtained from the scarlet flame demon ape. 3 jade pills and the mirror were neatly placed on the table. He stared at them, thinking, the refined chi pill provided by the sect, the protective mirror, the second-tier demon pill. With half a spirit stone provided by the sect, this is all my wealth. For someone who has just joined the sect, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Which one should I eat first? First of all, I should try the one that the sect provided first. He didn't hesitate to grab it and swallow it whole. So this is the feeling. The pill, as soon as it enters the body, transforms into strands of spiritual energy that slowly spread out. Then I will circulate my cultivation within my body, merging the spiritual energy with my physical form. Next is this demon pill. As soon as he swallowed it, Meng Hao's eyes widened, and sweat poured down in streams. He hurriedly crawled out of the chair and sat upright on the bed. Half a moment later, the wood energy radiated from his body intensely, and sweat dripped down profusely from his forehead. I was careless. The spiritual energy from this demon pill far exceeds that of the condensation pills. It dissipates immediately upon entering my body, and I need to use my cultivation to counter it, continuously merging with it. If I leave it like this, I will be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. Is this dirty energy? Is it the filth within my body? I seem to have read in a Qi condensation scroll, spiritual energy flows like a stream, expelling impurities. Could this be the second level of Qi condensation? Is the effect of this demon pill really that powerful? It's just a pity that demon beasts are not commonly encountered. If they were, I could use this protective mirror to infinitely upgrade my pills. What a shame. Meng Hao stepped out and was startled to find another pill on the table. He carefully took a few steps back, feeling confused. What is this? Why is there still another demon pill? Could I have misremembered? Did that demon beast produce 2 demon pills? No way, I remember it clearly. Wait, the half-spirit stone is also missing. Could it be that this mirror absorbed the spirit stones and turned the demon pill into 2? That would be too miraculous. If it really can replicate pills, then this mirror is not an ordinary magic weapon but a rare treasure in the world. But if this is true, then why has no one discovered the function of this bronze mirror over the years? Why is it that only I have found out? Why waste time thinking about these useless things? As a newcomer, I know nothing and can't make any accurate judgments. The issue now is spirit stones. I need to have spirit stones. From now until the next alchemy release day, there is still a whole month left. What is going on? I was already short on money in Yunjie County. How is it that I'm still short on money even while cultivating immortals? Money, you once said that no one becomes rich without effort. How reckless. After a moment of self-reassurance, Meng Hao reluctantly absorbed the last pill. His body immediately felt as if a new spiritual mine was flowing through it. In Meng Hao's martial arts book, it was clearly stated that when a cultivator reaches the second level of Qi condensation, they can perform immortal techniques, and at the 5th level of Qi condensation, they can perform the wind-walking art. He diligently practiced each move of the fire serpent art. A direct blow landed squarely on the giant bear. It let out a roar but remained standing, leaving him stunned. I used the fire serpent art, and it didn't kill it. Out of options, Meng Hao had to take out his mirror and shine it at the bear. The bear immediately spat out blood. He thought to himself, the protective mirror is indeed more reliable. I went deep into the mountains just to encounter a demon beast. Luckily, it wasn't in vain. Now that I have this demon pill, I can use the spirit stones given by the sect to refine it on the next alchemy release day. Only then can I determine whether this is the truth or not. It may take another 3 years before I can reach the 3rd level of Qi condensation. I have to go back now. If I go deeper into the mountains, I might encounter danger. 10 days later, on the day of pill distribution. Standing in the crowd waiting, he thought to himself, this time the pill distribution is not presided over by Uncle Shangguan, so it's much more normal. I already have half a spirit stone, and after getting the demon pill, the Qi condensation pill clearly has much less effect. Suddenly, he paused for a moment and glanced over. He saw 2 people fighting, and Meng Hao murmured, they still haven't left, and someone is already robbing pills. Last time I escaped disaster thanks to the reputation of Senior Sister Su. But after some time, others might see that Senior Sister Su and I are not very close, so I still need to improve myself quickly to be able to protect myself. As long as the bronze mirror really works, let's see in a few months who will rob whom. But this bronze mirror is indeed very strange. Just now, I secretly shone it on a few senior brothers, but didn't see any reaction at all. It feels like this bronze mirror only works on animals with thick fur. As he looked up, he caught sight of a tall, thin figure hiding behind a tree not far in front of him. Meng Hao hesitantly said, "Greetings, Zhao senior brother." He began to worry, oh no, it's Zhao Wu Gang, third level of Qi condensation. This person is ruthless and cruel. It said he has killed quite a few low-level disciples under the pretext of seizing resources. He immediately got straight to the point. Since you've recognized me, there's no need for Zhao to say much more. Hand over the pills and spirit stones. He bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling. I hope Zhao's senior brother can overlook this. I just received the spirit stones and pills, could you give me some time? He said loudly, overlook it. Fine, from now on, I will live with you in the cultivation cave. Outside, you and I are fellow disciples, but in the cultivation cave, you will be Zhao's servant. If you dare to say even a word against this, today I will show you what it means to live worse than death. In his heart, Zhao's senior brother secretly calculated, I just broke through to the third level. I am in urgent need of a large amount of spiritual energy for reinforcement. This cultivation cave of Manhwa is exactly what I need. But if senior sister Su comes to interrogate me, it will be hard to explain. I kept Manhwa by my side as a servant for a while. If senior sister Su doesn't ask, I will kill him. Hearing his request, I began to hesitate. This cultivation cave is senior sister Su's residence. I dare not decide on my own, it should be. He went mad and immediately attacked. You are just trying to save face. Manhwa instinctively countered, fire serpent art. Senior brother Zhao was caught off guard and took the hit. While he was still stunned, Manhwa quickly fled. He couldn't hide his astonishment, fire serpent art. Has he really reached the second stage of Qi condensation so quickly? He has only just joined the sect a few days ago. This proves the effectiveness of senior sister Su's cultivation cave, I must have it. Thinking this, he broke into a mischievous smile and began to mutter, beast transformation art. His body began to take on the characteristics of high-level demon beasts. Meanwhile, Manhwa was desperately trying to escape. Senior brother Zhao was right on his heels. He roared, you little mixed breed, this place is deserted. Not a soul in sight. Are you seeking death? Today, I, Zhao, will fulfill that for you. You stubbornly charged forward. He lunged at you, claws raking, causing you to lose your balance and fall. Manhwa struggled to slide across the grass. Senior brother Zhao menacingly approached, pointing at you and shouting, you will be the first to die under my three-tiered beast transformation art. To die under my renowned spells is no injustice for you. Manhwa's heart began to panic. Beast transformation art. Is that transforming into demon beasts? Covered in fur, this guy with a bronze mirror will surely prefer that. Immediately, he pulled out the mirror and raised it. The mirror reflected directly into his face. A moment later, a sharp pain shot through his backside. Senior brother Zhao collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony, what have you done? He was a bit surprised, it really works. Manhwa held the mirror high, carefully backing away. Senior brother Zhao, let's end it here today. I won't trouble you, and you don't trouble me, alright? He lay flat on the ground, glaring at you, cursing, you little bastard, today I will not only kill you but also find your home at the foot of the mountain. Then I will kill your entire family, humiliating your parents and your clan. I will make your whole family experience this kind of pain, crying out until death. You still speak gently, you came to rob me, to force me. I want to settle this amicably, but you still want to kill my whole family. He still refused to back down, screaming, I must kill you, your whole family. Manhwa coldly raised the mirror again, if that's the case. He curled up, trembling and clutching his injured lower back. The veins on senior brother Zhao's forehead bulged, ready to burst with blood, and the part of his back he was shielding began to bleed as well. His eyes turned white, roaring in pain. Then, before he could rush towards you, he spat blood from his mouth. The mirror in your hand also fell. You turned pale, weakly stepping back a few paces, standing frozen as you looked at senior brother Zhao's body on the ground, feeling a sense of panic, I have killed someone. Just thinking about his corpse made Manhwa's heart feel chaotic. He tried to reassure himself, it was senior brother Zhao who provoked me first, so I had no choice but to act. At this moment, I also softened and wanted to reconcile with him, but he refused. I killed someone, but I also used reasoning and talked about righteousness, he deserved to die. After thinking for a while, he told himself, forget it, thinking about that is useless. The strong oppressing the weak is the survival rule in the sect anyway. First, let's see what's in Zhao Wugang's storage bag. As he poured it out, his eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, 8 half-spirit stones and 7 chi condensation pills. Is this useless person really that rich? This sword was what had blocked my fire serpent art. This bone has some writing on it. Damn it, this is the skill for beast transformation, and it can't be learned. If the mirror explodes and tears my anus, that would be terrible. If there are this many spirit stones and a demon pill, then it's worth a try. Meng Hao carefully placed the mirror on the table. He meticulously arranged each stone on the surface of the mirror, murmuring, demon pill, and then half a spirit stone. If I can replicate a demon pill, it would prove that my previous guess was correct. After a stick of incense, he gradually lost patience. No changes, why is that? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Isn't it the effect of the bronze mirror? Then how could there be more than one demon pill before? No, we need to try one more pill to see. As soon as the second spirit stone was placed on the mirror, the surface of the mirror swallowed the stone like a lake, radiating a light that left him stunned. A moment later, there were 2 demon pills on the surface of the mirror. Meng Hao couldn't help but be amazed. It worked, the mirror really is miraculous. Out of 10 half-spirit stones, only 1 remained, and it had turned into 4 demon pills. As he absorbed each pill into his body, it felt like the fierce power of Zhao's senior brother was coursing through him. When Meng Hao continued to consume another pill, his body felt filled with the strength of a wolf. Thousands of their claws seemed to devour his soul, all resembling millions of eyes of spiritual energy slowly being absorbed by Meng Hao's body. Early the next morning, as he raised his hand to test the technique, fire serpent art. The fire erupted fiercely, leaving him astonished. Chi condensation 3rd layer peak, he smirked with satisfaction. I never expected to directly reach the 3rd layer peak. The fire serpent art has also strengthened significantly. The lowest limit of the public area is the 4th level of chi condensation. At that lowest point, I had reached the peak, being one of the strongest among a few. However, the chi condensation pill that the sect produced seems to have no effect at all. Is it a side effect of the demon pill? I might as well give half of this chi condensation pill to Chubby Kid. Saying is doing, let's go find Li Fu Gui. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Fu Gui, in a fit of anger, was chopping wood while shouting, "You stole my wife, you stole my steamed buns, I will chop you to death, I will bite you to death." Just as he stepped forward, confused, he wondered, what's going on? Fu Gui dropped the axe to the ground and lay down helplessly. He was mumbling in his sleep, "You stole my wife, you stole my steamed buns, I will chop you to death, I will bite you to death." He scratched his head and said, "What's this? Dreaming in broad daylight?" Suddenly, he fell silent, noticing something else. His teeth are getting longer and sharper. Indeed, they are spiritual teeth. Unexpectedly, Fu Gui, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sat up, craving, and said, "The smell of wild chicken." Meng Hao, sitting there roasting chicken, laughed and said, "It really is wild chicken. It's steaming hot," he exclaimed joyfully. Meng Hao, I've missed you so much. I haven't had any wild game for 2 months. Tell me, for the past 2 months, I've been chopping firewood for you every day, why haven't you brought me a wild chicken each day?" He helplessly thought to himself, "Brother, you were the one chopping firewood in your dreams." He began to inquire, "How has your cultivation been lately? Have you sensed any spiritual energy?" Fu Gui resentfully replied, "Don't mention it. For the past few months, I have been cultivating every day, but I still can't sense any spiritual energy. On the contrary, I feel like my teeth have grown longer. I'm afraid I might bite my tongue in my sleep every night." Meng Hao took out a jade pill and said, "This is a chi condensation pill." He trembled in disbelief and had to ask again, "Are you really giving me something so precious?" He calmly replied, "Don't worry, just take it. Fu Gui, I'm leaving now, and you need to cultivate well too." Fu Gui, moved, said while eating, "Meng brother, I will definitely hurry to reunite with you at the outer sect. When that time comes, you must protect me." He awkwardly nodded, "All right, this low-level area can be protected." Meng Hao stepped down the long stairs leading down the mountain. After just a few steps, he quickly noticed something strange: fog. As he looked up, he encountered a group of people approaching, chatting as they walked. "Wang's senior brother, I heard that the trial for promoting inner sect disciples is about to start, so I want to congratulate you in advance, Wang's senior brother." That's right. Back when Wang's senior brother emerged, he made a name for himself in all directions, and the three major sects all vied to invite him, yet senior brother chose our Cao San sect. Now, senior brother has reached the 6th level of qi condensation. I heard from the family elders that this promotion trial is specifically for Wang's senior brother. Once Wang's senior brother enters the inner sect, it won't be long before he surpasses Su's senior sister and Chen's senior brother, becoming the #1 disciple of our Cao San sect. Don't talk nonsense. Su's senior sister is a genius of this generation, and Chen's senior brother is devoted to guiding others. They are both fellow disciples whom I respect greatly. Senior brother's teachings are correct, junior brother has learned a lot. Wang Dangkong passed by politely, nodding to greet him. Meng Hao quickly clasped his hands in return. Suddenly, he looked down, noticing the feet of the man not touching the ground. Watching their shadows pass by, he thought to himself, so it's Wang Dangkong, senior brother. That magic can make a person walk in midair. It must be the wind-walking art that only those at the 5th level of qi condensation can perform. Impressive. I wonder when I will reach the 5th level of qi condensation. It will probably take some more time. First, I need to find a way to earn more spirit stones. At the top of the high rocky mountain, he focused on reading the sign, low-grade public area, qi condensation area for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. The 4th level of qi condensation prohibits entry to others. He thought to himself, low-grade public area? I used to not even dare to enter here. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from somewhere, "Help!" As he turned around, he saw a robber killing a man. "With Chow in front of you, no one can save you," he said while stealing from the victim, cursing, "Damn it, you poor bastard." Meng Hao quickly hid in a corner, peeking. Hiding has become a habit. I am even stronger than this guy now. Although this place can help people become wealthy. But it is also extremely dangerous. For cultivation, for spirit stones, for pills, yet even life is not worth much at all. I am indeed lacking spirit stones. However, I have some opponents here. But this place is too chaotic. If I'm not careful, it will be hard to avoid getting hurt. Suddenly, he had an idea. Wait a minute, it's just about making money. I have a way now. He immediately went to the pill nurturing workshop. Standing in front of the counter, he suggested, "We don't have enough spirit stones, can we exchange them for qi condensation pills?" After that, he quickly left. The next day, still at the directional stone, low-grade public area, the lowest grade qi condensation 1st, 2nd, 3rd level, no forcing of qi condensation 4th level people. He stood at the gate, happily thinking, the sages have said, if you don't let go, how can you catch? This time I can set up many like this, I am sure I will gain a lot. Meng Hao carried 2 or 3 large signs clearly stating, branch of pill nurturing workshop, goods exchanged at equal value. He told himself, let's start doing business. Standing in front of the stone, in the low-grade public area, the lowest grade qi condensation 1st, 2nd, 3rd level. No forcing of qi condensation 4th level people. 2 martial arts schools are fiercely fighting. The other guy makes a mistake and gets hit by a sword in the shoulder. Chow Yang smirks and laughs, this time next year will be your Memorial Day. Just when the situation is tense, Meng Hao interjects, brother, are you here? The wise have said that risking your life with an injury is foolish. Look at your shoulder, there's too much blood, it's not beneficial for fighting. I have a high-grade forbidden blood pill from the pill nurturing workshop. It can heal all injuries caused by swords and guarantees to stop the bleeding in 3 breaths. 1 forbidden blood pill costs only 1 spirit stone. You should buy 1. The 2 of them roar in unison, 1 spirit stone. 1 forbidden blood pill. Why don't you go rob someone instead? He continues to sweetly explain, brother, I see that your combat strength is not inferior to his. You must have been ambushed to be in this unfavorable position. If you buy a forbidden blood pill, regain your morale, and then fight him, you might even take him down yourself. If you can seize his storage bag, that spirit stone will be extremely profitable, won't it? Chow Yun lost his patience and threatened, "Damn it, if you keep talking nonsense here, just wait until I finish killing this guy, I won't spare you." The other man sat on the ground and immediately said, "I'll buy it, here are the spirit stones." He skillfully worked. The pill hit the wound on his shoulder. From the serious wound that was bleeding, it gradually healed. Meng Hao quickly accepted the spirit stones, not forgetting the slogan, "Thank you for your support." Chow Yun began to get angry and shouted, "Are you guys joking with me?" He immediately jumped up, ready to fight. A blade instantly took him down. He turned back, snorted coldly, "I won't suffer the same trick twice." Immediately, Meng Hao approached him, who was seriously injured, and offered, "Brother, I see that your combat power is no less than his, you must have been ambushed to fall into this disadvantage. I have a forbidden blood pill here, and I also have a fatigue-relieving tonic. Just 2 spirit stones for everything, I guarantee your blood will be stabilized, your body will feel light, and then you can fight him again." He angrily criticized. "Why are you helping him?" Meng Hao calmly explained, "My relationship with you is purely a business one, why shouldn't I help him?" Chow Yun weakly requested, "The medicine for me." He quickly replied, "Sure thing." As soon as the wound healed, the two of them dove back into fighting. As he left, he took the sign and didn't forget to say, "Enjoy your fight, gentlemen, if you need anything, just come find me." Meng Hao appeared at all the fighting arenas just to promote, "Hey, gentlemen, buy some medicine. As long as you can win, it's equivalent to buying pills with other people's spirit stones. This trade is very worthwhile. Gentlemen, would you like to buy some medicine? Get lost, I already have medicine. It's fine, I can wait for you to finish yours. Hey, gentlemen, he has a lot of stock, it's very disadvantageous for you. You should buy some." "Huh. You two gentlemen seem to be in bad shape, this is due to serious injuries. Don't worry, I have top quality pills, 1 for 1 spirit stone, guaranteed to make you recover immediately. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you trust me? Just now, a fellow disciple bought pills from me. As a result, he chased after his opponent and killed him. Anyone who uses the medicine first will receive an absolute advantage. The pill nurturing workshop branch saves the purple mansion and does not deceive the old or the young." Just as he left, he was deep in thought, "The stock has sold out, I will restock first thing tomorrow morning. To maintain this business, I must buy up all the healing pills. Even if I don't have enough spirit stones, I must at least buy all the pills of each type. I need to monopolize the market so they will come to me to buy goods." Chow Yun quickly rushed into ambush from behind, "Go die." But a moment later, he received a full blow from him. Meng Hao watched him fall and coldly said, "Brother, you are truly foolish. If I dare to sell medicine, I naturally ensure that none of you can harm me. Brother, you should take a nap first, I will take your storage bag. Next time, it would be better to come to me to buy medicine, and I will give you a little discount." Back home, he counted the fruits of his labor from the day, 1, 2, a total of 53 spirit stones. Struck it rich. This time, compared to killing and robbing, the speed is much faster. Moreover, it's not dangerous at all, there's no need for fighting and killing. The pink pill, this seems to be the beauty-enhancing pill from the pill nurturing workshop. The effect of this pill is to maintain one's appearance. Its price is extremely high, requiring 10 chi condensation pills to exchange for it. It can be said that this is one of the most expensive pills in the pill nurturing workshop. Suddenly, the door behind him opened, and a figure appeared. He instinctively turned his head and saw Senior Sister Sue right behind him. He respectfully bowed his head and said, "Greetings, Senior Sister Sue." She didn't pay attention to look around the room before nodding to herself. Without saying a word, she turned to leave, prompting him to call out, "Senior Sister Sue, it's not easy for you to come here, why don't you sit for a while?" She didn't turn around and replied indifferently, "No need, I have to go into seclusion tomorrow, so I just stopped by to see how you are." He couldn't help but glance at the martial arts book on the table, which contained instructions, "Join the Khao San sect. You can live a life of wealth, and for a cultivator, a life without worries. Join the Khao San sect with us. I am Khao San, the old ancestor of Khao San." Under the blazing red sunset, Meng Hao hurriedly chased after him. Until he was close enough to catch up, he anxiously called out, Su's senior sister. Then he presented a pill and said, I have long wanted to thank senior sister, so I have been accumulating spiritual energy pills. It was difficult to exchange for a rejuvenation pill. In my opinion, only senior sister deserves to use this type of pill. I want to help Su's senior sister maintain her youth forever, to always be beautiful. I hope senior sister will definitely accept it from me. She silently looked at the gift he had just brought for a moment, then slowly took it from Manhwa's hands. Her voice was calm. The Qi condensation pill is a common pill of the sect, but it is effective up to the 5th level of Qi condensation. For cultivators like us, the most important thing is cultivation. Entering the world of cultivating immortals is like stepping into the boundary of life and death. In the future, don't do this again. No matter how smart you are, you must cultivate more. He nodded repeatedly and replied, Thank you for your guidance, Su's senior sister. I just thought senior sister might like it, so I exchanged for it. I didn't think too much about it. She handed him an item and instructed, This is accepted, you cannot change it next time. This is for you, it is a magic weapon used to protect its master. He happily accepted it. Thank you, senior sister Su. Senior sister, let me accompany you and see you off. It's been a while since we last met, and I still have some questions about cultivation that I would like to ask you for guidance. He thought to himself, if I can follow senior sister around the outside sect for a while, and let many people see me, then no one will dare to provoke me anymore. She frowned slightly in displeasure but then agreed, let's go. He cheerfully followed her. Thank you, senior sister. Under the blazing red sunset, 2 figures walked side by side along the cliff. Elder Yang looked down, laughing with satisfaction. Not bad at all, this kid Manhwa is indeed impressive. He truly grasps the essence of our Cao Sen sect, knowing how to find a mountain to rely on, and also understanding the need to maintain a relationship with the supporting mountain regularly. Only in this way can he ensure that the supporting mountain is always nearby. At this moment, the 3 of them were gathering in a corner. The gray-haired man whispered, Have you heard? That guy Manhwa has opened a branch of the pill nurturing workshop on Ping Ding Mountain. The moss green-haired man asked in confusion, Manhwa? Is that the same Manhwa who gave pills to Su's senior sister on the pill distribution day? The other man continued to whisper, That's right, it's him. He knocked Chao Yang unconscious and stole his bag. Upon hearing this, the short-haired man couldn't help but ask in shock, Chao Yang. But Chao Yang is very strong, could he really knock him out? The moss green-haired man was equally bewildered and exclaimed, He has only been in the outer sect for a few months, how could he be that powerful? The gray-haired man smirked and continued to share another shocking piece of news with the 2, You guys don't know this. Yesterday, someone saw him walking down the mountain alongside Su's senior sister, chatting and laughing the whole way. Hearing this, the short-haired man scoffed and retorted loudly, Come on, I beg you. Su's senior sister is famous for being a cold beauty, has anyone ever seen her smile? The green-haired guy joined in with the gray-haired guy and seriously said, Really? At that moment, the gray-haired guy exclaimed excitedly, So this Manhwa is indeed impressive. Su's senior sister lent him a cultivation cave and even gave him some useful magic weapon for his training. With Su's senior sister's protection, this Manhwa is about to soar high like a kite in the wind. After saying that, all 3 of them started chatting among themselves, feeling bored and sighing, with Su's senior sister's protection. I'm so jealous. At that moment, Chao Yang was bowing respectfully and said, Chao Yang seeks an audience with Lu's senior brother. Hearing his voice, someone inside the room called out, What is it? Chao Yang maintained his bowing position and seriously recounted everything, reporting to Lu's senior brother, A few days ago, I was robbed by someone named Manhwa. This guy has opened a grocery store on Ping Ding Mountain and sells various pills to fellow disciples who are fiercely fighting, making a huge profit. The person inside responded with doubt, Selling pills on the street? In a fit of anger, Chao Yang took a deep breath and accused, That's right, this guy is currently very famous among the low-level disciples. He opened a grocery store at Ping Ding Mountain, selling all kinds of pills and forcing people to buy them. His actions had caused widespread resentment and deep embarrassment. People cursed him, and the celestial beings were angry, so they asked senior brother Lu to uphold justice. The person inside spoke in a calm and brief manner, saying, I know, you can go. Chao Yang, having vented his anger, softened his tone and said affectionately, Thank you, cousin. The person inside then raised his voice and scolded him. I already said, in the sect, there are only brothers, no relatives. Get out. Chow Yun hurriedly bowed and obediently replied a few times. The person inside the room was Lu Hong, a peak third-level Qi condensation, the top disciple of the lower tier. After hearing the information from Chow Yang, he pondered and chuckled to himself, murmuring, selling pills, huh? That's a smart business move. Why didn't I think of that? When one reaches a cultivation level like mine, continuously robbing lower-tier disciples would tarnish my reputation. I've been in Khao San sect for so many years, how did I not think of this method? Opening a grocery store, selling pills on the side. Not bad. A white banner hung with the words, Pill Nurturing Workshop. Meng Hao looked dejected and dazed, glancing over at his opponent not far away. Lu Hong sat on a stone platform, legs crossed and arms folded, staring intently at him. He also had a white banner that read, Second Branch of Pill Nurturing Workshop. Seeing this, Meng Hao shook his head in frustration, telling himself, the business idea has already been learned from me, there's nothing I can do. He dares to do this, he must also be at the third layer peak, so it's better to let one thing go rather than add another. Nearby, two men were engaged in a sword fight. One shouted a challenge, the grudge between you and me must have a conclusion today. The other arrogantly declared, I hope not. In the end, one was slashed and spat blood, while the other was stabbed and bled as well. At this moment, seizing the opportunity to sell, both Lu Hong and Meng Hao shouted in unison, buy a pill from me for peace, 1 spirit stone each. The two fighters immediately halted their battle, confusedly looking forward and backward at Lu Hong and Meng Hao. One of them decided to buy from Lu Hong. Quickly, he said, Senior brother Lu, please take this. Seeing this, the other person was unwilling to be outdone and bought a pill from Meng Hao for himself. Meng Hao received the spirit stones and cheerfully promised, thank you for your support, next time I will give you a discount of 2 portions. By noon, the bright sunlight pierced through the layers of leaves. Meng Hao looked at the 2 spirit stones in his hand, feeling gloomy and sighing inwardly, to get 2 stones in one morning. That's hardly worth it compared to usual. On the other side, Lu Hong, with one hand full of spirit stones, thought excitedly, this is indeed a good deal. If I had thought of this earlier, I wouldn't have been laughed at by those senior brothers for always robbing from the low-level disciples. It's just that the presence of this Meng guy here is quite annoying. Then, he tossed the pile of spirit stones in his hand while darkly telling himself, after studying for a few more days, I will kill him. On the second day, Lu Hong played a coercive buying tactic. He brandished his sword, threatening the 2 people who were rolling on the ground, are you not going to buy, or do you want to die? The 2 were terrified and immediately hurriedly said, no, no, I will buy too. Meng Hao saw this scene of the merchants and couldn't help but think to himself, isn't this just blatant robbery? Another day passed, the third day, and Meng Hao was feeling bored and dejected. He lay tiredly with his head resting on a large rock, closing his eyes tightly, struggling with his thoughts. The shop isn't open today, everyone has been robbed by him. Should I learn from him? No, I am not that kind of person, I can't do it. But. Then came the 4th day, Lu Hong approached him and bluntly threatened, if I see your tattered flag again tomorrow, I will cripple your cultivation completely. On the 5th day, Meng Hao no longer carried any flags. He sat calmly next to the stone tablet in the low-grade public area, the lowest level of Qi condensation, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers, with the 4th tier of Qi condensation prohibited from pressuring others. Several people passing by saw him sitting there, and one curious person asked, why is Meng Hao just sitting at the entrance of the public area? Another person beside him honestly explained, I heard that yesterday Lu's senior brother warned him that if he continued to sell here, he would be crippled in his cultivation. Hearing this, the other person laughed heartily, feeling sentimental. So refreshing, to be alive again. Another person also made a comment, Lu's senior brother is the best among the low-level disciples, so the one with the surname Meng can't provoke him. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. One person saw Lu Hong's figure getting closer and pointed, saying to the others, Lu's senior brother is here. At that time, Meng Hao, who was sitting at the gate, suddenly ran quickly towards Lu Hong. Seeing this, the others were stunned. One of them exclaimed in shock, does this Meng Hao want to fight? Lu Hong drew a sword and looked at Meng Hao, briefly asking, seeking death. The three others looked at the sword in Lu Hong's hand, suddenly exclaiming in amazement, "That's the purple yang sword, a special reward the sect gave to Lu's senior brother after he achieved merit years ago, extremely sharp." Lu Hong didn't say anything more and charged fiercely towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao was quick as lightning, dancing with the sword and launching attacks at Lu Hong. The sword in Meng Hao's hand completed its task and then slowly shattered. Lu Hong spat blood, and the others were left in disbelief, staring at the two of them. Lu Hong held his blood-filled mouth and coldly asked Meng Hao, "You? Qi condensation 4th level?" Meng Hao replied nonchalantly, "Yes. To mention this, we must go back to the afternoon before." When Meng Hao got home, he couldn't contain his anger, slamming his hands on the table and lamenting, "He was the first to imitate me, and then he even robbed my path to success. That usurper now wants to ruin my cultivation. Is there any justice left?" After calming down, he looked at the mirror, then at the pile of spirit stones he had accumulated on the table, mumbling calculations. "In Cao San sect, if we talk about justice, I truly am naive. All the spirit stones I've earned recently don't include demon pills, I can only use Qi condensation pills. Although the effect of Qi condensation pills is very minimal, if I accumulate enough, it will surely have some effect." After that, he took all the Qi condensation pills he had, placed them on the table, and then madly grabbed a handful and shoved them into his mouth. His inner body immediately surged with a torrent of energy. Meng Hao, drenched in sweat, still tried to focus on his cultivation while continuously cursing Lu Hong in his heart. "I don't want to harm talent. Just came up with a business idea. But I don't harm others, yet they want to harm me, it's too much." Back to the present, Meng Hao approached Lu Hong and asked him seriously, "Qi condensation 4th layer, do you want to fight again?" The onlookers had various expressions on their faces, with one person incredulously asking, "Meng Hao is at Qi condensation 4th layer?" Another chimed in with disbelief, "How long has he been in the sect? How can he be at Qi condensation 4th layer?" One of them seemed to realize something and spoke excitedly, "If he weren't at the 4th layer, he couldn't have injured Lu, who is at the peak of the 3rd layer. He must definitely be at the 4th layer. Right, it wasn't that he didn't want to go up the mountain, but that he couldn't enter the public area. The 4th layer is beyond the limits of the primary public area." Meng Hao asked Lu Hong seriously again, "Do you want to fight again?" He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, snorted coldly without saying anything, and then swung his sword, shouting, "Go." Meng Hao held his sword straight up to block his attack. This time, even his sword shattered. Lu Hong's mouth was bleeding again. He wiped the blood with his hand and disdainfully said, "So what if you're at the 4th level of Qi condensation? How can your broken sword compare to my purple yang sword?" Meng Hao was not affected by his taunts. He reached into the pouch hanging at his side and calmly replied, "A powerful weapon. I have one too, and even more than that." From the tiny pouch, several large swords flew out, hovering in the air. Meng Hao pointed 2 fingers at Lu Hong, saying, "Done." He thought to himself happily, "My magical artifact can even replicate weapons. Compare it to a fly swatter. I'll crush you." The swords he controlled flew toward Lu Hong. He was not to be outdone, sending his purple yang sword flying toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's sword shattered, and Lu Hong's purple yang sword met the same fate, breaking apart. The others were astonished and exclaimed, "The purple yang sword has been broken." Meng Hao used just 5 ordinary fly swatters to break the purple yang sword. Even Lu Hong did not expect this outcome. He stood there dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief. Even though his swords had shattered. But Meng Hao still had other swords hovering in the air, ready to attack Lu Hong. He teased him, asking, "Fly swape, I still have. What about your sword, is it still there?" Lu Hong shouted back at him, "Meng Hao, you are forcing me." Then, he grabbed a small gourd bottle attached to his necklace. The onlookers, witnessing the drama, warned each other, "This is bad, let's run." One person, unaware of what was happening, asked curiously, "What's going on?" but still ran along. At that moment, a large gourd bottle appeared, aimed at Meng Hao. Lu Hong boldly declared, "This is a magic weapon that my senior brother Wang Deng Fei gifted me. It can only be activated when one reaches the 4th level of Qi condensation. Meng Hao, if you wish to die and force me to pay the price to use this magic weapon, then this time you are definitely dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force shot out from the mouth of the bottle, striking directly at Meng Hao and his fly-swape swords. The crowd standing nearby was also blown off their feet by the force, astonished and exclaiming, "What kind of magic weapon is this? It's incredibly powerful." The flying shards of Meng Hao's fly-swape shattered completely. He remained standing firm, one hand gripping his sword, the other clutching a jade pendant. The pendant itself had been slightly chipped by that raging gale. Meng Hao tightened his grip on the jade pendant, recalling what had happened before, and silently gave thanks in his heart. Fortunately, senior sister Su gave me this defensive jade pendant earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to think about it, I'd be dead. Seeing that Meng Hao was completely unharmed, Lu Hong was stunned, eyes wide and mouth agape as he muttered. "No, that's impossible." At that moment, the gourd vessel protecting him also began to slowly dissipate. Seeing this, Lu Hong cried out in alarm. "The gourd!" Meng Hao immediately seized the opportunity, springing forward toward Lu Hong. Before Lu Hong could react, Meng Hao ripped the necklace from around his neck and lightly shook it in his hand. Meng Hao whispered curiously. "What kind of magic weapon is this?" Lu Hong, still putting on a brave front, threatened him loudly. "That magic weapon was given to me by senior brother Wang Dengfei. If you dare steal it, you'll have to bear senior brother Wang's wrath." After saying that, his body went limp as he clutched his injured arm, anxiety filling his heart. "I forcefully used it just now, and it ended up being swallowed by the magic weapon itself." His body was almost completely unable to move. However, Meng Hao was not swayed in the slightest by Lu Hong's threats. Instead, he brazenly said, "Rules are rules. Once it's taken, it belongs to whoever has it." Lu Hong snapped back angrily, trying to argue. "This isn't a high-grade public area. If you dare kill me, you'll be violating the rules." Meng Hao remained calm and cold as he declared. "The rules may be something I, Meng, cannot challenge. But yesterday, you wanted to cripple my cultivation, so today, I will cripple yours." As he spoke, he reached out his hand. With no magic weapon left to support him and his strength completely drained, Lu Hong shrank back, trembling as he cried out. Don't. A shrill scream rang out. The sky darkened. Deep within the gloomy forest, inside a cave, Meng Hao sat at a stone table, absent-mindedly playing with the gourd flask attached to Lu Hong's necklace. He muttered to himself, as if reassuring his own heart. "If I had known earlier that Wang Dengfei was backing Lu Hong, I probably would still have made my move. If I hadn't acted, he would have killed me anyway. It wasn't that I forced him, it was he who forced me. No matter what, this enmity has already been formed. Unless I willingly accept being robbed by Chao Yang from the very first meeting and dare not retaliate, otherwise, everything will remain as it is." Saying this, he rolled the gourd on the ground, silently contemplating, "This jade gourd cannot be restored without spirit stones. I can't keep this gourd, it must be handed over. But Su's senior sister is in seclusion, who can I give it to?" Thinking of this, he recalled Wang Dengkong. He thought again, should I proactively return it to Wang's senior brother? When I met him on the road that day, he seemed quite decent. Suddenly, as he was deep in thought, a voice from outside called out, commanding him, "I am Shang Guan Song, specially following the orders of Wang's senior brother, Meng Hao. You must quickly open the cultivation cave and kneel to welcome him." Meng Hao hesitated a bit and nervously shouted back, "It's late at night, it's not convenient. Senior brother can just say what he needs directly." Then, he couldn't help but sigh, "Has it come so quickly?" The person outside smiled slyly, not saying much, only scolding him, "You really have some nerve." Then, he continued to relay the message, "It's fine if you don't open the cultivation cave. We convey the oral decree of senior brother Wang. Meng Hao, as an outer disciple, you are not focused on your cultivation and are causing chaos in the lower public areas. Fellow disciples are lamenting everywhere, yet your heart is still cruel. You are young, and your death penalty can be pardoned. Hand over the jade token and then self-abandon your cultivation, cutting off one hand and one leg to be expelled from the sect. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of the Cao San sect." Upon receiving this grim news, Meng Hao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, his body trembling involuntarily. He quietly and cautiously asked from outside, "Is Senior Brother Wang's decree comparable to the rules?" The person outside replied succinctly, "Senior Brother Wang's decree is the rules." Then they conveyed the rest of the announcement, "Tomorrow morning is the day for pill distribution. You must kneel before Lu Hong in the square to apologize and then await your punishment." Without waiting for any response from him, the person left him with one last sentence, "If you don't come out, I'm leaving." Then they turned and walked away. The night sky was calm, with a crescent moon illuminating the scene. Despite the beautiful night, Meng Hao had no mood to appreciate the moon or the scenery. He sat gloomily on his bed. With his head bowed and facial muscles tense, the thought kept repeating in his mind, "What should I do?" Then suddenly, he boldly thought, "Let's just run away." Only then did he dare to step down from the bed and quietly walk towards the door. He hesitated, thinking, is running away really the only way? His trembling hand rested on the door, half wanting to open it, half afraid to do so. By the next day, the sun had risen, and he wandered out of the house like a soulless corpse. Shang Guansong, leaning against a nearby tree, saw Meng Hao come out and blandly complimented, "Not running away is at least not foolish." He walked past him, resolutely saying, "Meng will not betray the sect." As Shang Guansong approached him, he mocked, "If you feel regret, go beg Senior Brother Wang, perhaps he can spare you an arm." Meng Hao's face was gloomy, his eyes bloodshot. Hearing this, he paused slightly. At the mountain slope, they walked towards the bustling square. Meng Hao and Shang Guansong followed the crowd step by step. In the square at that moment, people were eagerly waiting for their turn to seek guidance from Wang Dengkong. A person asked him, "Wang Senior Brother, I have encountered some problems in my cultivation. Can you give me some guidance?" He then instructed the other person. "This is not the place to talk. Come to my place this afternoon, and I will explain in detail." Receiving his promise, the other person smiled and flatteringly replied, "Thank you, Wang Senior Brother." The group of people didn't know why they all turned to look behind them. At that moment, a serious voice addressed Wang Dengkong. "Senior Brother, about the qi condensation pill you lent me last time, I have gathered enough, and I would like to return it to you." Wang Dengkong did not turn around, but calmly said to the other person, "I'm not in a hurry to use it. It would be better for you to strengthen your own cultivation. Return it to me when you reach the third level of qi condensation pill." Suddenly noticing that everyone had fallen silent, and no one asked anything further, he turned to look. Seeing the person in front of him clearly, he smiled slightly and extended his hand, succinctly saying, "Hand it over." Meng Hao, with a gloomy expression, stared at Wang Dengkong's outstretched hand. After a few seconds, he slowly said, "The sect has rules, what is taken by force belongs to the one who takes it." Seeing him so resolute and unyielding, Shang Guansong was both a little surprised and intrigued as he thought, "Oh, not begging? What a fool." Wang Dengkong maintained his smile, but his low voice brazenly stated, "The jade pendant is mine, I can give it to whoever I want. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it." After saying this, he pointed at Meng Hao and struck at him with a finger. Meng Hao quickly raised the jade pendant hanging around his neck. A shield appeared, blocking Wang Dengkong's attack. Wang Dengkong's expression turned cold as he pointed his finger at the ground. Meng Hao's shield shattered into 100 pieces. He then manipulated the fragments to swirl around Meng Hao, causing him great fear. Meng Hao furrowed his brows tightly, thinking anxiously, the protective jade pendant from Su's senior sister, is broken. Wang Dengkong twirled and waved his hand. The fragments from the shield turned back to attack Meng Hao. He was cut all over, his face turning pale as he coughed up blood. Suddenly, the necklace with the gourd pendant flew off his neck, obediently flying straight into Wang Dengkong's hand. He coldly asked Meng Hao, "Has Shang Guansong conveyed my message? Destroy your cultivation, chop off your hands and feet, expel you from the sect." As he spoke, Wang Dengkong manipulated the strands of spiritual energy to tightly bind Meng Hao's hands and feet, blood oozing dark red. Meng Hao was covered in injuries, his mouth filled with blood, powerless as he fell heavily to the ground. Elder Ouyang appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Meng Hao, hoarsely negotiating with Wang Dengkong, you already have the treasure, so let's end this here. One should not go too far in their actions. Wang Dengkong was a reasonable person. Accepting the elder's advice, he agreed, saying, if Elder Ouyang has intervened, then I must give face to the elder. He then turned and left. The crowd remained there, waiting silently, no one daring to speak. Meng Hao opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the sky. A few people standing nearby looked down at him, their eyes filled with disdain. Elder Ouyang turned back to look at him, saying nothing. Meng Hao trembled, trying to gather himself to stand up. He lowered his head, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, slowly making his way down the steps to leave. Returning to his cultivation cave, he opened the door and accidentally bumped into a rock. He fell to the floor. His whole body lay flat on the ground, exhausted and unable to move. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 8 days, 9 days, 10 days, the stone door was opened. Senior Sister Su stepped in, and the first thing that caught her eye was Meng Hao lying motionless on the floor, his body tattered and injured. After a while, she finally spoke softly, I just emerged yesterday. Wang Dengkong has an extremely significant background, he is not from the Zhao Kingdom, and his cultivation is at the peak of the 6th level. He is someone who was promoted to the inner sect by the sect master's arrangement. You should not provoke this person. After saying this, she used an immortal weapon to wrap around Meng Hao and lifted him into the air, bringing him back to bed. Senior Sister Su noticed the jade pendant on the table and reminded him, but if he continues to cause you trouble, if I happen to be in seclusion at that time, you can crush the jade slip at will, and I will know. Meng Hao, exhausted, spoke in a hoarse voice to thank her, thank you, Senior Sister. Then he asked tremulously, Senior Sister, I have a question. Based on my cultivation at the 4th level of Qi condensation, how can I reach the 7th level of Qi condensation? Then how much time would it take? Senior Sister Su answered him seriously. For someone with ordinary talent, at the fastest it takes 10 years to reach the 7th level of Qi condensation. At the slowest, it could take half a jia, 30 years. The 4th, 6th, and 8th levels of Qi condensation are all bottlenecks. Without opportunities, breaking through them is extremely difficult. She then comforted him, saying, don't think about it too much. Just focus on cultivating with peace of mind. After finishing her words, she turned around and vanished, leaving behind a quiet space for Meng Hao to recuperate. Remembering another important matter, she called out from outside to remind him. That day I led you and the other 4 up the mountain, you were the first to be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Your companion is serving in the northern district, and today he was successfully promoted as well. After you've rested properly, go and bring him into the outer sect. Silence returned once more. Meng Hao stared blankly at the ceiling, his gaze unfocused. After steadying himself, he sat up, placed his feet on the floor, and walked step by trembling step toward the stone table. Looking at the book lying open on the table, he saw a single large line of text written on the page. If one has a mountain to rely on, a mortal enjoys a lifetime of wealth. A cultivator lives without worry for life. Enter our Cao Sen sect. This old man is precisely the mountain you can rely on, the Cao Sen old ancestor. After reading this, Meng Hao raised his finger to his mouth and bit down until it bled, then used that very finger to press against the page. With fresh blood, he wrote 6 characters, as if leaving a message to himself. I myself am my own backing. Autumn arrived. The leaves on the trees had already turned yellow. On that day, Meng Hao, his hair neat and tidy, slowly descended the mountain. Li Fu Gui and several friends appeared, waving their hands to greet him. Li Fu Gui smiled brightly and called out. Meng Hao. The others also happily cheered and reminded him. Go on. Do your best, cultivate well in the inner sect. After that, Li Fu Gui turned back to the others and sincerely promised. We'll meet again. I'll come back to visit you often. Hearing this, everyone immediately grew wary and, one after another, beat the drum and gongs in alarm, telling him. No need. Really, don't. Don't let it delay your cultivation. You don't have to come back. Watching them laugh and joke together, Meng Hao couldn't understand what was going on, his expression full of confusion. On the road, he finally asked Li Fu Gui out of curiosity. You seem pretty popular, huh? Li Fu Gui replied confidently, launching into an endless explanation. Of course. They were all my former roommates. But it's strange to say, their courage is very small. Every night they have nightmares, it's really tragic. Each one claims to be afraid it will affect their sleep, so they want to change rooms. Hearing this, Meng Hao helplessly looked at him, only daring to think silently in his heart, but not daring to say, don't you even suspect that the problem lies with yourself? When Meng Hao had crossed to the other side of the bridge, Li Fu Gui ran over from the other side, holding a sword in his hand, excitedly shouting, Meng Hao, look at what treasure I got. Seeing the sword in his hand clearly, Meng Hao curiously asked, a short sword. What's so special about this? Li Fu Gui grinned widely, showing his jagged teeth, and said delightfully, my teeth are getting longer and longer, so I've been looking for ways to sharpen them. But after a few days, it becomes useless. Such a good treasure like this should help me sharpen them for a long time. Meng Hao unconsciously recalled the night they slept together. Li Fu Gui was sound asleep, biting everything around him. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the talent of Chubby Kid is just his mouthful of sharp teeth. Then, he asked him again. Fu Gui, aren't you going to stay with me? Li Fu Gui scratched his head, feeling shy as he said, no, I'd rather stay in a single room. Privacy is very important. Meng Hao thought for a moment, that's true, I also don't want Chubby Kid to know about the mirror situation. Finally, he casually agreed, saying, then I'll head back now. Li Fu Gui smiled, waved goodbye, and didn't forget to wish, okay, good night. At this moment, Meng Hao was sitting focused on cultivating on a rock near the low-level public area. In the low-level area, qi condensation was at levels 1, 2, and 3, while level 4 qi condensation was prohibited. Li Fu Gui ran down from the mountain, beaming as he called out to him, Meng Hao. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he praised him, your business skills are not bad, your brain really is good. Meng Hao felt happy as well, laughing along with him, but he didn't forget to remind, I can't go in there, so in the future, you have to help me with the trading. Remember not to. The sky was blue with many clouds, and the golden leaves of the trees swayed in the wind. Meng Hao sat upright on a rock, seriously cultivating without regard for time. From the cool autumn sky to the cold winter sky, he remained still in that place. At this moment, Li Fu Gui brought someone along. Excitedly calling out, Meng Hao, look who this is. At the sound of the call, Meng Hao opened his eyes to look. Xiao Hu stood beside Li Fu Gui, bowing respectfully to him, and softly said, greetings, senior brother Meng Hao. Meng Hao rummaged through his old memories and remembered him, it's Xiao Hu, who was taken along with me. Then, he was a bit stunned and asked him, did the four of us get captured together? Did Wang Yukai come with you? How is he? Xiao Hu lowered his eyes and replied softly, he has died. Upon hearing this, both Meng Hao and Li Fu Gui were shocked as if struck by lightning. Xiao Hu steadied his emotions, his voice unable to hide the choking, recounting, in the servants' room, we were responsible for fetching water. Senior brother Yukai saw that I was still young, so he often helped me carry water. One time on the mountain path, suddenly a strong wind arose, and he was swept down into the ravine. I searched for his body for 2 months, but found nothing. I only found a few broken bones, he must have been eaten by wild beasts. After hearing this, tears streamed down Li Fu Gui's cheeks. Sighing heavily, he assured, Xiao Hu, from now on, you will follow us. With Meng Hao here, no one can bully you in this place. But Xiao Hu bowed to them once again and politely said, no need, I can manage on my own. Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers. I'll be on my way. Li Fu Gui and Meng Hao, seeing him so distant, were confused and didn't know what to say. They watched Xiao Hu walk away alone, leaving footprints on the snow. Li Fu Gui scratched his head in confusion and asked Meng Hao, what's up with this guy? Meng Hao continued to watch Xiao Hu without saying anything. A few seconds later, he seriously told Li Fu Gui, everyone has a secret they don't want others to know. Maybe he has some magical powers, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to come here with just qi condensation at the first level. Li Fu Gui irritably cursed, what kind of secret could it be? We could still investigate. This Xiao who really looks down on us. Time flew by, and 3 months later, Meng Hao had been at Cao San sect for a full year. On the day of the alchemy event, the square was bustling and crowded, with voices echoing everywhere. Voices buzzed everywhere as people discussed matters from all directions. Have you heard? The Grand Elder's lifespan has run out, he has already passed away. 150 years old, such a pity. If the Elder had successfully reached core formation, his lifespan would have doubled, and he could have lived 300 years. But in our Cao San sect, aside from the sect master, who is a core formation cultivator, there are only 2 Grand Elders at the foundation establishment stage. Now that one of those 2 foundation establishment cultivators has died, our strength, which was already weak within the Zhao kingdom, has dropped significantly. You still haven't heard? Recently, cultivators from other sects have been frequently seen around our sect. At a glance, you can tell it's nothing good. Hey, is something about to happen? What's there to worry about? If the sky falls, the sect master will hold it up. Idiot, keep your voice down. I vaguely heard that the reason this matter has drawn the attention of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world is related to the disappearance of the Cao San old ancestor 400 years ago. The old ancestor. It's related to the old ancestor. Then isn't a great upheaval about to begin? Within the crowd, Meng Hao and Li Fu Gui were also present. He remembered the elder Yang who had previously helped him with Wang Deng Kong. Curious, he asked Li Fu Gui. Chubby kid, do you know about this? Was the grand elder who passed away from the Yang family? While sharpening his sword, he confidently replied. No, it definitely wasn't the Yang grand elder. After that, he turned to Meng Hao and asked with concern. Senior brother Meng, how has your cultivation been progressing lately? Meng Hao replied in a lackluster manner. There hasn't been any progress at all, I might have hit a bottleneck. Li Fu Gui chuckled a few times, joking to comfort him. You were progressing too quickly before, so now it's time to slow down, otherwise, no one would be able to catch up. Meng Hao also laughed it off and succinctly replied. That's true. Then, in his heart, he was deep in thought. According to what Su's senior sister said, when reaching the 4th peak of qi condensation, there will be a bottleneck when trying to break through to the 5th level. But why did my bottleneck occur so much earlier? Could it be related to the fact that I swallowed too many demon pills? If it really is a bottleneck, there needs to be some special type of pills to break the bottleneck, or the inner den of high-level demon beasts. At this moment, Li Fu Gui excitedly said, our business has been thriving lately, I will buy you some spirit-condensing pills later. Hearing this, Meng Hao quickly advised him, no, those things are useless to me, you should keep them for yourself. Seeing that an important person had appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers, it's Shangguan uncle distributing pills. In the past year and a half, he has only appeared 3 times, each time distributing special pills. Shangguan too held a rare golden pill in his hand. Seeing this, Meng Hao's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, that's the limit spirit pill. The crowd also noticed the limit spirit pill in Shangguan Tu's hand. Excited murmurs filled the air, it's actually the limit spirit pill. It was distributed once last year, and now it's being distributed again this year. This pill is only available once a year and is extremely precious. Meng Hao's expression hardened as he pondered, limit spirit pill, if it's this pill, then cultivation can definitely break through. At this moment, Shangguan Tu finally spoke in a deep voice. Calmly, he spoke to everyone. Alright, everyone be quiet. I have been in charge of the sect's affairs for the past 2 years. At this point, he paused slightly, looking towards Wang Deng Kong in the crowd, then continued calmly. I have always favored the new disciples who join our sect. Because if our Cao San sect can be like the sun and moon now, then the day of prosperity is not far away. As he spoke, he noticed Meng Hao among the crowd and suddenly glanced at Li Fu Gui, who seemed completely indifferent, only focused on sharpening his teeth. Then, he decisively said. Forget it, this pill is a gift for you. With that, Shangguan Tu threw the limit spirit pill directly into Li Fu Gui's hand. In the astonishment of everyone, even Meng Hao and Li Fu Gui were taken aback. Li Fu Gui held the rare limit spirit pill in his hand, feeling both amused and frustrated, he stammered. Damn it, why did you give it to me? Then, he turned to Meng Hao, his eyes teary, voice trembling in desperation. Meng Hao, whoever holds this will die, save me. At that moment, a person who was late and unaware of the rules pushed through the crowd. A tall, imposing man charged through the crowd. The limit spirit pill had just been handed over from Li Fu Gui to Meng Hao. He pushed the boy down to the ground, whispering briefly and succinctly, "Pill, give it to me, you go hide in the cultivation cave." The crowd parted, thinking the two were fighting, and began shouting, some cursing, "Damn it, it's Meng Hao." So what if it's Meng Hao? He's only at the 4th level of qi condensation, he can't escape. Meng Hao achieved the crowd's desired effect, immediately tossing Li Fu Gui aside and quickly running down to the square. Li Fu Gui followed the script, both scared and pointing at him, crying out in grievance, "He stole my pill, my limit spirit pill." People quickly ran down to the square, chasing after him. Voices shouted and cursed at him, clamoring for the limit spirit pill. "Meng Hao, with your 4th level of qi condensation, you can't keep that pill, just give it to me, it's mine." Li Fu Gui anxiously covered his mouth as he watched the crowd pursuing Meng Hao relentlessly, unable to contain his worry. Silently wishing for his safety, "Meng Hao, don't let anything happen to you." Meng Hao ran without daring to stop for a second, silently reassuring himself and calculating, "As long as I can endure for 12 time periods, this pill will be mine. With this elixir, I can break through to the 5th level of qi condensation. I just need to run into the wilderness for now. I often go looking for demon beasts in these wild mountains, so I'm much more familiar with the terrain here than my fellow disciples, and I've even trained my speed to be quite impressive. But the ones chasing me include several at the 5th level of qi condensation, which puts me at a significant disadvantage. I'm betting everything on this and heading into Black Mountain, demon beasts will be advantageous for me. My precious item specializes in countering demon beasts with fur, so if they have the skills, let them chase me." The number of pursuers was increasing, and they confidently said to each other, "That way, this Meng Hao wants to enter Black Mountain. Just a 4th level qi condensation, and he dares to enter Black Mountain. Is he crazy? In Black Mountain, demon beasts are everywhere. If he enters, he won't last even a single time period before there's nothing left of him but bones. We must catch him quickly, otherwise, if the limit spirit pill is eaten by the demon beasts, it will be a disaster." Entering the deep forest, looking at the dry black leaves, one of them wondered aloud, "A black forest? So we have entered the Black Mountain." The guy next to him noticed something and shouted, "That over there, a large tiger lying motionless in a pool of blood." One of them approached to inspect the situation and commented, "This demon beast must be at least at the 3rd level of qi condensation." The other two stood attentively watching the tiger. Suddenly, one of them couldn't help but exclaim to the other two, "The demon pill has been taken, does he still have time to do this?" Another group of people saw other demon beast corpses lying motionless on the ground, and one shouted, "There are 3 more over there." Another person, in shock, remarked, "Did he really kill them all by himself in such a short time? Impossible." Shangguan too, feeling tense, thought to himself, "This Meng Hao, if he has this kind of power, then last time, if he had tried to escape from the cave, I might not have been able to stop him either." Zhou Kai Chi, at the 5th level of condensation, after piecing together these events, also wondered and thought to himself, "This Meng Hao is extremely strange." Beside him was Xuan Tianlong, at the qi condensation stage, secretly remaining on guard as he warned himself. Black Mountain is also a dangerous place. We can't stay here for too long. Although the two of them were traveling together, in their hearts each regarded the other as an opponent. They exchanged a glance, sharing the same thought. Besides, this guy is the biggest nuisance. I have to seize the limit spirit pill before he does. With that thought, it was as if their resolve was reinforced, and they began frantically searching for Meng Hao. On another side, Meng Hao was holding the divine mirror, aiming it at 3 wild boars and driving them away. With the path cleared, he quickly continued forward, thinking to himself, "If I use this mirror on demon beasts, they'll be frightened and flee. That way, I won't get blasted in the rear. It saves time and helps me shake off the pursuers." Suddenly, his eyes widened. 2 flying swords shot toward him. Meng Hao rolled forward, narrowly dodging them. The two swords stabbed straight into the ground. Meng Hao rolled once more, avoiding danger again. Done, he patted the bag at his side. From the bag, a sword flew out and slid down to his feet. Meng Hao rode on the flying sword, leaving Zhuan Tianlong and Zhou Kai far behind. Seeing this scene, Zhuan Tianlong exclaimed in shock, "What? Sword flight?" Zhou Kai was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Impossible, he's only at the 4th level." But it seemed he had noticed something unusual. No, he stopped after flying more than 10 zhang. He must be using spiritual energy to launch the sword out, then using the sword to glide himself along. As he said, Meng Hao traveled a distance and then jumped down, retrieved the sword, and ran away. Zhuan Tianlong chased after him while asking Zhou Kai beside him, "I've never seen this move before, could it be he invented it himself?" Zhou Kai also ran after him, disdainfully saying, "Of course. This technique consumes too much spiritual energy, he is indeed extremely foolish. If he does this a few more times, he won't even need anyone else to take action, he will exhaust himself completely." Meng Hao was tense, pondering, if at this moment I were at the 5th level of qi condensation, with windwalking art. His time on the fly sword could have been longer. It's just a pity that this is not true flight. Then, he took out a spiritual energy replenishing pill and put it in his mouth. At that moment, he remembered that Wang Dangkong was also among the pursuers and thought to himself, qi condensation 5th level is still not enough. To guard against that Wang character's tricks, I need to be stronger. At this moment, Zhuan Tianlong caught up. He threw a fire punch while charging at Meng Hao, boldly declaring, "Little guy, hand over the limit spirit pill, and I will let you go unharmed." Fire serpent art. Zhou Kai coordinated with him, shooting out a large sword straight towards Meng Hao, confidently saying, "Little friend, just give it to me, and I will spare your life." Here comes the sword. The fire serpent and the fly sword were both rushing towards Meng Hao. Knowing he couldn't escape, he turned around and unleashed 10 swords to confront them. Zhuan Tianlong and Zhou Kai were horrified, shouting in unison, 10 fly swords. How much is that worth? Meng Hao made a hand sign and shouted, "Explode." A fiery explosion erupted. Zhuan Tianlong and Zhou Kai froze and stepped back to avoid it. Then, both of them shouted in unison. "Are you really going to blow up 10 flying swords directly? Is running a grocery store that profitable?" In their hearts, they were in sync, sharing the same thought. Meng Hao's family background is not to be underestimated. Not only does he have limit spirit pills, but we must also get his storage bag, we can't let him take it away. Thinking this, they once again shouted in unison. "The next time we catch up, he's definitely dead." Half a moment later, another deafening explosion echoed. Then, a moment passed, and another earth-shattering explosion occurred. After another 1.5 moments, another explosion shook the sky. Zhou Kai and Zhuan Tianlong grumbled in frustration. What the hell is this? How does he have so many flying swords? He has already blown up more than 30 of them. No need for words, just blow them up as soon as we get close. Where does a 4th layer qi condensation guy get so much money? Zhou Kai shouted again. Moreover, he has used the flying sword several times. That move consumes so much spiritual energy. How does he still have the strength to run like that? He just took the drug, can't you see? Zhuan Tianlong continued, but the strangest thing is, when a large, fierce wolf lunged at him. It bit down on Zhuan Tianlong's hand, blood spraying across his face. He shouted angrily, questioning, why are these demon beasts not attacking him but are all charging towards us? At this moment, a pack of ferocious wolves surrounded Zhuan Tianlong and Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai angrily mocked, this guy Meng Hao has too many secrets on him already. Zhuan Tianlong tried to stay calm, advising him, he can't escape. Every time the time limit arrives, that limit spirit pill will glow above his head. We should just kill these demon beasts first. As Meng Hao ran, he thought carefully, with the treasure mirror beside me in Black Mountain, these demon beasts are my allies. Here, you won't be able to catch up with me. But I must be careful, I can't let them see the mirror. Thinking this, he quickly hid the magical mirror in his clothes. Done, he reminded himself. These demon beasts won't be able to hold out for too long. They will continue to chase after me. Moreover, the fourth time God is approaching. With the guiding light of the pill, they might find me again. However, there are really too many demon beasts in Black Mountain. This scale can be considered a beast tide. If a beast tide rushes towards me, even with the treasure mirror, I won't have enough time to suppress each one. I still have to be very careful. Suddenly, a wild howl echoed. Meng Hao immediately turned around, alert, thinking to himself. This sound is not from ordinary demon beasts. Could it be a demon king? Meng Hao quickly discovered demon apes hanging from the trees, staring at him intently. The nascent soul mirror hidden in his robe accidentally revealed itself. One demon ape saw it and lost control, howling loudly, causing a group of demon apes to charge towards him. As Meng Hao reached into his robe to take out the divine mirror, he shouted provocatively at them. Why are you calling them? Just because these demon apes have thicker fur? Even though Meng Hao used the divine mirror to shine on them, the group of demon apes remained unfazed. Eventually, he quickly realized that these demon apes were not frightened by the mirror. This proved that their level was not low. Perhaps they have strength equivalent to the 5th level of chi condensation. This is somewhat dangerous, I have to blow them up, he thought, suddenly coming up with an interesting idea. Meng Hao smirked wickedly, secretly calculating, wait, I might be able to take advantage of this. Shang Guan Song swung his sword, delivering a deadly strike to the large bear. He gritted his teeth and thought, why are there so many demon beasts in Black Mountain? There are dangerous places here. If we encounter a beast tide, the 4 of us at the 4th level of chi condensation will likely not be able to cope. Only Zhuan Tianlong and Zhou Kai, both at the 5th level, were chasing after Meng Hao. I probably won't get another chance at this limit spirit pill, maybe I should retreat. Just then, Meng Hao's shout echoed from afar, Shang Guan senior brother. When Shang Guan Song looked over, he saw Meng Hao rushing towards him, with a group of demon beasts closely pursuing him. Meng Hao was gliding on his sword while laughing and speaking. Senior brothers, I have followed your orders and lured these demon apes here. Hurry up and take action. Shang Guan Song exclaimed in panic. What? Demon ape? Meng Hao threw his swords toward the demon beasts, shouting, go. Explode. He took a fighting stance, unable to help but curse, Meng Hao, you bastard. You're so shameless. Immediately after, the forest echoed with Shang Guan Song's desperate screams. Meng Hao, however, paid no attention to it. He squinted and smiled, secretly thinking, you all just keep fighting, I'm not involved. But the consumption of the flying swords is too great, so I can't keep using them like this. Shang Guan Song and those guys on the 4th level probably won't get killed by the demon ape, but they will definitely suffer significant primordial energy damage. The real threat is those 2 on the 5th level. Shang Guan Song howled in anger, Meng Hao, you can't escape. Hearing this, Meng Hao sighed softly, it seems they have dealt with the demon apes already. Those 2 have a higher cultivation level than me, if we fight directly, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. It is still necessary to take advantage of the fact that demon beasts are afraid of mirrors to control them. However, even the 4th-tier demon beasts nearby cannot do anything to them, so I can only venture deeper into Black Mountain. Darkness descends, and the bright moon shines. The group of demon beasts raises their heads and howls in unison, echoing through the silent night. 1 howl, 2 howls, then a series of piercing howls ring out. Zhuan Tianlong hears this and grits his teeth, shouting loudly, what's going on? Are these demon beasts going crazy? I have never heard of a precedent where all the demon beasts in Black Mountain go mad at the same time. It must be that hybrid Meng Hao playing tricks again. You saw it too, right? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he turns to Zhou Kai and says, just when we were about to catch up with him, he crashed into a group of demon beasts. But those beasts didn't attack him, instead, they charged towards us from behind. Could it be that he possesses some dark magic that allows him to control demon beasts? Zhou Kai wipes the cold sweat from his brow and nods, there's no way he could completely control them. If not, he would have used the beast tide to attack us already. He probably can only influence the emotions of the demon beasts, which is why the demon beasts here are in a collective frenzy. Zhuan Tianlong sighed, just an influence alone is already quite troublesome. Zhou Kai suddenly came up with an idea. It is indeed a hassle, why don't you stop chasing them? Hearing this, he immediately became irritated. Nonsense. I have gone through so many difficulties, that limit spirit pill definitely belongs to me, don't even think about getting ahead of me. At the same time, in another part of the forest, the expression on Meng Hao's face nearly froze after witnessing something. That is. From the rock ledge, a hazy green smoke rose, and a striped body twisted in the air. It was exactly a gigantic black snake. Seeing its body trembling violently but still trying to appear fierce, he was very scared but also realized, it seems to be in great pain. Is it shedding its skin? The snake opened its mouth and let out a roar that tore through the night. Meng Hao raised his hand to shield his face, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, it seems like the spiritual energy within me wants to disperse. This roar, I heard it before outside Black Mountain. It was what made the demon beasts flee in fear. It is shedding its skin. Normally, during the shedding process of a snake, this is its weakest moment. This snake, being a demonic object with such a massive body, will likely take even longer to shed its skin, possibly even years. No wonder I can usually hear its roar, it seems it has been shedding for several years now. Suddenly, at this moment, Meng Hao painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. He furrowed his brow and wiped his mouth. Just hearing its cry can injure me. The cultivation of this snake is likely even higher than the 7th level of qi condensation of Su's senior sister. Not just that, it could very well be at the 8th level, or even at the extreme limit of the 9th level of qi condensation. No, I can't stay here any longer, I need to leave quickly. With that thought, Meng Hao turned to leave. However, his eyes collided with something, a fly sword. Meng Hao froze, his gaze fixed on the sword. In his mind, he began to ponder, this sword looks extremely ancient, and there's nothing remarkable about it. But it has pierced through the body and become one with the serpent, surely it has been here for many years. A flying sword capable of piercing through the bodies of demon beasts of this size must be a treasure. Realizing he was overthinking, Meng Hao patted his face and shook his head, don't think about that anymore. No matter how much of a treasure it is, I shouldn't provoke that serpent. This isn't a place to linger, we should move quickly. A few moments later, 2 trembling steps were trying to move forward. Zhuan Tianlong wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily, and asked, little guy, can you not run anymore? Meng Hao calmly popped a stamina recovery pill into his mouth and replied, just now, I really couldn't run, but now I can. The two stared blankly for a long while after hearing this. Zhuan Tianlong turned to Zhou Kai and asked, do you still have any pills left? He replied softly, I'm out. Zhuan Tianlong exploded in anger, pointing at Meng Hao and shouting, damn it, that grocery seller Meng Hao, if you have the ability, then don't run away. Enough, stop using that disgusting demon magic trick to lure the ferocious beasts again. Let's have a clean and decisive battle with them. Meng Hao shrugged, appearing indifferent. My cultivation is lower than yours, so I can't fight. If you want to chase after me, I have no choice. There's a pack of ferocious beasts over there, if you pursue me, I'll have to charge right into them. Let's continue playing hide and seek. But I must remind you both, the 12-time gods are almost up. If you can't kill me, I'll rely on the limit spirit pill to break through to the 5th level of qi condensation. At that point, we can seriously fight. Zhuan Tianlong was so angry that his whole body trembled. He clenched his fists, stammering, you. Just wait until you return to the sect, we'll see how I deal with you. With that, he resolutely turned and left. Zhou Kai looked at him, then turned back to clasp his fists and smiled amiably. Meng Junior brother, although I want to take your pill, I've never said I want to take your life. When you return to the sect, we can strengthen our friendship even more. Congratulations, junior brother, for advancing to the 5th level of qi condensation first. Meng Hao gazed thoughtfully at the silhouettes of the two people gradually fading away. Finally, he was able to lean back against the rock and let out a sigh of relief. Consider it done, I'm exhausted. If you keep chasing me, the grocery store will go bankrupt. Half a moment later, Meng Hao looked at the pill in his hand with a cheerful heart. He said, all right, the seal has been unblocked. Precious mirror, it's all thanks to you, let's begin the restoration. He placed the pill on the mirror and scattered the spirit stones around. Meng Hao murmured softly, this is all I have left. This mirror is built on the principle of equivalent exchange. Such a precious limit spirit pill, I wonder how many I can restore. After a while, the spirit stones had transformed into pills. He joyfully exclaimed, 10 pills, this trip was definitely worth it. Holding it in his hand, Meng Hao thought to himself, 5th level of qi condensation, I must advance to the 5th level of qi condensation. Not far away, Wang Dengkong stood on a rocky outcrop looking down, reflecting, time is almost up, I've spent 3 years searching for the skill instruction books. Then, another year was spent searching throughout the Zhao kingdom. Finally, after 2 years of waiting in the Cao San sect, this day has finally arrived. 200 years ago, it was that ing dragon, which must have flown to this black mountain before it died. I never expected that the two most important things to me would both be related to the Cao San sect. Could it be that this sect is where my destiny reaches its peak? Once this matter is resolved, I just need to wait until I enter the inside of the sect to prepare for the second important issue, which is foundation establishment. While I was still pondering, the disciple walked over to report, Wang's senior brother has almost finished preparing, and he even invited some fellow disciples from other sections. Based on the conditions set by Wang's senior brother, inviting the Daoist friends to take action will definitely lead to success this time. The only one missing is Shangguan Song, who has not returned, and no one knows where he has gone, nor do we know if he invited Shangguan uncle to come. Wang Dengkong calmly nodded, it's okay, I have been preparing for this for a long time. Moreover, according to my predictions, the transformation process of this demonic serpent, which has lasted for 2 years, is about to end. Waiting for the moment it succeeds is also the weakest serpent. He thought to himself, for it, I have sacrificed 4 precious items, spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to set up the formation, betting my entire fortune. The other person immediately flattered him, Senior brother Wang, don't worry, this will definitely succeed. Junior brother congratulates senior brother on successfully forming the core first. Wang Dengkong smirked proudly, of course it will succeed, I, Wang Dengkong, have no concept of failure. To reach this day, he had certainly devised a clever plan in advance. Starting from the day I was chosen. When I was 6 years old, a drop of blood fell from the sky and landed on my right hand, forming a blood mark. From that moment on, I often dreamed of becoming the ruler of the heavens, roaming between heaven and earth. It was this drop of blood that granted me a glimpse of inheritance. And it was thanks to this connection that I was able to extract a bit of insight from the skill instruction books and find this place. Moreover, the skill instruction books also recorded that 200 years before this celestial dragon appeared, its aura was concealed by that supreme treasure, so very few people noticed it. Even in this Cao San sect, it is the same. Moreover, there exists a powerful restriction that conceals the existence of the Ying dragon's corpse. Only when it sheds its skin and roars does its true form reveal itself. This is because we have inherited that drop of blood, while others cannot know even a small part of it. After sinking into memories for a while, he finally raised his head and said, tomorrow morning we will enter Black Mountain. The other person cupped his fist and replied, as you command. From 10 pills, the number gradually decreased to 6. 2 pills later, they were completely gone. Meng Hao's body floated down from above. After clearly seeing the scene below, he was somewhat surprised and thought, a small lake, what is this? Within my body, I can sense that this lake is in my dantian, is this the elixir lake? Now I understand, it is because I have reached the 5th level of qi condensation that the elixir lake has appeared in my body. The 5th level is the first boundary, while the second boundary is the 7th level, and then there is the great perfection at the 9th level. Weaving into a true sea, establishing the Tao of the fetus. Slowly lowering himself, he stood firm on the surface of the water. Meng Hao appeared extremely delighted. From now on, I am no longer a mortal body, establishing spiritual awareness, and from there I will achieve foundation establishment. Qi condensation at the 5th level, I can finally cultivate the wind technique. This, combined with the flying sword, will increase my speed even when I strike. This is a significant upgrade, completely different from the 4th level. This limit spirit pill is indeed extraordinary. However, this type of pill also has its limits. Taking too much might render it ineffective. Like other medicines, it's better to persist until reaching qi condensation at the 6th level. Suddenly, at that moment, a roar echoed, causing Meng Hao's face to turn pale. He dashed forward while telling himself, "It's that giant serpent, its cry is different from before." There's a hint of urgency mixed with fear in its anger. What has happened? I can't get too close. I'll just watch from a distance. Before Meng Hao lay the sight of the giant serpent suffering from each strike of Wang Dangkong's sword. He stopped, gritted his teeth, his expression filled with anger. Wang Dangkong, why is he here? Is he here to capture me? No way, he doesn't even consider me worth his time, nor does he care about the limit spirit pill. He came here specifically to find this giant serpent. Wang Dangkong smiled confidently in front, his fingers pinching together to gather energy and create light. The sharp swords he controlled flew forward, accurately piercing the body of the giant serpent. A group of people behind rushed forward all at once. Meng Hao looked up and witnessed everything, still unable to believe it. The helpers Wang Dangkong brought are mostly outsiders, it seems they are all at the 7th level of qi condensation. That person is from the sect, seems to be Uncle Shangguan Tuesday. The giant serpent was not at a disadvantage, it charged forward, tossing several disciples away. Meng Hao immediately became excited, "Snake Brother, from now on I will call you Snake Brother." That was impressive, you swallowing Wang Dangkong will be revenge for your brothers. Wang Dangkong's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand high and coldly commanded, "Form the formation." Thin rays of light appeared in the air, creating strange seals. Before long, the formation diagram was complete. A blinding lightning bolt streaked across the sky, striking directly at the mountain where the giant serpent was sealed. It opened its mouth and let out a chilling scream. The silhouette of a dragon appeared on the back of the giant serpent. Wang Dangkong was only waiting for this moment, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Gradually, the image of the dragon began to fade away. One of the disciples shouted, "The illusion has disappeared again, it can no longer use that power." The giant serpent howled in pain, ramming its head violently into the mountain behind, causing it to crack. The giant serpent was officially freed, hovering in the air, facing Wang Dangkong's group. A large spout of blood was expelled from the serpent's mouth. Wang Dangkong quickly shouted, "Get back, this mist is untouchable, it has completely transformed, and we are about to succeed." He looked intently at the giant serpent, grinning triumphantly, telling himself, "It's almost done, that supreme treasure is about to be in my hands." Meng Hao, standing to the side, had also clearly witnessed the process, his eyes filled with a hint of worry. Brother Snake has taken to the air, but that sword on him has still not been drawn. The sword that had previously pierced the shed skin and the true form of Snake Brother has now disappeared. This means that the sword is still lying on the shed snake skin. That sword must be a supreme treasure. Wang Dangkong, Meng Hao, I am not an ant that you can crush at will. I will definitely stand before you again. Wang Dangkong, just wait for me. Meng Hao turned and ran quickly, urging himself in his heart, "Hurry, hurry, faster, hurry." His small body quickly entered the crack in the mountain. Suddenly, Meng Hao froze. He looked ahead in shock. Outside the mountain, a group of people was trampling on the lifeless body of the giant serpent. One of them sneered, "This beast is quite tough, isn't it?" Another said, "Young master of the Wang family, go do what you need to do." Hearing this, Wang Dangkong hurriedly said, "Thank you all for your help, I will definitely remember it in my heart." Then he quickly entered the crack in the mountain. The image of the giant dragon's corpse before him made Wang Dangkong feel utterly satisfied. You are indeed here. The corpse of the Ying dragon is truly magnificent. The serpent we have fought so hard against has merely transformed into a tail. One of the reasons I decided to join the Khao San sect, a place that is increasingly weakening, is because of you. That supreme treasure can only be obtained after the serpent has completed its metamorphosis, and this is the only time it is safe to enter. You have made me wait far too long. He slowly approached a nearby corpse, murmuring, "Senior, the junior has received the inheritance blood drop. It took 3 years to search for skill instruction books, spending over 100,000 spirit stones just to find a clue about the Ying dragon. Then I spent another year searching throughout the wild mountains of the entire Zhao kingdom. Guided by the scent of fresh blood, I finally found this place. Based on my strength, I will seize the supreme treasure here, Wang Dangkong swears, I will make this treasured item renowned once again. However, Wang Dangkong's face suddenly turned to one of extreme shock. He crouched down, frantically rummaging through the corpse's body in a state of panic. Without the treasure, it's impossible. Where is the supreme treasure? During the recent battle, I even saw it stuck between the body and skin of the snake. It can't be missing. That supreme treasure has been on the body of the python for decades, becoming one with that snake. Blood, respond quickly, help me find the supreme treasure here. Wang Dangkong's whole body turned icy. He quickly leaped forward. Looking at the deep gash on the Ying dragon's corpse, Wang Dangkong's voice trembled. This wound is still fresh. Even if it is a corpse, the skin of the Ying dragon is not an ordinary thing that can be damaged. This was inflicted by the supreme treasure. The demon pill of the Ying dragon has been taken away by someone. Wang Dangkong quickly flew out of the crack in the mountain. He gritted his teeth and roared, Who? Who took my supreme treasure? Who took my demon pill? Who? Who robbed the supreme treasure so that Wang Dangkong would one day be famous in the cultivating immortals world? In the forest, far from where Wang Dangkong was going mad, Manhwa was gliding on his sword, excited, thinking to himself, I've struck it rich. This time, I really struck it rich. I think I can still hear Wang Dangkong's shout from behind. Hurry up, we have to hurry, we can't let them discover us. Not long after, Manhwa lay back in his room, exhaling a refreshing breath. Finally back, I'm exhausted. Let's check the loot. The first item is a golden storage pouch. The image of the corpse in the ravine flashed in his mind. That senior must have been the cultivator who killed that giant beast. That person must be a great character. Let's see what's in this storage pouch. Curious, Manhwa opened it, but immediately gasped and closed it shut. His hand slowly reached into the pouch, pulling out a spirit stone. Manhwa's eyes widened in astonishment. This spirit stone is quite different from regular spirit stones. It's the size of a finger, but the spiritual energy inside isn't too rich, especially since it's shrouded in mist. But, there are actually over 2,000 of them in this storage pouch. Manhwa was almost shocked to the point of freezing. So many spirit stones, I've struck it rich. Wait, the issue isn't about the money. With this precious mirror, and with spirit stones as well, doesn't that mean I can copy even higher grade supreme treasures? Calm down, calm down. Let's see what else there is. Some ordinary clothes, nothing special at all. Let's keep looking. Although that massive demon beast has been dead for many years, its tail can still transform into a demonic python. That proves how terrifyingly powerful it must have been when it was alive. I wonder, can its demon pill be replicated into a few more? Suddenly, the mirror in Manhwa's hand burst into flames, causing him to instinctively let go as he shouted. It's burning hot. Yet at that very moment, to his astonishment, the mirror flew forward on its own. It slammed the demon pill away, growing more and more frenzied, showing no sign of stopping. Manhwa had no choice but to shout. Come back. Picking up the demon pill, he sighed and muttered. What's wrong with you? This demon pill doesn't have any fur, so you're not interested. Or has your shell cracked? Manhwa placed it in his palm and began peeling away the outer shell, allowing the energy inside to be released. He exclaimed in shock. That spiritual energy is incredibly dense. He then stepped forward and picked up the sword, silently assessing it. Only one last trophy remains. Clearly, it is a wooden sword, but extremely sharp. This treasure must have a significant origin, and it is absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit spring. Let's try taking out some spirit stones. Manhwa held a spirit stone close to the sword's body. The spiritual energy it emitted quickly disappeared, leaving him quite surprised. It's absorbed everything. If this sword can automatically absorb spiritual energy, then in the future, when I fight someone, I just need to use it to inflict wounds on my enemy, and it can absorb spiritual energy from within their body. This thing can cheat. Moreover, speaking of cheating. He opened the golden pouch once more. Manhwa raised his voice and earnestly pleaded, Precious mirror, I beg you, please. This sword has no fur, you must remain calm. He placed the mirror and the sword on the ground, determined, let's start the replication. As he held the sword in front of the mirror, Meng Hao mumbled, "Let's begin the replication. I wonder how many spirit stones it will take." As soon as his hand brought the object closer, it was immediately sucked into the mirror. Meng Hao exclaimed in shock, "What? It's gone already? Damn mirror, are you stealing? This is my life I'm trading for you." His whole body was shaking violently, but he still tried to calm himself down. Stay calm, stay calm. Or has the replication already started? Let's try again. Saying this, Meng Hao brought the spirit stones in front of the mirror, and they were sucked in the same way. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You swallow swords, and now you're swallowing spirit stones too. You wasteful thing, do I owe you? Want to mess with me? Fine, let's see how I'll deal with you." Meng Hao continued to experiment countless times, and the more he did, the more he felt something was off. No way. Is it real or fake? Great mirror, I was just joking before, you've already dealt with me. Please retract your hand, I beg you to spare me. If you keep this up, I won't play anymore, I won't keep putting spirit stones in, I can't handle this. Can't I even escape? Then suddenly, Meng Hao froze in thought. Wait, if I stop now, what will happen to the spirit stones I put in? Before completing this replication, I surely won't be able to replicate anything else. There is no turning back now. Just when Meng Hao felt the most desperate, the mirror suddenly emitted a powerful beam of light. He stared at it in astonishment, feeling confused inside. Light? I've never seen anything like it before, but now I don't even have the strength to be amazed. The light was not finished yet. After half an incense stick's time, Meng Hao stared blankly at the two swords that appeared beside the mirror. He fell to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. In the end, I didn't lose anything, 2,000 spirit stones, just enough, 2,000 stones. Meng Hao laughed and cried at the same time, feeling extremely regretful inside. The large spirit stones in the yellow pouch are all used up. 2,000 stones. Well, it's too bad, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. But I can't let go, it hurts too much. I need to do something joyful to compensate. Picking up a demon pill, Meng Hao pondered. I just broke through to the 5th level of qi condensation, and I haven't even stabilized my cultivation yet. I wonder how much my cultivation will increase if I eat it. In the end, he decided to eat the demon pill. The demon pill fell from above into the calm lake. Everything around was as silent as a sheet. Then suddenly, the surface of the water shook violently, water from the lake surged up high, flooding an entire large forest. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, his body emitting a thick cloud of black smoke. He had now entered the 6th stage of qi condensation. After a few days, the dark energy surrounding Meng Hao gradually dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, stood up, shaking off the black residue that clung to him. Meng Hao walked with heavy steps, moving forward to splash water on his face to wake himself up. After a few days, Meng Hao's body had changed significantly from before. Looking back at the place where he had just sat, he wiped the water from his face and wondered, what is this black stuff? Is it the impurities expelled from my body? I heard that the 6th stage is a boundary, the spiritual energy in the body will purify the meridians and marrow. My hair has grown longer, and my body feels lighter. In the 6th stage of qi condensation, there aren't many in the sect who can bully me. Meng Hao stretched with an extremely joyful expression. This feels good, especially since this opportunity was snatched away from Wang Dangkong. Too comfortable. At the same time, in another place, the disciple knelt on one knee before the main hall and reported. Respected Wang's senior brother, I have quietly investigated many places and also inquired about several disciples in the sect, but I have found almost no shortcomings. In particular, I paid attention to Zhou Kai, Han Zong, and others. At that time, there were a total of 37 people who were not members of the sect. I thoroughly investigated each of these 37 individuals and eliminated 29 of them. Among the 6 remaining, none could prove that they were not near Black Mountain at that time. But it is certain that at that time, only 2 people were near Black Mountain, Meng Hao and Han Zong. Wang Dangkong frowned and repeated the words of the disciple. Han Zong was also at Black Mountain. Outwardly calm, but inside he was already filled with rage. Was it Han Zong who did this? Does he dare to confront me, does he want to die? Wang Dangkong asked coldly. Meng Hao. Who is he? The disciple replied. Meng Hao is the one who was injured by the sixth senior brother. Just then, a sharp pain shot through Wang Dangkong's arm. He quickly rolled up his sleeve. The red mark on Wang Dangkong's hand gradually faded and then completely disappeared. His brows furrowed even tighter, filled with rage. My inheritance has disappeared, that person secretly took my inheritance. I must stab him 1,000 times. Trying not to show any signs of distress, Wang Dangkong said coldly, "Get out." The man immediately bowed his head and replied, "As you command." After the man opened the door and left, Wang Dangkong began to seriously reconsider the situation from the day the incident occurred. That day, I used a formation to suppress the serpent. It not only had the effect of warding off evil but could also record all the spiritual energy within a certain range. As long as I reverse the formation, I can find the one who stole my inheritance. Although doing this would greatly harm my body and even my cultivation, I can't hold back. Wang Dangkong pinched 2 fingers together and brought them before him, reciting the formula, formation established. The circular formation once again appeared before his eyes. After a long while, the dream finally ended. Meng Hao opened his eyes. He didn't know how many days had passed, he only felt the dream had been very long. Suddenly he heard the fat guy outside the cultivation cave calling. Meng Hao, your miserable fate is because you wanted to take the pill, not because I harmed you. Don't come back to harm me. Poor old me is even worse off than you. These past few days my grocery store has lost all its customers, it's practically gone. The fat guy was standing in front of the cultivation cave, looking dejected as he burned joss paper. Meng Hao, if you become a ghost, remember to lend me a hand. I've burned so many joss papers for you. Sobbing as he burned the paper, the fat guy continued. Your family is poor, but you have this old fatty as a friend. Rest assured, I'll burn offerings for you every day so that down there you can still marry a wealthy wife. Meng Hao, why did you have to go like this? The fat guy cried louder and louder, his face full of sorrow. These sounds reached Meng Hao's ears, for a moment his expression turned strange. He slowly stepped out, patted the fat guy on the head, and said, "Hey, don't curse me." The fat guy was astonished, suddenly the hair on his neck stood up. Oh my God, there's a ghost. The fat man stared at Meng Hao in bewilderment, then suddenly tears began to fall as he wailed uncontrollably. You're not dead, Meng Hao. It turns out you're still alive, that's wonderful. I was worried to death all this time. Everyone said you were dead, I was heartbroken. You're my only friend, if you had really died, how would I go on living? I even thought about running away from the sect. How have you been these past few days? Hurry, tell me. Alright, it's a long story. The fat man had a sincere expression. Seeing that, Meng Hao felt very warm inside. Meng Hao recounted a few simple events he'd gone through on Black Mountain, without mentioning Ying Dragon or Wang Dangfei. The fat man listened in terror. Finally, when he heard that Meng Hao had reached the 6th level of qi condensation, he let out a deep breath, his eyes bulging and his mouth agape. 6th level of qi condensation. Damn it, you've reached level 6. Back when senior sister Su took us in, she herself was only at the 7th level. Meng Hao, you're an immortal now. I'm still far from senior sister Su. The gap between each level is huge, without the right fate, one might never advance in a lifetime. The fat man, full of excitement, asked, can you fly now? Fly. His body rose into the air, but very quickly came back down. Windwalking art. I'm not used to it yet. The fat man gaped and said, it feels more like floating. But that's already impressive. Come, sword. Immediately, from the storage pouch a glowing fly sword fell at Meng Hao's feet, instantly sending his body soaring into the air. The fat man, seeing this, felt as if his heart had stopped, unable to believe his eyes, he whispered, it's flying. Meng Hao hung in midair, his heart racing with excitement. Suddenly his mind trembled violently, in his head, as if in the blink of an eye, a formula appeared. This formula was not written characters but a profound mystery, as if it were an instinct ingrained in Meng Hao's mind. As the formula manifested, the spiritual energy in Meng Hao's body immediately began to circulate. He swung his hand like a wing, and a wind blade instantly formed before him. In an instant the wind blade shot toward the forest ahead with a loud bang. 3 rows of trees toppled one after another. Just now my right hand swung unconsciously, like an invisible wing beating forcefully, creating a gust of wind. Is this the effect of the wind-walking art? Not true. Definitely not. Meng Hao felt briefly the sensation he had just received, his heart stirred with excitement as he vaguely guessed that that strange dream must be related to the demon pill. Even the formula that had appeared in his head earlier was closely connected to the demon pill. The fat man standing there was completely stunned, only coming to after a long while. His face showed emotion, his eyes revealing intense worship for Meng Hao. That powerful, huh? Meng Hao, you're incredible. You're rich now. From now on follow Meng Hao and see who dares bully me, see who dares rob the grocery shop. The fat man thought this and grinned smugly. Oh right, Meng Hao, the trial to enter the inside sect has already begun, there's a 1-month registration period, you'd better go. If you win, you'll become the 3rd inside sect disciple, your status will be sky high. Meng Hao stood there dazed. The fat man advised, until now, in the entire Cao San sect only Wang Dangfei and Han Zong have reached the 6th level. I heard they will only take one person, everyone says this trial was originally meant for Wang Dangfei. Now that you've reached the 6th level, if you beat him you'll be very fortunate. Heh heh. Meng Hao hesitated slightly, not deciding immediately. Meng Hao, Wang Dangfei, seizing his opportunity is truly exhilarating, but my cultivation is rising too quickly, if I'm suspected it will be very troublesome. Wealth shouldn't be exposed, it's safest to focus on running the general store. You say the shop was robbed? Take me to see who did it. All right. Wang Dangfei spat blood, he vaguely sensed an aura wavering within the formation. Han Zong really is in Black Mountain. Wang Dangfei frowned, and suddenly Meng Hao's image appeared in his mind. There is also a point of light, this point of light is very dim, unless you look carefully you can't make it out. If it weren't for Wang Dangfei forcing the formation's chi power to the limit until it cracked, he wouldn't have detected that dim point of light. What is this? Wang Dangfei was violently shaken and glanced back, but just as he tried to focus on that dim point of light his expression changed drastically, his whole body stiffened, he spat blood, and the formation shattered. Wang Dangfei's face went pale, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with an unprecedented terror. The point of light made his spirit tremble, as if the other party were an idea capable of killing him. It should be known that Wang Dangfei's sensing formation could only detect breaths, it couldn't discern the exact level of cultivation. But merely the presence of qi was enough to put him in that state, this terrified Wang Dangfei to the utmost. Who on earth was that? Could it be him? Only that person could so effortlessly sever the sensing lines of my formation. Why has he appeared here? More than 20 days later. The registration deadline for the intersect promotion is about to end, and there aren't many people signed up. Of course there are few. Once you register you can't leave the plaza, you have to meditate beneath the 9 stone pillars and wait for the trial to begin, and outsiders aren't allowed to come disturb you, it's deadly boring. Mind your words. Those are the sect's rules, do you dare to question them? I wouldn't, don't be so worked up. I heard that many years ago, the intersect trials of the Cao San sect sent people to perilous places to hunt for treasures, it sounded truly heroic. Now the Cao San sect has declined, there are only combat formations, a few sparring matches, and then they pick people. How dare you? You dare slander our sect? I wouldn't dare, don't make a fuss. After more than 20 days, Meng Hao began reopening his grocery stall in the low-grade public district. He returned, no one dared to contest the stall's business anymore, so Meng Hao's trade over the past 20 days had been exceptionally good. It's still the low-grade trading district that's easiest to profit from. Recently I've earned a lot of spirit stones and have copied out nearly 100 new flying swords. To avoid suspicion I even deliberately scratched them and dyed them different colors. So tiring. Phew. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. This sheet of golden paper had been mentioned in Qi condensing aura, it was a kind of treasure with limited numbers and considerable power. The person approaching was Han Zong, the second of the outer clan, cultivating at the 6th level of qi condensation. He was a young man with an arrogant air. A sheet of golden paper floated before him, on which a few complex symbols were drawn. Meng Hao, Uncle Shangguan wants to see you about something. Come with me. Meng Hao frowned. He was not unfamiliar with Uncle Shangguan. During the previous siege of Zaka at Black Mountain, Uncle Shangguan had also been present. Could it be that he had discovered something? The two of them quickly arrived at Shifeng. Meng Hao saw a magnificent pavilion. From the 3rd floor of the pavilion came Shangguan Tu's voice, Meng Hao, come in. Han Zong brought a jade slip to Nan Feng. Inside the pavilion, Shangguan Tu wore a robe, his face expressionless, sitting there and coldly looking at Meng Hao. Disciple Meng Hao pays his respects to elder Uncle Shangguan. Meng Hao clasped his hands and spoke respectfully. Shangguan Tu's eyes suddenly flashed. His right hand shot out, and immediately a throwing needle flew over, pierced Meng Hao's finger, and in the blink of an eye flew back. The flying needle was stained with fresh blood. Shangguan Tu caught it and placed it at the corner of his mouth. There is no scent of any heavenly treasure. Hand over your storage pouch. Meng Hao's storage pouch was forced to fly over and stopped in Shangguan Tu's hand. Shangguan Tu frowned and methodically searched through the storage pouch. He paid no attention to the cluster of flying swords inside, the mirror was only glanced at. In the end he found nothing that appeared miraculous, which made him even more puzzled. Elder Uncle Shangguan, what are you looking for? Meng Hao asked, looking frightened. But he smiled coldly inwardly, because he had already anticipated this. Things like the wooden sword and the large quantities of spirit stones and pills had been hidden at that fat man's place as a precaution against any contingency. Shangguan Tu's eyes seemed to crackle with electricity as he glared at Meng Hao. I ask you, why has your cultivation increased so rapidly? Meng Hao's body trembled, trying to appear calm. In truth he felt somewhat relieved, because the other did not ask about Wang Dengfei, he was merely puzzled by how quickly Meng Hao's cultivation had risen. Shangguan Tu frowned. He also knew that Grand Elder Ouyang had taken a liking to this Meng Hao, otherwise the search would not have been conducted so gently. Just then, Han Zong's voice came from outside, reporting to Uncle Shangguan, there is absolutely nothing suspicious in Meng Hao's cultivation cave. Stand down. Shangguan Tu was silent for a moment. After Han Zong left, he looked at Meng Hao but said nothing. Time passed slowly. By sunset, Meng Hao's expression grew increasingly anxious. The man looked even more terrified, trembling as he said, Uncle, all right, you should step back too. Shangguan Tu's expression was impatient, he waved his hand to signal. Meng Hao quickly left the place. His speed suddenly surged as he headed straight for the summit of Nanfeng. Shortly after Meng Hao left, Shangguan Tu suddenly changed color, reached out, and took hold of the silver needle. He examined it carefully for a moment, then licked the dried drop of blood on it. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. That's not right. His blood contains a large amount of the aura of low-grade demon pills. Although Elder Ouyang hid things for him, such heavy demonic energy cannot be concealed. He must have swallowed no fewer than several hundred low-grade demon pills. How could he have acquired so many low-grade demon pills? There must be many secrets surrounding this Meng Hao. Having said that, murderous intent blazed in Shangguan Tu's eyes. He leaped up and chased after Meng Hao. Meng Hao's flying speed was very fast, but he had not yet regained his composure and still felt uneasy. So he ran out to the area outside the Nanfeng cultivation cave. From a distance, Fatty saw Meng Hao poke his head out of the forest. After spotting Meng Hao approaching, Fatty quickly ran over. Meng Hao, you're back. You were taken away the whole afternoon, you scared me to death. Fatty let out a slow sigh of relief, rummaged for a storage pouch, and handed it to Meng Hao. Luckily I hid this storage pouch, otherwise someone would have discovered it. What's the situation? Meng Hao's expression turned grave. Not good, we've probably been suspected. Then what should we do now? Suddenly, a roar came from a distant mountain, and a rainbow-colored streak shot toward them at tremendous speed. Meng Hao's face changed. Fatty, come here. Huh? Meng Hao, what's wrong? Shangguan Tu is chasing us. Time was urgent, he rapidly circulated his spiritual power. He grabbed Fatty and leaped up. A flying sword hovered beneath his feet, carrying him straight forward at incredible speed. Even Shangguan too narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and then resumed pursuing Meng Hao. Is Uncle Shangguan flying? No. He hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage, so he can't fly. He's probably using a magical treasure to glide, like I am. Then glide faster. He's about to catch up. My spiritual power won't hold for long. Meng Hao, why don't you let me down? Don't be foolish, that's Shangguan Tuesday. Killing you would be easier for him than crushing an ant. What do we do now? Now there's no choice but to go there. Damn it. At that moment, in his mind the outer sect disciples were nothing but ants, only the inner sect disciples were truly members of the Cao San sect. He gritted his teeth and flew quickly into the outer sect. Shangguan Tu's face turned grim as he flew straight toward Meng Hao. The outer sect disciples, watching the scene, stared with their mouths agape. Was that Meng Hao just now? Uncle Shangguan is chasing him. Is that guy causing trouble again? He even dares provoke Uncle Shangguan, then he's surely dead. The distance between them grew smaller, now less than 10 zhang. Suddenly Shangguan Tu's expression changed. In an instant, he understood Meng Hao's purpose. But it was too late to stop him. This brat, could it be he wants to? Meng Hao had stepped up to the outer sect plaza. This was the place where disciples registered to participate in the inside sect trials. When he entered the plaza, Meng Hao shouted out, I sign up to participate in the inside sect trials. The fat man's face turned pale, but he reacted without delay. At that moment he also quickly shouted, I sign up too. Shangguan Tu stopped immediately, standing outside the plaza. A low, sinister murderous intent showed in his eyes. He sneaked over here, he is cunning, but in the end it's still a dead move. At the same time, the Ouyang Grand Elder on the high platform opened his eyes and looked toward Meng Hao. Although somewhat surprised by his aptitude, his gaze still carried approval. Huh. 6th level of Qi condensation already? So fast. If you've registered, you should stay here and not go out. The trials will begin in 2 days. Ouyang Grand Elder spoke calmly, his eyes casually glancing at Shangguan Tu. That glance made Shangguan Tu's heart sink. But the smile on his face grew even more genial, and as he looked at Meng Hao it seemed tinged with a bit of admiration. Judging from Elder Ouyang's expression, he truly values him. Saving Meng Hao from Wang Dangfei last time was not a coincidence. Meng Hao also turned to look at Shangguan Tu. The two faced each other. Humph, you rotten brat, do you want to die? Anger filled Shangguan Tu's heart, but he could only hold it in. He forced a few laughs, then finally turned and left. Once you've entered the trial, there's no turning back. After the trial, Shangguan Tu will have 1,000 ways to kill me. No matter how fast I cultivate, I can't compete with the foundation he built over decades in the Cao San sect. Only by winning the trial and becoming an inner sect disciple will he not dare to lay a hand on me. Just one slot as an inner disciple, this really is destiny. He glanced around. At that moment in the square only Wang Dangfei was sitting cross-legged. Not long after, Han Zong stepped forward, hurried into the square, cast a murderous look at Meng Hao, smiled, and then announced himself. You dare offend Uncle Shangguan? If you've got the guts, don't leave this place. Wait until the trial, that will be the moment you die. Han Zong walked past Meng Hao and said softly. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, his gaze coldly fixed on Han Zong. You're not going to wait until after the trial? Shortly afterward, as the registration deadline neared, there had originally only been Wang Dangfei here before Meng Hao entered. But after Han Zong arrived, 4 more people also entered. Meng Hao wasn't particularly unfamiliar with these 4. Apart from Zhuan Tianlong and Zhou Kai, the other 2 were both over 30. One of them was extremely handsome, the other, though thin and frail-looking, had a very fierce face. They were thick with murderous intent, both were at the 5th level of Qi condensation. After entering, the 4 of them all cast sullen looks toward Meng Hao and the fat man. The murderous intent in their eyes was plain to see, their aura was extremely fierce. Everyone assumed this trial had been arranged specifically so Wang Dangfei could enter the inner sect, which is why, before we registered, he was the only participant. Now suddenly so many people have shown up, could they all have been gathered by Shangguan? They didn't come here to go after Fu Gui, did they? Damn. Time passed slowly, another 2 days went by, and there was only half an hour left before registration. Outside, quite a few disciples from the outer sects were already milling about. These people hadn't come to register, they had come to watch this internal promotion trial and to see what Wang Dengfei's bearing was like. They immediately noticed that there were 8 people in the square, and they paid particular attention to the fat man with the lowest cultivation. Murmurs broke out at once, 8 people. More than we expected, this is going to be interesting. The time had come. As soon as the moment arrived, Elder Ouyang spoke, glanced at the 8 people standing in the square, and waved his hand. Immediately 8 jade tokens flew out, straight toward everyone. Gradually people could clearly see the numbers on the tokens, from 1 to 8. Elder Ouyang said calmly, no one is allowed to quit. The internal promotion matches determine life and death by fate, but if someone mounts the stage and cannot contend, they may ask to forfeit. First match, number 1 versus number 8. Wang Dengfei opened his eyes, his body flickered, and he lightly stepped onto the high platform, standing there as the wind blew his long hair. A figure in a long white robe looked extraordinarily handsome, with dashing features, a gentle bearing, and always wearing a genial smile. All of this made the cultivators from all directions cheer without end. But they could not see how devastating the agony of defeat would be for someone whose aura was as perfect as Wang Dengfei's. Zhou Kai's expression turned rather ugly. Immediately after, he unleashed the flying step and leapt onto the arena. As if at the same moment Zhou Kai jumped up, Wang Dengfei's right foot also lifted. The entire elevated platform trembled continuously, as if a powerful momentum were radiating outward. Wang Dengfei's body did not move, but this invisible pressure created an intense force that compelled Zhou Kai to lower himself. This scene caused Zhou Kai's face to change drastically, for he realized that Wang Dengfei had not even made a move, merely the pressure alone had already made it difficult for the spiritual energy in his body to circulate. I admit defeat. Zhou Kai did not hesitate and immediately spoke. He had no intention of attacking or asking for instruction, he simply clasped his hands and bowed deeply. I dare not make a move against Senior Brother Wang. I wish Senior Brother success in his martial pursuits and a smooth advancement into the inner sect. Wang Dengfei turned, and said softly, I accept your congratulations. Humph, consider yourself lucky to be alive. Elder Ouyang's expression did not change, he only said slowly, Wang Dengfei wins. Second match, 2 versus 7. No sooner had the word sounded than a cultivator at the 5th level of chi condensation, a scar on his face, cast a cold glance at the little chubby fellow and stepped onto the raised platform. The little chubby trembled, it's my turn, what should I do? Go up and concede immediately, Meng Hao murmured, gently pushing the fat man forward with his right hand. His body rolled like a ball and shot straight onto the arena. As soon as he landed, he tried to say, I concede. He didn't dare finish the 3 words, only managing 2. But the scar-faced cultivator suddenly unleashed murderous intent, snatched up a flying sword in his right hand, shouted as he rushed forward, and slashed straight at the little chubby. The flying sword moved at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye it shot toward the side of the chubby man's neck. At that moment the little chubby had only just managed to gasp one word, I lose. But it was already too late. Right then, Elder Ouyang's right hand flicked out, causing the flying sword that was about to pierce the chubby man's throat to be deflected outward. It left only a streak of blood on his neck. The fat man's face turned pale, he stumbled backward and fled quickly. By the time he returned to Meng Hao's side, his legs were almost giving out. In that instant he had felt the call of death. A fierce murderous intent appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. The other had acted with extreme cruelty, proving he intended to kill, and to target a fat man with little cultivation was sheer contempt. Especially when Meng Hao glanced over and saw Mr. Shangguan too not far away, his face also filled with murderous intent. A surge of anger welled up inside Meng Hao, for he wondered why, he seemed never to have offended Mr. Shangguan too. Yet the opponent continued to press others and even dared to kill. Meng Hao, who for years in the Cao San sect had seldom shown killing intent, now had more murderousness in his eyes than ever before. The scene made the cultivators standing outside realize something was wrong. The whole crowd looked toward Meng Hao and murmured, "Does this Meng Hao dare to insult Mr. Shangguan?" That's right. Someone saw Uncle Shangguan chase him all the way here the other day, so he registered to hide. Has this guy given up on living? First he insulted Wang Dengfei, then he insulted the person second only to the sect leader and the Grand Elder. He's as good as dead. Next match, number 3 versus number 6. Grand Elder Ouyang frowned slightly and said slowly, "You've offended Uncle Shangguan. Today not only you, even little Fatty will have to die." Han Zong walked past Meng Hao and murmured a few words. Meng Hao looked at Han Zong. In an instant, the latter had leapt onto the stage. Han Zong's opponent was Xuan Tianlong. There was no mortal enmity between them, so Xuan Tianlong quickly conceded, ending the match. The final match of the first round. Meng Hao stood up and rushed straight onto the arena. His opponent was a burly, strapping man, at the 5th level of condensed star chi, his body brimming with murderous intent. It seemed this man had seen quite a bit of slaughter. He merely glanced at Meng Hao, then gave a low growl, "Great wood technique." His whole body seemed to swell as he stamped his foot and lunged straight at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was grim, he did not say a word, only patting his storage pouch. Immediately a flying sword shot out, hurtling forward at tremendous speed. But when it was about half a zhang away from the burly man, a gentle radiance suddenly emanated from the man's body, directly stopping the flying sword from the outside. "You must die today." The burly man bared his teeth and laughed. Before he had stepped onto the platform, Shangguan had given him a magical weapon, so even if Meng Hao's cultivation was somewhat higher, he felt no fear. Meng Hao's expression remained calm. He patted his storage pouch again. 6 flying swords shot out together, rushing straight at the man. Boom! Meng Hao uttered. The 6 flying swords exploded, the radiance was immediately torn apart, and the energy struck the burly man's chest, causing him to cry out miserably. Before his body could fall, another flying sword shot out from Meng Hao and pierced straight through the burly man's throat. A spray of blood spurted out. The burly man collapsed to the ground, his body trembling a few times, and finally he died, his life force extinguished. After joining the Cao San sect, Meng Hao had killed very few people, but now he acted with extreme ruthlessness. After killing the man, he leapt off the arena and looked at Han Zong coldly. "Next, I'll kill you." Han Zong's eyes narrowed slightly, his demonic aura growing even stronger. Meng Hao wins, round 1 is over. Round 2, first match, Wang Dengfei vs. Tu Gu, Elder Ouyang said nonchalantly, as if he had not seen the bloody scene moments before. Tu Gu was the one who had wanted to kill the little chubby one. At that, the man went onto the stage without hesitation, immediately conceded, bowed respectfully to Wang Dengfei, and hurriedly left the arena. It was now clear to everyone, whether Han Zong or those 4th or 5th level cultivators, their objective was not to be promoted into the inner sect, but to kill Meng Hao. Round 2, Meng Hao vs. Han Zong, Elder Ouyang announced after looking at Meng Hao for a long moment. All eyes turned to Meng Hao and Han Zong. Meng Hao's expression remained as grim as ever, he stepped up onto the arena. Han Zong stepped up at the same time. Round 2, Meng Hao, Han Zong. Elder Ouyang fixed his gaze on Meng Hao for a long time, then his voice rang out. All eyes fell on Meng Hao and Han Zong. "Meng Hao, it's finally our turn. You dared to be disrespectful to Uncle Shangguan, you will pay for it." "I wouldn't dare. Uncle Shangguan can be regarded as the most powerful person within the Cao San sect. Apart from the sect leader and the elders, he is the one who holds the greatest authority. When I first joined the sect last year I understood nothing and thought all sects were like this. After staying longer and listening to my fellow disciples' conversations and hearing a few stories, I gradually understood. Other sects are not like ours, the Cao San sect has declined, no money, no resources. I heard that alchemical pills in other sects are merely ordinary pills that disciples can use freely. But in our Cao San sect, a precious pill is enough to make people kill one another. The elders had no choice and could only let chaos decide each person's demonic power, whether one was at the 1st or the 5th level of chi transformation. If chaos broke out, it broke out, if people died, they died. So our Cao San sect has no fairness, life and death are left to fate, and there is certainly no preaching of virtue. No one taught them how to cultivate. A single volume of chi condensing aura, whether one is a worm or a dragon, depends on each person's demonic power. Succeed and you live, fail and you die, those with a strong fate survive, those with a weak fate perish. Only those who can cut and kill their way out and become inner disciples are considered true members of the Cao San sect. Because no one above supervised, Mr. Shangguan became the person who held the real power in our Cao San sect. But if he went to another sect, reaching the 9th level of absolute chi condensation in cultivation would not earn him the title of Sir. Do you want to die? Han Zong could no longer keep his composure, his face went pale, murderous intent flaring. He emitted a low growl and thrust a punch straight at Meng Hao. The wind of his fist screamed, spiritual chi surging. Meng Hao's eyes were cold, he did not retreat an inch, his mind calm as deep water. He raised his fist to meet it, hardness against hardness, force against force, without the slightest evasion. The two fists collided in succession, blow after blow, shock waves of spiritual chi crashed like great waves, the reverberations unending. Not long after, both of them stepped back at the same time, their feet churning the earth, creating a short distance between them. Han Zong's face was sullen, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly, then drew out a mystical talisman blade. His arm trembled slightly with excitement as spiritual energy surged in, his hand pressed the magic formula continuously. The talisman blade vibrated and light burst forth, a cold wind howled, evil energy like wild waves. Within the blink of an eye it tore through the air and shot straight toward Meng Hao, its momentum ferocious and merciless. Meng Hao watched the talisman blade rush toward him. For a moment he was a little dazed, his pupils constricted as he clearly felt pressure descend like a mountain. But very quickly his gaze turned cold and his fighting intent swelled. Fire Serpent Art. He did not retreat but advanced, striding forward forcefully as both hands rose. A fire serpent more than 5 zhang long condensed, shrieked, and then lunged straight ahead. Wherever it passed the temperature rose without stop. Han Zong sneered coldly as evil energy billowed up. He stepped forward and let out a low snarl, then the entire arena trembled. A stone man about 1 zhang tall appeared before him. The stone man roared and charged straight forward, colliding with the fire serpent. A loud explosion then rang out. Humph, that's just empty posturing, I'll show you real magic. A gleam of intent suddenly appeared in Han Zong's eyes. 5 Mang Technique. As if in response the moment Han Zong shouted, the multicolored banner quivered. Streams of light shot out in all directions, 2 wisps of soul mist spewed forth, gradually forming into 2 mournful tear ghosts that howled and lunged straight at Meng Hao. However, the second soul mist was still rather weak, since Han Zong's cultivation could only project it to that extent. The instant the 2 soul mists surged out, the surrounding cultivators could not help but exclaim. The 5-colored banner really is Uncle Shengguan's signature technique, the 5 Mang Technique. I heard this is the strongest spell below foundation establishment in the sect. Senior brother Han can actually display 2 colors. Han Zong is only at the 6th level of chi condensation, how does he know this technique? Didn't you see that banner? That thing must certainly be a magical weapon forged by Uncle Shengguan. Shengguan too, below the stage, suddenly revealed a dark smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care whether Meng Hao lived or died. He only wanted the magical weapon in Meng Hao's storage pouch. In fact, earlier, when he learned that Meng Hao had registered to participate in the sect's internal trials, he also went looking for the 2 of them, Chu and Yun, to learn about the so-called demonic technique used in the battle on Black Mountain when Meng Hao had stirred up the demon beasts. But according to Shangguan too, that wasn't a demonic technique at all, it must have been an ultimate treasure. The 2 soul mists let out sharp, piercing cries, like splitting spears they lunged forward. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing the 2 soul mists preparing to charge straight at him, he raised his left hand and swept it strongly forward. An invisible wind sword appeared, moving at incredible speed, and sliced straight into the 2 soul mists. The wind sword and the 2 soul mists collided, successive shockwaves spread out after the explosion. In that instant, a pitiful groan reached them. The wind sword had directly cleaved the 2 soul mists to pieces. Is it my turn now? I like using flying swords, you've heard of them, right? Meng Hao patted his storage pouch, beams of swordlight quickly shot out from within. In the blink of an eye he saw 20 blades, their number was so great it seemed to span heaven and earth, their momentum overwhelming. At the same time they shot straight toward Han Zong. Annoying. Han Zong hadn't expected Meng Hao to have so many flying swords. At that moment he was utterly terrified. Han Zong tried to step back immediately, raising his right hand, snatching the green cloak hanging around his neck, and then slamming it hard onto the ground. 3 layers of light radiated out, surrounding him. At that moment, the rain of swords flew closer, dazzling swordlight stabbed straight at the first layer. Explosions rang out incessantly as that ring of light was gradually shattered, seeming so weak that it could not withstand a single strike. Soon after, the second layer was broken as well. There was no way to stop this oncoming rain of swords. How can there be so many flying swords? Han Zong's eyes shrank, his face terrified, his body as if wanting to retreat. In that instant, the third ring of light was also smashed to pieces. The scene caused the surrounding cultivators to exclaim continuously, Han Zong's divine defensive weapon has been broken. Are the flying swords' power really that great? It's not great power but sheer numbers. Who would treat flying swords as worthless and let them be unleashed like that? Senior brother Han, as I said before, succeed and you live, fail and you die, those with strong fate live, those with weak fate perish. Meng Hao leaped forward, his figure like a streak of light, both hands swinging forcefully. Spiritual energy suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a dense rain of swords filled the sky, carrying a cold murderous intent, and fell straight down on Han Zong. Han Zong's eyes widened, his gaze full of panic and defiance. As his mouth opened, a pitiful cry escaped. Before he could do anything, beams of sword light pierced his body. The sound of wind being torn rang out one after another, sword images piled up, stabbing through flesh and shattering his meridians, fresh blood spraying into the air. Before the rain of swords ended, Han Zong's body was already completely covered, his form trembled violently and then quickly lost all life. Meng Hao landed on the ground, his robe fluttering slightly. He looked down and saw Han Zong's corpse riddled with sword holes, densely like a porcupine's quills. It seems your life still wasn't strong enough. Sorry. The grisly scene made the onlookers draw a cold breath, their hearts pounded and fear filled their eyes. What? Meng Hao won already? Not only did he win, he killed Han Zong. Meng Hao is now the second strongest person at the 6th level of the Huaqi stage. Wang Dingfei's face darkened, the aura around him gradually turning cold, in his mind waves surged like a great tide. If Han Zong didn't steal my heirloom, then... His eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister light, his pupils contracting, and a demonic aura erupted like a tidal wave. After climbing down, Meng Hao immediately sat down and crossed his legs beside the little chubby fellow. Meng Hao, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll rest for a moment. Meng Hao continued swallowing the restorative pills, the demonic pills in his mouth dissolved quickly. At this moment he no longer had any scruples about using demonic pills. After all, following a battle on Black Mountain, he had reason to explain why he had come by so many demonic pills. Besides, given his position as the owner of a small general store, it was reasonable for him to possess many pills. Elder Ouyang looked toward Meng Hao, undisguised admiration showed in his eyes. Ever since Meng Hao entered the outer sect, he had always taken a liking to the young man. In fact, the more time passed, the more pleasing he became to him. Seeing Meng Hao's growth now, he also appeared at ease. He did not need to know what kind of rare encounter Meng Hao had experienced. As a cultivator, any opportunity was a miracle of demonic power, and those who attained such encounters always earned his praise. At first Elder Ouyang smiled kindly, but as time went on he grew increasingly regretful and worried. Inner sect trial, those who go into battle care nothing for life or death. Wang Dengfei's talent is once in a century. Still young, yet his cultivation was by no means ordinary. In the future he would certainly succeed and advance into foundation establishment. Even during a sect's heyday that was rare. Meng Hao really was no match for this one. Elder Ouyang exhaled softly again. Shengguan too among the crowd now looked gloomy, his eyes narrowing even more. He could not have imagined that Meng Hao could defeat Han Zong, especially since he had given Han Zong quite a few treasures, not to mention a 5-colored battle banner capable of releasing soul mist. He had thought it would be easy to kill Meng Hao. But Meng Hao merely waved his hand and released several dozen flying swords, destroying them all. Thinking about Meng Hao possessing several dozen flying swords, he could not help but be horrified. Although those flying swords were all low-grade items, fragile and easily broken, even as junk their sheer number was enough to make people fear. At the same time, atop East Wind Peak of the Cao San sect, a middle-aged man of about 40, clad in a blue robe and resembling a scholar, appeared. A strange, cunning gleam showed in his eyes. When he looked down at the square below, his gaze remained fixed on Meng Hao. This person, I've seen him before. Although his talent is ordinary, he has more opportunities than most. That middle-aged man was a powerful cultivator at the core formation stage, the head of the Cao San sect, He Luo Hua. If it weren't for Wang Dangfei this time, he would likely have advanced into the inner sect, but with Wang Dangfei's appearance, it's difficult. He Luo Hua cast a gentle look toward Meng Hao. As a core formation cultivator and the head of the Cao San sect, he naturally did not pay much attention to the karmic fortunes or demonic power of disciples at the qi condensation stage. They would naturally possess at least a little qi. The more fortunate a disciple was, the happier he became. Because Wang Dangfei had appeared, He Luo Hua could not clearly gauge how great Meng Hao's chance of victory was. Unfortunately, the blade technique, Jade Cleaving Slash, had already allocated 3 spots and had long reserved a quota for Wang Dangfei, otherwise He Luo Hua would have hesitated after some consideration. If Meng Hao were to fall into a life-or-death situation, should I intervene to save him? A moment later, he sighed softly. Time passed slowly, and Elder Ouyang continued to pay attention to Meng Hao. Everyone also saw the spiritual energy in Meng Hao's body slowly recovering, so no one continued to announce the next match. Because of this obvious bias, no one dared say anything. As for Wang Dangfei, he looked down on everyone. Meng Hao's cultivation suddenly surged, which surprised him a little. He thought of that day when Elder Ouyang had interfered, so he did not give it much thought. Deep down he also did not believe that Meng Hao and the person who had seized his supreme heirloom were the same. He was certain that that dim glimmer was the ringleader who had stolen everything from him. Wang Dangfei slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, making everyone feel that he remained calm, sitting cross-legged as before, as if he paid no attention to what was happening outside at all. I am Wang Dangfei. Even if the inheritance of the supreme treasure was taken, the inner Cao San sect would still, as before, be mine. That was my second plan. Even without the inherited supreme treasure, I will still go to this inner Cao San sect that I despise. All of this is solely because the second magical power belongs to me. What does a single failure matter? I am Wang Dangfei, I am the perfect embodiment of genius. The favorite child of heaven and earth. That phrase sent constant ripples through Wai's heart. Gradually, not only did his outward appearance become calm, but Wai's inner self also fell into silence, as if he had pushed all the blows and failures out of his chest. Wai was indifferent, for this internal sect trial had been opened entirely for him, merely a performance to comply with the rules. Since entering the Cao San sect, Wai had been different from everyone else. Appearing to be an outer disciple, in truth he had long been an inner disciple. Wai remained composed, he didn't even take Cao San seriously. For a minor sect like this, he believed that if his clan sent someone, they could massacre the place without mercy. If he had not deliberately chosen this place, with his status how could he have come to the remote Zhao kingdom? He should have stayed with his powerful clan in the southern region. So Wai was proud, indifferent, and calm, letting time pass slowly. It seemed he was waiting for that person, whose name he could no longer remember, to restore his cultivation. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes glittered with light, his battle intent burning relentlessly. After killing the hulking man at the 5th level of Hoa Kai and then Han Zong, today was the day he had killed the most people. So at this moment he more than ever wished to crush Wang Dangfei beneath his feet and avenge all the humiliations he had suffered before. In the hush, Meng Hao slowly stood up. The final trial battle, Meng Hao versus Wang Dangfei. The victor will be promoted to inner sect disciple. Elder Ouyang looked at Meng Hao with encouragement and spoke slowly. When Meng Hao's figure appeared, all eyes fixed on him. As he leaped onto the arena, Wang Dangfei also opened his eyes and coldly stepped forward. Voices of constant commentary suddenly rose from the group of outer sect disciples. Does he really dare to go up? Although Meng Hao's cultivation isn't ordinary, if he wants to challenge senior brother Wang, he truly doesn't know his own limits. The road of the strong is always paved with stepping stones, and he is one of the stones that senior brother Wang will trample on his path to rising. I remember last time this one stole the treasure weapon that senior brother Wang had given to someone else. As a result, in front of everyone, he was taken back by senior brother Wang. At that moment, in the presence of senior brother Wang, he was no different from an ant. The murmurs of discussion kept flowing in, all kinds of jeers echoing everywhere. It wasn't that they held deep hatred for Meng Hao, rather, in everyone's mind senior brother Wang was a master not to be provoked. If he dies at Wang Dangfei's hands, that storage pouch will be hard to keep. Shangguan too still frowned and glanced toward Meng Hao. While everyone was still criticizing and putting Meng Hao at a disadvantage, suddenly a voice, not loud but sharp, rang out. Meng Hao will surely win. Meng Hao will surely win. The inner sect disciple is Meng Hao. The fat man standing there shouted loudly, his sharp voice carried into every corner of the square. Wang Dangfei casually glanced at Meng Hao, standing there silently, his gaze calm and concealing an arrogant bearing, as if facing an ant. He waved his right hand, as if flicking a fly. Immediately after, in front of Wang Dangfei a small whirlwind began to form, circling him once before rushing straight toward the standing Meng Hao. In Meng Hao's eyes, a glimmer of starlight flashed. Toward Wang Dangfei, he had nothing left to say, everything was carried upon the sword, embodied within his spells. To him, this was the most intense battle he had fought in the past year. He stepped forward half a pace and raised his right hand. A blade of wind appeared instantly, colliding violently with the whirlwind formation. Booming sounds rang out as waves of scattered wind burst outward. Meng Hao patted his storage bag, and 20 flying swords shot out simultaneously. Though they wavered slightly and struggled to remain steady, they still erupted with dazzling sword light, radiating an overwhelming momentum. Meng Hao pointed forward again with his right hand. And the 20 flying swords transformed into streaks of rainbow light, agile and ever-shifting as they darted back and forth, charging straight toward Wang Dangfei. In the instant they collided with the whirlwind formation, explosions thundered without end. The whirlwind was torn apart, yet the flying swords were also blasted away by the wind force, their movements thrown into chaos as they were swept off by the gale. Though it appeared as if the flying swords were following the spinning current, in truth the whirlwind itself was growing weaker and weaker, perhaps on the verge of dissipating altogether. Wang Dangfei's expression, however, showed no change at all. Slowly stepping forward half a step, he had barely set his foot down when the peak force of his 6th-level qi condensation erupted in an instant. The spiritual pressure within the realm suddenly slammed down. With his right hand forming a seal, a strand of water silk as translucent as snow shot straight toward Meng Hao. This was not the magic of the Cao San sect, but a hereditary technique of Wang Dangfei. Meng Hao's eyes hardened. His left hand mobilized the cluster of flying swords being buffeted by the wind, causing them to stagger and then return to him. At the same time, Wang Dangfei also formed a seal, the fire serpent technique. The flying swords charged at the strand of water silk, immediately producing a deafening explosion and forming a whirlwind. Water wind slash, Wang Dangfei said calmly. There was no contempt in his eyes, only composure, yet he exuded the same confidence he had when he intended to strip Meng Hao of his cultivation. As soon as he spoke, the strands of water silk seemed to fuse with the whirlwind and transformed into a long staff, water forming the shaft, wind serving as acceleration, striking straight down at Meng Hao's head. The 20 flying swords rushed forward together to block the long staff amid ceaseless explosions. The swarm of flying swords seemed to lose control, scattering everywhere. Some of the flying swords were nearly shattered to pieces. Seeing that the swords could not withstand a strike from the staff, Meng Hao immediately leaped backward. Immediately after, the long staff slammed straight down onto the surface of the arena, right where he had just been standing. At that moment, a crack about 3 zhang long appeared, giving off a truly terrifying impression. 20 flying swords could kill Han Zong, but when facing Wang Dangfei they couldn't even force him to manifest a magical weapon. A single spell Meng Hao had never seen nearly cost him his life right there. If Meng Hao had only been at the 5th qi refining stage, he truly wouldn't have been able to avoid that move. Wang Dangfei's innate talent was very strong, and moreover he was well versed in many powerful spells of the qi refining realm. Even a 7th stage qi refining cultivator would have a hard time against him. In this match, Meng Hao would surely die. Shang Guan too frowned even more, although his gaze remained full of malice as he looked at Meng Hao, he couldn't stop wondering how to take Meng Hao's storage pouch after he died. Seeing that Meng Hao had dodged the move, Wang Dangfei's expression remained as calm as ever. It was as if the strike just now had been nothing more than a casual blow to him, like an elephant trampling an ant. Even if the opponent could escape the first time, they would be trampled the second time. His handsome face broke into a smile. He stepped forward, his right hand casually pointing straight at Meng Hao. The moment that single finger was extended, Meng Hao could no longer hear the murmurs outside. The scene from before flashed before his eyes. In that world, Wang Dangfei also used a single finger to bind his body, a single finger to destroy the jade pendant, a single finger to seize the gourd, a single finger to attempt to abolish his cultivation. A fierce fighting intent appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. Back then he had been humiliated by those finger attacks, but today he was no longer as weak as he had been. He swallowed the demonic pill. Then he slapped his storage pouch, and streaks of sword light shot out under everyone's astonished gazes. When Meng Hao's sleeve flicked, the first wave, the second wave, the third wave transformed into a dazzling rain of swords that made everyone reel. From one blade to 10, 20, 30, and even 100 swords flew forth. His voice rang out, wind-quelling sword. Over 100 flying swords condensed in an instant, from a distance they looked like a single, gigantic flying sword. The sword was formed from more than 100 flying swords, and as soon as it took shape it continuously emitted layer upon layer of sword light, terrifying the onlookers. How many flying swords is that? Over 100. Is he using spiritual energy to control those flying swords? Impossible. A 6th level qi condensation cultivator certainly couldn't do this. Look, he's constantly swallowing demon pills, his own spiritual energy couldn't possibly bear such consumption. He's using external force to force it to hold. This sword control technique merely uses spiritual energy in place of the body's throwing power. No matter how many swords there are, they're only basic flying swords, their offensive power can't produce a qualitative change. Even if the flying swords all erupt at once, with Wang Dangfei's arsenal he surely has defensive magic weapons enough to withstand it. Meng Hao is in trouble, should I step in to stop him? That wouldn't be good. This was created by Meng Hao using the wind-walking technique as an auxiliary method, forming the flying sword formation. It was the most powerful sword technique he had spent the longest time researching after returning from Black Mountain. His expression remained as indifferent as ever, as if he paid no attention to Meng Hao at all. That look of contempt and arrogance was simply because he was Wang Dangfei. Is that any different from just now? It's all right, no matter how many useless persons there are, they're still useless persons. You can experience that for yourself from these flying swords. At that moment, the sword move was unleashed, the sword strike flew straight at Wang Dangfei, as if cleaving bamboo. Wang Dangfei parried my attack. Explosions rang out in all directions. Before Wang Dangfei, a wave of ripples warped the space, like a mighty pressure pressing down. With a mere point of his finger, a statue filled with starlight appeared. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's vast formation of flying swords struck, colliding repeatedly and causing the explosions to resound without end. The tip of that great sword began to break, layer by layer dissolving. The statue of starlight seemed to be split to pieces. With just a little effort, Meng Hao's great sword had been considerably damaged, countless other swords were sent flying. The flying swords scattered in all directions, in the end the great sword was reduced to nothing but a hilt. The scene left the onlookers shaken to the core, their minds completely blank. What they saw moved them deeply, the great sword was utterly unbreakable. Just as senior brother Wang said, no matter how many ants there are, they are still only ants. Even at the same 6th level of qi condensation, a rustic like Meng Hao is truly worlds apart from a scion of a powerful clan like senior brother Wang. But in the blink of an eye, when only the hilt of the great sword remained, a wooden sword suddenly shot out from within it and flew straight ahead. That wooden sword was the only thing Meng Hao controlled. He had used everything else as a disguise, all for this unexpectedly revealed wooden-hilted sword. Wang Dangfei's expression changed. The wooden sword, by its momentum, carried wooden sword qi toward him. Apart from the wooden sword, all the other swords had been scattered. Yet the wooden sword was able to drive another 3 feet in, bearing immortal blood as it stabbed straight into Wang Dengfei's right finger. Immediately his finger was crushed. After that the wooden sword flew back toward Meng Hao. That finger of yours, it humiliated me that day, today I will cripple it. You don't need to bring up sect rules, and I'm not invoking senior brother ties, it's perfectly fair, isn't it? Meng Hao was pushed back, spat a mouthful of blood, yet still lifted his head defiantly. The corners of his mouth were smeared with fresh blood, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Wang Dingfei bent down to look, then stepped back a few paces himself, his finger throbbing with pain. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes as he stared at Meng Hao's wooden sword. A voice sounded in his ear, and an enraged aura immediately erupted. He recognized the sword. It seemed that when his finger was pierced, all the cultivators in the square were stunned, their expressions changed, revealing disbelief. The murmurs rose again and would not stop. Meng Hao smashed senior brother Wang's finger, this is impossible. Senior brother Wang is injured, he's a genius, yet his finger was crushed. At the same time, Shangguan too drew in a cold breath. The scene left the old man unable to believe it. Not only him, but even Elder Ouyang also stood up. The looks directed at Meng Hao's display of strength were full of admiration and intense anticipation. Even sect leader Dong Feng He Luohua widened his eyes at this moment, staring in this direction. The constant murmurings condensed and gradually poured into Wang Dengfei's ears. But at this moment he still turned his face away as if he heard nothing, only a flash of anger showed in his eyes as he stared at the wooden sword Meng Hao was holding. So it was you. At this moment Wang Dengfei unleashed a murderous aura never before seen, his desire to kill Meng Hao had reached its peak. This murderous intent was completely different from his usual mild demeanor, causing the cultivators there to stop their chatter. You stole the treasure that belonged to me, stole my inheritance. That sword was supposed to be the supreme treasure that would let me dominate for life, how could it be stolen by an ant like Meng Hao? Wang Dengfei glared fiercely at the wooden sword in Meng Hao's hand, his eyes full of malice. Kill him. I want to kill him. Hack him into 100 pieces. I do not understand what senior brother Wang is saying. This sword is yours, are you sure you are not mistaken? Meng Hao said casually. I have plotted for many years because of this sword. The spirit-slaying sword is unique in heaven and earth, there is only one heaven-born golden vein in the world, so I cannot be mistaken. Wang Dengfei laughed coldly, a chill so intense the air around him suddenly turned icy. You can refuse to admit it, but this sword is mine. If I don't agree, don't even think about taking it. Wang Dengfei said in a low voice. Then he raised his right hand and formed a hand seal. Immediately a white tiger screeched and lunged at Meng Hao, a flood dragon roared and charged forward like a rainbow. Meng Hao stepped back, swung his right hand, and the wooden sword instantly transformed into a rainbow and shot out. Thunderous explosions rang in all directions. Meng Hao spat a mouthful of fresh blood, quickly retreated, and looked at Wang Dengfei, handsome features, hair billowing, his white robe whiter than snow, who stepped out of the blast, his eyes were mocking. You couldn't even withstand a single strike, you're simply unworthy to wield it. Trash is still trash, is a supreme treasure something anyone is worthy to use? Preposterous. You accuse me of stealing your treasure. Obviously you saw the sword was extraordinary and tried to steal it during the intersect trial. Talking is pointless. Today I will kill you so you know that what belongs to Wang Dengfei is mine, you have no right to take it. One of a kind, there is only one sword in the world. Meng Hao smiled, the mockery in his eyes growing even more intense, completely unabashed. Yet deep within that sarcasm a cold radiance flashed. Then let's see whether this sword is truly the supreme, one and only treasure you claim. As he spoke, Meng Hao patted his storage pouch. Immediately a beam of golden light shot out, swirling around him and sending forth the ringing of a sword. This sword was the second wooden sword Meng Hao had reforged. When it appeared, 2 identical wooden swords materialized at his side. In an instant that seemed to roar, sword light burst forth in all directions with overwhelming majesty. When he saw the second wooden sword, Wang Dengfei was shaken to his core, his eyes wide in disbelief, his spirit was utterly stunned, as if a great mountain had descended upon him. Impossible, how can there be 2? Impossible. Wang Dengfei felt his mind grow hazy. This sudden transformation left him unable to react in time. That sent his thoughts into turmoil, leaving his mind momentarily chaotic. This sword is yours too? Is it uniquely yours as well? A cold light flashed in Meng Hao's eyes. He took a step forward, his aura suddenly surged, his cultivation radiating outward. Wang Dengfei, these two swords are a matched pair, they form my heaven-earth sword, Meng Hao's. The two wooden swords, merged with Meng Hao's aura, transformed into an assault capable of shattering anything and hurtled straight toward Wang Dengfei. Seeing Meng Hao advance, Wang Dengfei leapt up, not from the stage but into midair. Meng Hao saw Wang Dengfei hovering in the sky and snorted coldly. Then Meng Hao took another step and immediately stepped onto the flying sword. The flying sword carried him directly upward. The sight made the crowd around the square cry out in astonishment. Aren't only Foundation establishment cultivators able to fly? They've all risen. Senior brother Wang has protective chi, so he can stay aloft briefly. As for this Meng Hao, he spares no spirit energy and borrows the flying sword's power to rise. A sinister aura flickered in Wang Dengfei's eyes. He stared fixedly at Meng Hao while patting his storage pouch. Immediately, a yellow sheet of paper appeared before him. It was a talisman, its surface painted with intricate patterns, radiating streams of formation power that glittered with golden light. It looked completely different from Han Zhong's talismans. If you could force me to take out this treasure, you can be proud beneath the 9 springs. Wang Dengfei stared at Meng Hao, his heart filled with anguish. This talisman was like the last magical weapon in his storage pouch. After all, he had nearly spent everything on that wooden sword. He would only take this talisman out as an absolute last resort. The item only had 3 uses left, and with his level of cultivation he could only use it once. Its power was far from ordinary, it could kill all cultivators at the 8th level of the Qi condensation stage. Die, Meng Hao. Wang Dengfei waved the talisman without hesitation. In an instant, golden radiance streamed from the talisman for 10,000 zhang. The talisman was like a golden sun, with a booming explosion, it flew straight toward Meng Hao. A sense of life and death danger appeared in Meng Hao's consciousness. Facing this boundary between life and death, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, he was hovering in midair. The Ying Dragon Demon pill he had swallowed that day, for reasons unknown, was activated. In the blink of an eye it burst forth, causing nearly 100 swords to fly as if controlled by some force. In an instant they condensed into one place, forming an ancient Ying dragon. The dragon aimed straight at the talisman, the two collided immediately, the explosion echoing throughout the Cao San sect. Even those on the 7th level of Qi condensation were so terrified they were shaken, only those on the 8th level of Qi condensation could avoid it. The rumbling blast continued to resound, the talisman transformed into a golden sun and quickly dimmed. The Ying dragon, formed from nearly 100 magical weapons, also began to disintegrate, crumbling layer by layer. Right after, a heavy body fell. As the dust cleared, Wang Dengfei's figure slowly appeared, his whole body was drenched in blood, with only a faint thread of life remaining. The surrounding disciples were stunned for a moment, then immediately erupted into shouts of alarm. Meng Hao won. He actually defeated senior brother Wang. Impossible, look quickly. Meng Hao didn't just want to win, he wanted to kill senior brother Wang. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Meng Hao clenched the wooden sword tightly. A cold gaze, the figure suddenly lunged forward, charging straight toward Wang Dengfei. Elder O Yang's face went pale, his heart shaken, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't. You mustn't." But before his shout had ended, the sword in Meng Hao's hand had already plunged down to the spot where Wang Dengfei had fallen. There was a dry clack as the blade struck the hard ground. Meng Hao startled, his pupils contracting, and quickly looked up. He didn't know when another figure had appeared beside him. The person held Wang Dengfei in one arm, his expression calm, his stance as steady as a mountain. A languid voice sounded, "All right, don't be so ruthless in everything you do." He Luohua slowly turned, glanced at Meng Hao, his look carrying a hint of warning. The moment he appeared, Elder O Yang immediately cupped his hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, sect master." The outer disciples all around were shaken, they hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed their heads in unison. This battle is won by Meng Hao. From now on, he shall be the third inner sect disciple of the Cao San sect. He Luohua smiled and nodded at Manhwa. Those words spread in all directions, everyone fell silent. At that moment, everyone's spirits were reeling, in each person's mind the scenes of Meng Hao's earlier fight with Wang Dengfei appeared. Meng Hao's face had also turned pale. The spiritual power in his body had been exhausted. If not for the fact that, at the end, the demonic pilling dragon inside his body suddenly released spiritual power, Meng Hao would have had difficulty holding on. There were no magical weapons left in his storage pouch now. This battle, for him, was utterly disastrous. Although he was unwilling that Wang Dengfei had not died, he understood that with the sect leader involved, there was no way to kill Wang Dengfei today. Meng Hao gritted his teeth, clasped his hands and bowed to He Luohua. I, Meng Hao, am my own support. The fat man's face beamed with joy. He was incredibly happy, his heart filled with excitement as if Meng Hao becoming an inside sect disciple was just like him becoming an inside sect disciple himself. Amazing, Meng Hao, you actually won. No, wait, I knew all along that you would definitely win. Grand Elder Ouyang looked at Meng Hao, making no attempt to hide his admiration. From now on, he won't need my protection anymore. Good kid, he has potential. In the crowd, Shangguan too remained silent. After a long while, he lowered his head, turned around, and walked away. As he left, his face was dark with gloom, yet there was nothing he could do. To reach the 7th level of Qi condensation under the age of 30, or to pass the first trial of the inside sect, only then can one become an inside sect disciple. Shangguan too sighed inwardly. No matter how unwilling he felt, he could only suppress it. The surrounding cultivators were deeply shaken. Who would have thought, an inside sect disciple? Meng Hao has only been here for a few days, yet the successor of the Wang family was almost killed. This can't just be luck, can it? This Meng Hao is probably a genius. What do you mean, probably? An inside sect disciple must be a genius. At this moment, neither Shangguan Tu, Grand Elder Ouyang, nor even sect master He Luohua noticed. Deep within an empty cave atop the Black Mountain in the desolate mountain range outside the Cao San sect, a figure stood, enveloped in a towering aura of blood qi. The figure was extremely blurry, making it impossible to see their face clearly, yet they exuded an aura completely different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if this aura was rejected by heaven and earth, the surrounding wind and clouds seemed to change color, and spatial cracks and tears hovered around them. Yet, to outsiders, none of this was visible, and everything appeared perfectly normal. Cao San sect, what a vulgar name. It was likely changed to this intentionally 1,000 years ago to escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao's reincarnation. But in the end, this place is still the Feng Yao sect. To think a disciple of the Feng Yao sect would dare to swallow the demon pill of a young dragon and even obtain a demon's inheritance. How interesting. It seems my helping you twice was not in vain. A hoarse, eerie voice echoed from the blood-colored figure. As it spoke, the sky rumbled, and streaks of red lightning instantly struck down. However, they all dissipated 1,000 zhang away from the blood-colored figure, as if even the heavens themselves could do nothing to him. Humph, sooner or later, I will defy your heavenly Tao. The red figure frowned, looked up coldly at the sky, then turned and stepped toward the southern region. A moment later, the figure completely disappeared. My original body is still fast asleep. My split spirit took a brief look at heaven and earth, yet unexpectedly witnessed this strange sight. Interesting, interesting. As the laughter echoed, the red figure vanished. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Meng Hao bathed, changed his clothes, and paid respects to the portrait of the Cao San old ancestor. Paying respects to the ancestors of the Cao San sect, these are all rules. Inside sect disciples have many chores, but after all, it is the inside sect, so it can be considered a privilege. Senior Brother Chen Fan, when I looked at you from afar in the outer sect before, I thought you were a man of few words and quite old-fashioned. Oh. And what about now? You explain the rules to me very patiently. I think you are a very good person. Ha ha ha, thank you for the praise, it sounds wonderful. In a moment, I will take you to your new cultivation cave. Inside, the spirit spring is rich and spiritual energy is abundant, definitely better than Junior Sister Sue's place. Ah, I didn't mean that Junior Sister Sue's place wasn't good. It's at the peak level of the outer sect, it's just that since Junior Sister has also entered the inner sect, she moved. I understand. I heard Senior Sister Sue is still in seclusion, so she probably doesn't know about your situation yet. The inner sect and outer sect are completely different. Senior Brother Chen Fan is a man of great righteousness. Junior Brother, I noticed that during the battle that day, you relied quite heavily on magic weapons. But if you don't have a magic weapon, you'll be at a severe disadvantage. You should visit the Dharma Pavilion more often. There are many skill manuals of the Kao San sect from over the past 1,000 years, you must read and study them diligently. Junior Brother, I've noticed you often hunt small beasts to cook lately. This is not right. We cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to shed our mortal bodies, yet you still eat mortal beasts. Isn't that a waste of spiritual energy? Junior Brother, you have too many storage bags on you. It shouldn't be like this. You should consolidate all your belongings into a single bag, that way, it will be much easier to retrieve them. Over the past few days, Meng Hao had been following Senior Brother Chen Fan and had come to understand him much better. Listening to Senior Brother Chen Fan's lectures almost every day, he gradually realized that this Senior Brother was nothing like what the rumors in the outer sect made him out to be. Although it was true that he was single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, he was not quiet and taciturn, rather, he simply wouldn't speak unless he had to. Once he started talking, it would last for at least a few hours, if not an entire day. Eventually, it wasn't even him going to find Chen Fan anymore, instead, the other party would arrive at his cultivation cave early in the morning to begin their discussions. Meng Hao couldn't refuse, so he could only listen with a bitter smile. Often, he would fall asleep after listening for a while, only to wake up and still hear Senior Brother Chen Fan talking, making him feel a wave of pity for this senior brother of his. Could it be that there are too few inside sect disciples, so Senior Brother Chen has no one to talk to, which is why he developed such an eccentric personality? At the same time, Meng Hao also understood why Senior Sister Sue frequently went into seclusion. Even he had repeatedly entertained the thought of going into seclusion, as it was the only way to escape this torture. Little Junior Brother, are you wondering when Junior Sister Sue will exit? Yeah. Huh. Hearing Senior Brother Chen ask such a strange question, Meng Hao was taken aback. Little Junior Brother, don't be shy. Junior Sister Su Cheng is naturally beautiful, it's only normal for you to secretly admire her, Senior Brother Chen Fan said with a smile, a teasing look in his eyes. He had a carefree personality and was very easy to get along with. He also had a very good impression of Meng Hao, and after interacting with him, he acknowledged him as his junior brother. No, I didn't. Oh right, Senior Brother, just now you said what realm is after the Great Circle of Qi Condensation. Meng Hao coughed and hurriedly changed the subject. After Qi Condensation is Foundation Establishment. Only by shedding the mortal body can one be called a spiritual cultivator, also known as a cultivator. Chen Fan's Senior Brother shook his head with a smile as he looked at Meng Hao, replying without teasing him further. Casting spiritual roots, 9 Tao pillars rise within the Dan Lake. The Tao pillars radiate 10,000 chang of light, circulating throughout the body, that is Foundation Establishment. Furthermore, there are distinctions in Foundation Establishment. Depending on different skills, the condensed Tao pillars will differ. It is divided into Flawless Foundation Establishment with 9 cracks, Flawed Foundation Establishment with 18 cracks, and Half-Shattered Foundation Establishment with over 18 cracks. Among them, Flawless is the best, Flawed is next, and Half-Shattered is the most common. In our Kao San sect, there was once a Flawless Foundation Establishment skill. Back then, the Kao San old ancestor relied on this skill to establish an illustrious reputation in the Zhao kingdom. But what about that skill now? Unfortunately, it was lost along with the old ancestor. Chen Fan did not mind the trouble and explained in extreme detail. His personality was simply like this, and Meng Hao was already used to it. After Foundation Establishment is the path of core formation. For example, our sect master is at this realm. Next is Nascent Soul, which is as eternal as the land of immortals. Then what is after Nascent Soul? At this moment, Meng Hao listened intently, his heart filled with yearning. After Nascent Soul is Spirit Slaying. For instance, back then, the Cao Sen old ancestor was at this realm. Unfortunately, this realm is extremely difficult, with life and death separated by only a hair's breadth. One must sever multiple times throughout their life to successfully sever. Back then, the Cao Sen old ancestor went out into seclusion and has not returned to this day, Chen Fan said softly. Although his eyes were calm, they revealed a deep dedication to cultivation. I wonder if I, Meng Hao, will one day be able to reach the spirit-slaying realm? Then what is after spirit-slaying? Meng Hao murmured. After spirit-slaying, the realms are too high, and I do not know them clearly. Only by going to a few major sects in the southern region can one get a brief understanding. But no matter what, it is all for the sake of becoming an immortal, Chen Fan replied. Becoming an immortal? Yes, becoming an immortal. Junior brother, when you go out to temper yourself in the future, you cannot limit yourself to the Zhao Kingdom. You must know that the Zhao Kingdom is merely a remote, minor country in the southern region of the Nanzhan land, where spiritual energy is thin and cultivators are scarce, Chen Fan said, looking at Meng Hao gently. The southern region is the true world of cultivating immortals. Although the law of the jungle is incredibly cruel there, it also represents the peak of the southern region, where heroes rise and geniuses are countless. Compared to that place, our Zhao Kingdom is far too peaceful. The life of us cultivators is one of stepping over mountains and treading upon piles of bones. A strange light flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. These words seemed not to be spoken to Meng Hao, but rather to himself. Senior brother, are you saying these words to yourself? Do you really want to go to the southern region? I lost myself for a moment. I have a dream, to achieve what the Cao Sen old ancestor did in the past. I want the Cao Sen sect, I want the Cao Sen sect to be glorious once again, Chen Fan looked at Meng Hao and spoke slowly. Each word poured into Meng Hao's ears and fell into his heart. I am a scholar from Yunjie County, and my parents went missing when I was a child. My dream back then was simply to become a wealthy man. Not having to live through hard days, I just wanted to have money and then go visit Dong Tu de Tang. Oh, it seems I've talked a bit too much. Well, it makes sense. After all, you only recently joined the sect, so it's normal that your mindset hasn't adjusted yet. No, what I wanted to say is that after entering the Cao Sen sect, you are the first person to tell me these things. I finally feel a bit like I am in a sect cultivating immortals. Thank you, senior brother. After all, we are in the inside sect, and there are still many principles like this that a senior brother should teach a junior brother. If you like listening to them, let me tell you one by one. Wait, senior brother, take a sip of water, or maybe we should go outside to practice instead. Senior brother Chen, if you weren't so talkative, it would be absolutely perfect. The night grew late. At the same time, Wang Dangfei sat in his cultivation cave, looking at his right hand which no longer had an index finger, his expression dazed. In front of him was a jade slip broken into two halves. That was the first thing he did when he woke up. Failing to enter the inside sect meant the second thing he had plotted was also lost, and he had almost lost all his courage. That was why he smiled miserably. Upon waking up, he immediately crushed the jade slip that he had thought he would never have to take out. He had lost, completely and utterly. He had lost to an ant he despised, defeated by the sword of Meng Hao, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own. In fact, if He Luohua hadn't intervened, he would have lost his life. This defeat had completely severed his path in the Reliance sect. Even after regaining consciousness, he did not step outside at all, choosing instead to sit here alone, staring blankly in silence. Wang Tingfei laughed miserably. His laughter grew louder and louder, eventually echoing throughout the entire cultivation cave. Right at that moment, the door of Wang Tingfei's cultivation cave suddenly shattered soundlessly. Without making a single noise, the entire door turned into dust and scattered onto the ground. A middle-aged man dressed in a green robe stood there. He had a gaunt face, but it carried an air of innate arrogance. Beside the middle-aged man stood a young woman. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, possessing breathtaking beauty and a tall, graceful figure. Wearing no makeup, she looked like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm, completely untainted by the dust of the world. The Wang clan is one of the three great cultivation clans of the southern domain, standing above many sects, having existed in the southern domain for 10,000 years. The middle-aged man spoke calmly, his voice carrying an indescribable coldness and majesty. And you, as one of the geniuses of the Wang family, were destined from birth never to be ordinary. Your entire life is destined to soar to the 9 heavens, and you are bound to step onto the path of striving for immortality. What does a minor setback like this even matter? In a remote little country like this, where ants crawl everywhere, our Wang family would only need to send a single nascent Soul clan elder to slaughter this entire place clean, the middle-aged man said decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Your enemies are the other geniuses of our clan, the descendants of the other 2 great families in the southern region, or the contemporary disciples of the 5 sects of the southern region. Only they are worthy of being your opponents. If they were to see your current dejected state, what right would you have to bear the surname Wang? Tell this old man, what is your surname? The middle-aged man swept his sleeve and barked coldly. My surname is Wang. Wang Dengfei stood up abruptly, a fierce light shining in his eyes as he gritted out every single word. I am Wang Dengfei. The middle-aged man stared at Wang Dengfei for a moment before his expression softened. You are the rock of the Wang family, in just a few years, you will be able to reach foundation establishment. Later, on the path to core formation, with the violet chi from the east secret technique of your fiancé's sect, core formation will only be a matter of time. Even nascent soul is not impossible. When that time comes, you will realize that the person who defeated you in this tiny Zhao kingdom is still nothing more than a chi condensation cultivator. When you look down on him then, he will be nothing but an ant. The middle-aged man gave Wang Dengfei a meaningful look, then turned around and stopped looking at him. Dengfei, the beautiful woman spoke. Her voice was incredibly melodious, and combined with her breathtaking beauty, she exuded a sense of perfection that matched Wang Dengfei's. Standing together, they looked like an enviable pair of immortal Dao partners. Wang Dengfei remained silent for a moment, gazing at the woman. This was his fiancée, Suyu Yan, the daughter of the sect leader of the Ziyun sect, one of the geniuses of the Ziyun sect, and one of the 4 most renowned women in the southern region. Let's go back, she said softly, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Wang Dengfei. Wang Dengfei nodded. What is that? A flying ship. The roaring boom and this warship instantly shook the minds of the Cao San sect disciples, who hurriedly raised their heads. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Before them was a warship about 100 zhang long. The ship was pitch black all over, radiating oppressing evil energy. At this moment, Meng Hao on the peak of Dongfeng also snapped out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw the warship, and his heart shook. I didn't agree to let you come to this wild place in the first place. Even if there are rumors of many treasures appearing, that was something from hundreds of years ago. As the 3 of them stepped onto the warship, the middle-aged man spoke again. Standing on it, Wang Dengfei looked down at the Cao San sect. Memories of the past few years flashed through his mind, but quickly vanished completely. His gaze was no longer gentle, and his smile was no longer warm, instead, they had become as cold as ice. Especially his eyes, which exuded a sinister malice, making him look completely different from the senior brother Wang in everyone's impressions. At the same time, he also spotted Meng Hao on the mountain peak. At the same time, the middle-aged man seemed to casually glance at Meng Hao on the mountain peak. With this glance, although he did not reveal his cultivation, with his level of cultivation, even a single look was enough to cause a roaring boom. The entire Dongfeng shook. His gaze was like a sharp sword, shooting straight toward Meng Hao in an instant. Meng Hao's face paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body instantly felt as if it had fallen into eternal ice. A crisis of life and death, more intense than ever before, welled up in his heart, shaking Meng Hao's mind. He seemed to lose the ability to think, rendered too weak to withstand a single blow. He even sensed a feeling of death that he had never experienced before. His body was about to wither, the flame of his soul was on the verge of extinguishing, and a bloody gash even appeared on his forehead. Loneliness, helplessness, and death transformed into a massive hand that pressed down on Meng Hao, wanting to crush his bones to pieces and cast him into eternal damnation. Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed throughout the Cao San sect. A core formation cultivation, condensing not a mixed core but a crimson core, just one step below a purple core. Yet, you bully a chi condensation junior like this. So this is the Tao protector of the Wang clan's third branch in the southern region, Wang Jipin. Do you often travel about? A blue figure instantly materialized in the void in front of Meng Hao. It was indeed Sect Master He Luohua. He stood there as if he were the sole entity between heaven and earth, staring coldly at the middle-aged man, Wang Jipin, on the warship. I've made a fool of myself in front of brother He. This Wang came here to take Deng Fei away. Thank you for looking after him all these years. Wang Jipin smiled genially, yet an indescribable arrogance flickered in his expression. Let's go. He flicked his sleeve, and the warship beneath him rumbled instantly, transforming into a rainbow that shot into the starry sky and vanished. Only a flash of starlight remained, already far in the distance. Meng Hao coughed up another mouthful of blood, yet he still raised his head to stare intently at the receding warship, a cold light flashing in his eyes. So this is a core formation cultivator. A single glance is enough to grind my bones to powder. And this is only core formation. Above it is nascent soul, then spirit severing, and even higher realms. The southern domain, the Wang clan. Meng Hao gritted his teeth, a raging fire burning in his eyes. Meng Hao, oh Meng Hao, just because you defeated Wang Tengfei, you absolutely cannot grow complacent. You must continue to become stronger. Once Wang Tengfei returns to the Wang clan, he will surely undergo a complete transformation. You must either become stronger, or you will die. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half-month, Meng Hao spent most of his time sitting in the sect's library pavilion, reading the sect's technique manuals, gaining a deeper understanding of the state of Zhao and the southern domain. He even found a hand-drawn map depicting the incredibly vast land of Nanzhan, clearly marking the Great Tang of the eastern lands, pointing out the northern desert territory, as well as the western barbarians and the southern domain where he currently resided. The entire world was clearly depicted on this map, firmly engraving itself into Meng Hao's mind. Afterward, he received his first distribution of spirit stones and medicinal pills as an inner sect disciple. These spirit stones were clearly far superior to the ones he had received back in the outer sect. They were larger, completely translucent on the inside, and filled with a hazy, mist-like substance that resembled cotton. Although there weren't many, they still caused Meng Hao's face to turn pale. Are these mid-grade spirit stones? Inner sect disciples are distributed one of these per year. A single mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 of the low-grade spirit stones distributed by the outer sect. Meng Hao murmured, his mind reeling. If there are low-grade and mid-grade, then what do high-grade spirit stones look like? Senior brother Chen Fan replied thoughtfully, high-grade spirit stones. They are probably a bit larger than this. The mist inside is also denser, but I have never seen one myself. Legend has it that not even the entire Zhao kingdom possesses a single high-grade spirit stone. A single high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for at least 10,000 low-grade ones. Meng Hao's heart thumped wildly, and his expression grew even more unsightly. The spirit stone I used to copy the wooden sword was even larger than a mid-grade one, and the mist inside was much denser. Could it have been a high-grade spirit stone? I actually squandered 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Junior brother, you don't look well. It seems my previous injuries haven't fully healed yet. I will return to my cultivation cave first. During this time, he was also assigned to distribute pills to the outer sect. Today, this Meng is distributing pills. Fellow disciples, you should devote yourselves to cultivation and reach the 7th level as soon as possible. This Meng looks forward to that day, the day our Khao San sect gains more inner sect disciples, Meng Hao said calmly. Having originally been a scholar, he naturally possessed some literary talent. At this moment, without any preparation, he spoke naturally. An invisible pressure arose in the hearts of everyone below. This pressure did not come from Meng Hao's cultivation, but from his status as an inner sect disciple. Instantly, all the pills and spirit stones flew out, falling one by one in front of everyone. Senior brother Meng's teachings are correct, we will surely remember your words. Immediately, someone quickly cried out, his face filled with excitement as if he had just heard heavenly music, bowing repeatedly. The others quickly followed suit, and all sorts of voices echoed, making the square look quite harmonious. All right, disperse. The glow on the square gradually faded. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Fatty quickly ran over, following behind Meng Hao. Not far from the square, they saw Zhou Kai and Zhu Tianlong catching up. Greetings, senior brother Meng. A few days ago, this Zhu obtained a treasure. At first glance, I knew this treasure was destined for you, senior brother Meng. Please accept it. The two of them gritted their teeth, took out their bags of holding, and respectfully handed them to Meng Hao. We are all fellow disciples, past grudges are nothing, you don't need to be like this. No, it has nothing to do with the past, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Meng Hao accepted the holding bag, scanned it, slipped it into his robe, and turned to walk away with a cool expression. Take care, senior brother. Along the way, Meng Hao encountered several people with whom he had past grudges, and it was the same with all of them. Gradually, he acquired more than a dozen more holding bags. Did you arrange this? How is it? Did I do a good job? I gave them some pointers earlier. If they want to avoid trouble in the future, they have to bleed a little. It's not just these spirit stones, they also help me do some things that aren't convenient to bring to light. The fat man looked at Meng Hao with a smug expression. Meng Hao smiled and shook his head. He had already felt that something was off today, and had guessed that Fatty was behind it. Don't push things too far with others. Oh, right, you can take Wang Dangfei's cultivation cave to live in. There is a spirit spring there. You must also practice cultivation properly. Wow, that's great. That way, I can show off a bit in front of those little junior sisters. I told you to practice cultivation. Alright, I'll show off while cultivating. I'm off to move now. After taking a stroll around the outer sect all the way to the pill nurturing workshop, Meng Hao stopped, looked at the pill shop with a smile, and walked inside. Upon seeing Meng Hao, the middle-aged man inside the pill nurturing workshop hurriedly stood up. Greetings, senior brother Meng. Meng Hao smiled and nodded, his eyes sweeping over the medicinal pills displayed all around. Senior brother Meng, please rest assured. With junior brother Li Fu Gui looking after the pill shop, business is doing quite well. We will absolutely not give other disciples any chance to buy the pills, the middle-aged man said, immediately patting his chest. Afterward, Meng Hao fulfilled the fat guy's wish by walking the entire length of the outer sect. Then, under the fat guy's pleading gaze, they went to the treasure pavilion together, where he allowed the fat guy to go inside and pick out another magic weapon. Finally, after finishing his inspection of the pavilion, Meng Hao quickly returned to Dongfeng, leaving the fat guy behind in deep reluctance. At dusk, Meng Hao looked at the crimson horizon in the distance, then turned his head back as if sensing something. Not far away, he saw a woman as beautiful as a fairy walking toward him. She wore a silver robe, her long hair draped down, and her exquisite face was completely free of makeup. Senior Sister Su, Meng Hao clasped his hands and bowed. Congratulations on becoming an inner sect disciple. This woman was Su Cheng. She had just emerged from seclusion, and upon hearing the news about Meng Hao, she had immediately come to this place. Meng Hao smiled, standing beside Su Cheng. The mountain wind blew past, causing their clothes to flutter. Senior sister, during the day I went to the pill nurturing workshop and exchanged for another beauty-preserving pill. Meng Hao raised his right hand, holding a pill. Su Cheng silently glanced at the pill in Meng Hao's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then accepted it. I have just emerged from seclusion and am a bit tired. I will head back first. Let me walk you back. No need this time. Su Cheng turned and walked away, but after only 5 steps, she suddenly stopped. I have already been to the pill nurturing workshop. The first beauty-preserving pill you gave me was not exchanged by you. Having said this, she walked away without looking back. Meng Hao was stunned. Only after a long while did he regain his senses. He scratched his head, but his eyes gradually brightened. Something that had previously seemed impossible. Gradually, as time passed, it slowly became possible. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Meng Hao had been an inner sect disciple for nearly 3 months. One day, Meng Hao was sitting cross-legged in the Dharma pavilion with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing, his expression serene. Suddenly, the space in front of him rippled slightly, and a transmission talisman silently materialized. As soon as the talisman appeared, it emitted a faint glow, and lines of green characters slowly rose in the air. Meng Hao opened his eyes and swept his gaze over them. His expression flickered slightly, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. The words on the talisman were clearly displayed: Chen Fan, Su Cheng, Meng Hao, the three of you are to come to the Dongfeng Great Hall. The Great Hall of the Cao San sect stood towering atop a high mountain. Even from afar, it exuded a solemn and ancient aura. The entire hall bore the colors of antiquity, with carved balustrades and marble steps. Every detail revealed exquisite craftsmanship, yet within that exquisiteness lingered a faint aura of the vicissitudes of time. This place was a restricted area of the Cao San sect, usually heavily guarded, and only inner sect disciples were qualified to set foot inside. Chen Fan, Su Cheng, and Meng Hao walked shoulder to shoulder into the main hall. As soon as they stepped inside, a trace of reverence involuntarily arose in their hearts. Inside the main hall, a statue stood towering. It was in the likeness of an old man, his expression majestic without being angry. Especially his eyes, which seemed to contain a hidden glow, although dimmed by the passage of time, they still revealed a lifelike quality, overflowing with a domineering aura that inspired awe at first glance. He Luohua stood to one side, his gaze sweeping over the statue before looking back at the three of them. He raised his hand and pointed, his calm and steady voice ringing out. Come over, pay respects to the old ancestor. Meng Hao, Su Cheng, and Chen Fan simultaneously composed themselves, their expressions turning solemn, and then bowed deeply together toward the statue of the Cao San old ancestor. He Luohua looked at the three of them, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. He let out a soft sigh. It has been 100 years since the old ancestor went missing. At that time, I was still just an outer sect disciple. Back then, the Cao San sect was still glorious. You have all read the skill instruction books of the Cao San sect, so you must also know of our sect's glory from several hundred years ago. Regarding the 3 levels of foundation establishment, you also have some understanding. Today, this old man has summoned you here and will no longer hide anything. He Luohua slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the great hall. The reason our Cao San sect was once so glorious is because the cultivation of the Cao San old ancestor was enough to awe the entire Zhao kingdom and shake the southern region. And all of this is related to a copy of the Tai Shang scripture. As soon as he Luohua finished speaking, Chen Fan's eyes instantly flashed with a brilliant light, and he could hardly maintain his composure. Even Su Cheng cast aside his usual coldness, revealing a look of solemnity. Only Meng Hao was slightly stunned, his heart stirring. Clearly, he did not yet know what the Tai Shang scripture was. Chen Fan took a deep breath, stared intently at He Luohua, and slowly spoke. The Qi condensing aura. Although his voice was low, it carried an excitement that was hard to conceal. As the eldest disciple of the inside sect, he knew quite a few secrets, and there were some things he had already vaguely guessed. He Luohua looked at the reactions of the 3, nodded slightly, and continued. The Tai Shang scripture is one of the 3 great scriptures of Nanzhan. According to legend, there are 7 volumes, but they have all been lost for a long time. Having said this, he paused for a moment. Regret flickered in his eyes. Among them, the Qi condensation volume can help a cultivator achieve a flawless foundation establishment, while the foundation establishment volume can allow one to step onto the purple core Great Tao, rather than a crimson core or mixed core. His voice sank a bit lower as he slowly continued, as for the core formation manual, it can enable one to form a 4-color true body. Each word spoken was like a heavy blow to the hearts of the 3. It can be said that every single volume of the Tai Shang scripture is enough to allow a cultivator to reach the strongest realm, He Luohua slowly continued. Back then, what the ancestor obtained was the Qi condensation volume. Having said this, he sighed softly, his gaze sweeping over the statue. Back then, the descendant of grandfather Wang joined our Cao San sect solely for the Qi condensation volume of this Tai Shang scripture. As these words echoed out, Meng Hao immediately felt his heart skip a beat, and a bright gleam uncontrollably flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists as what senior brother Chen Fan had said about the different levels of foundation establishment flashed through his mind. Only now did he truly understand that the Cao San ancestor of the past had actually possessed such a powerful technique. At that same moment, he suddenly understood why Wang Dangfei had spared no expense to come to the Cao San sect. Meng Hao took a deep breath, an uncontrollable thought rising in his heart. If I could obtain it. The desire in Meng Hao's heart grew even more intense. He Luohua shook his head slightly, his voice turning low. It is a pity that even I have never seen this qi-condensing scripture, let alone outsiders. Speaking to this point, he paused, a complex look appearing in his eyes. This scripture has no physical inheritance, it only exists in the memory of the old ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Hao fell into silence. His heart surged like undercurrents, yet he maintained a calm facade. Chen Fan frowned slightly, as if thinking of something, his eyes flickered before quickly dimming. Su Qing raised his head, quietly looking at the statue of the Cao San old ancestor, his eyes carrying a trace of undisguisable awe. In an instant, the entire grand hall fell silent, so quiet that everyone's breathing could be heard. He Luohua suddenly raised his head, his gaze turning sharp, and his voice suddenly rising. For the past 400 years, the outside world has speculated that the old ancestor is dead, but only a few of us know that the old ancestor has not passed away at all. Those words rang out like thunder, echoing in the ears of Meng Hao and the other two, causing all three of their hearts to shake in unison. He Luohua took a deep breath, a look of nostalgia appearing in his eyes as he spoke slowly. 400 years ago, the old ancestor's cultivation was already at the great circle of the late nascent soul stage, but his lifespan was gradually running out. Because of this, he wanted to break through to the spirit-slaying realm. He shook his head slightly as he spoke, a hint of a sigh in his voice. Since ancient times, it has been passed down that if one's age does not exceed 1,000, one cannot be disobedient to heaven. If one is not disobedient to heaven, how can one achieve spirit-slaying? Speaking up to this point, He Luohua's gaze turned solemn. In the end, the old ancestor still chose seclusion, wanting to sever his own spiritual body to sever a new life. And this seclusion has lasted for a full 400 years. He paused for a moment and then spoke again, his voice growing even deeper. 400 years ago, before the old ancestor went into seclusion, he left behind an order. Every 100 years, 10 pieces of the jade-cleaving slash, condensed from his heart's blood, would be taken out and given to the most outstanding person of the inside sect at that time to carry the jade-cleaving slash into the place of seclusion. As He Luohua spoke, his gaze swept across the three of them, a hint of expectation in his voice. By borrowing the jade-cleaving slash to burn blood qi and comprehending the will at the old ancestor's place of seclusion, if one obtains some magical powers and has enough opportunities, it is possible to touch upon the Tai Shang scripture. He Luohua's voice echoed in the great hall. Before the lingering echoes could fade, Meng Hao could not help but raise his head, a light flashing in his eyes. Chen Fan and Su Cheng were also shaken, their gazes turning intent. He Luohua looked at the reactions of the three, nodded slightly, and slowly said, "Success is success, failure is failure. If this continues, sooner or later, a disciple will succeed." Having said this, his face suddenly darkened, and a look of heaviness appeared in his eyes. But 200 years ago, an accident occurred during the old ancestor's cultivation. His condition deteriorated to the point of being on the verge of death, and he could fall at any moment. He sighed, his voice lowering, this caused the comprehension at his place of seclusion to weaken significantly, while the restriction grew stronger. From then on, no more jade-cleaving slashes were sent out. It wasn't until 5 years ago that the old ancestor once again sent out 3 jade-cleaving slashes. As expected, I snatched Wang Dengfei's spot. He will definitely hate me to death. He Luohua looked at the three of them, his calm voice echoing in the great hall. 3 jade-cleaving slashes represent 3 people who can enter. It also means that the old ancestor's place of seclusion has been covered in restrictions, leaving only 3 spots that can be used for comprehension. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand slightly. 3 beams of blood glow instantly flew out, hovering in front of Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Su Cheng in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them held their breath simultaneously, their eyes locked onto the objects in front of them. Those were droplets of blood essence, bright as jade, translucent yet bizarre, which were the jade-cleaving slashes. He Luohua looked at them, a serious expression appearing in his eyes, and slowly said, "The 3 of you are the most outstanding inside sect disciples today. I bestow these 3 jade-cleaving slashes upon you. Whether you can comprehend the Tai Shang scripture or not depends on your own magical powers." Having said that, he waved his hand once more. The statue of the Cao Sen old ancestor immediately rumbled, especially those stone eyes, which suddenly shot out a brilliant glow, condensing into a giant vortex in the void. He Luohua turned his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, his voice booming like thunder, "Step inside and comprehend the magical powers." While his voice was still echoing, Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Su Qing simultaneously transformed into three rainbows, tightly grasping the jade-cleaving slashes in their hands, and charged straight into the vortex. In just an instant, the figures of the three were swallowed up. The cyclone remained, the wild winds howling incessantly, but without the jade-cleaving slash, even a nascent soul cultivator would absolutely be unable to take a single step inside. I wonder which of the three will be able to obtain the Tai Shang scripture, or if they will return empty-handed, He Luohua said softly, staring at the cyclone. Each person has their own magical powers, there is no use in overthinking it. I once had the ambition to make the sect flourish, but the practical pressure from the oppression of the three great sects of the Zhao kingdom is truly exhausting. Grand Elder Ouyang has a gentle disposition, and now in his old age, his lifespan is running out, leaving him unable to continue sustaining the sect's strength. Once the Grand Elder passes away, the most powerful person in our Cao San sect would actually be Shangguan Tu, who is only at the 9th level of qi condensation. If any of the three can obtain the Tai Shang scripture, I will immediately pass the position of sect master to them. After grooming them for a while, I can also retire and live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. This position of sect master is truly exhausting. The moment Meng Hao stepped into the cyclone, he found himself standing on an altar in the blink of an eye. He raised his head and looked around. This was a vast area. Above, it was as dark as pitch, with scattered points of light like a starry sky, making the space somewhat hazy and indistinct, as if separated by a thin veil. One could only peer through the mist, catching glimpses of pavilions scattered everywhere. The surrounding space was silent and desolate, as if no human footstep had trodden here for hundreds of years. Within the hazy mist, Su Cheng's voice rang out. Clad in fluttering silver robes, her figure stood out in the mist, giving off a cold yet beautiful impression at first glance. Chen Fan looked around, his voice carrying a tone of certainty, "Above us is all land sealed by restrictions. This place must be the underground palace of the sect, and directly above our heads is the outer sect area. I acceded to the sect quite early and once served as a disciple guarding the main hall, so I know a few secrets that you don't." Meng Hao stepped down from the altar, standing beside Chen Fan and Su Cheng, his gaze sweeping over the hazy pavilions around them. All around, the vegetation was withered and dead, the desolate and silent scenery sending a chill down one's spine. He frowned and spoke slowly, "This mist is actually a restriction, causing everything here to have only two colors, black and white, with no other colors remaining." Chen Fan nodded, his expression gradually turning solemn. "Indeed, there is no need for you to try touching them. These restrictions are gradually losing control as the old ancestor weakens. The three of us all carry a jade-cleaving slash, so we can just directly go look for those three places of comprehension." He paused for a moment and then continued, his voice calm and steady, "I do not know how long this comprehension will last. We should make an agreement to wait until we are finished, then leave this place together." Chen Fan looked at Meng Hao and Su Cheng, a flicker of encouragement appearing in his eyes. "Su junior sister, Meng junior brother, this senior brother wishes you both success." Having said that, he took a deep breath and poured spiritual energy into the jade-cleaving slash in his hand. Instantly, the jade-cleaving slash emitted a dazzling blood glow and flew straight ahead. Chen Fan followed behind, his figure gradually disappearing into the mist. Su Cheng turned to look at Meng Hao, nodded slightly, and then also activated her jade-cleaving slash, leaving in a different direction. Meng Hao stood alone, scanning his surroundings, a trace of vigilance rising in his heart. Just as he was about to activate the jade-cleaving slash in his hand, a miserable shriek suddenly echoed from the distance. That roar pierced through the fog, drawing closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to be only several dozen zhang away from Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face flickered, and he whipped his head around to look at the churning mist. Not far away, just over 10 zhang out, a figure in a tattered long robe was rushing straight toward him. A violent evil energy surged over, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it transformed into a savage killing intent. Just as it was about to close in, Meng Hao immediately retreated rapidly. The sudden turn of events was too abrupt, and that figure possessed astonishing speed, closing the distance to only 3 zhang in the blink of an eye before coming to a halt. His gaze stared intently at the jade-cleaving slash in Meng Hao's hand, his expression clearly revealing apprehension and fear. Meng Hao's heart stirred, and he channeled the spiritual energy in his body into the jade-cleaving slash. The jade immediately radiated a blood glow, illuminating the figure in the tattered robe and making his appearance clearly visible. It was a middle-aged man, but his body was shriveled and extraordinarily emaciated, looking like a malevolent ghost. A miserable shriek escaped his mouth, and the figure hastily retreated, vanishing completely into the fog after only a few flashes. Meng Hao's forehead was drenched in sweat, and he took a deep breath. That middle-aged man gave him a feeling of power no less than that of the Ouyang Grand Elder. A suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be a Foundation establishment cultivator? The moment the thought appeared, the vigilance in his eyes grew even deeper. Following the guidance of the blood glow, Meng Hao cautiously moved forward. About half an hour passed, each step filled with heart-stopping tension. In the mist ahead of him, other figures appeared once again. These figures had cultivation bases similar to Grand Elder Ouyang, and some even radiated a pressure that reminded him of sect leader He Luohua. Meng Hao looked at those figures and gradually realized they possessed no vitality whatsoever. Fortunately, they only hovered around and did not draw close, as if they were drawn by the jade-cleaving slash but were also extremely terrified of it. The time of an incense stick slowly passed, and the surrounding figures vanished one by one. Meng Hao stopped in his tracks, standing frozen in place. His eyes stared blankly ahead as his breathing grew rapid. He muttered unconsciously. Before him was a mountain over 100 zhang high. If it were just a mountain, it wouldn't be enough to make him lose his composure like this, but this was a mountain of spirit stones. Countless spirit stones were piled on top of each other, forming a complete mountain of spirit stones. In his entire life, Meng Hao had never seen so many spirit stones. At that moment, his mind roared, and his body instinctively stepped forward, wanting to collect them all. But after taking only half a step, he froze. This was because this mountain of spirit stones was gray, covered by a thin layer of faint mist. It was a restriction, a type of restriction that absolutely could not be touched. Meng Hao hesitated for a long time, wanting to give up but unwilling to do so. When he got within about 20 zhang of the mountain of spirit stones, a sudden sense of life and death crisis flooded his heart, causing him to stop dead in his tracks. He could only stand from afar, staring at the mountain of spirit stones and sighing. He knew very well that if he took even half a step more, with his current cultivation, both his body and soul would surely be utterly destroyed. After a long struggle, Meng Hao could only turn around and reluctantly leave the mountain of spirit stones behind. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, guided by the blood glow, Meng Hao arrived at a hazy pavilion. There was a courtyard here, but it was withered, with weeds growing sparsely all over. In the center stood an upright stone that was nearly half the height of a person. This was the only thing Meng Hao had seen that was not just black and white, nor was it shrouded in mist. Instead, it possessed distinct, vibrant colors. The jade-cleaving slash flew over automatically, hovering above the boulder. As soon as it stopped, the blood glow began to flicker incessantly. Meng Hao quickly walked over, standing next to the boulder to observe his surroundings. He thought to himself, this must be one of the 3 locations that can be used for enlightenment. He sat cross-legged on the boulder, looking at the jade-cleaving slash hovering in front of him, a contemplative look in his eyes. Over the years, many people had entered this place before him, but none had ever successfully gained enlightenment. Once the blood glow on the jade-cleaving slash burned out, it would mean the end of the enlightenment time. Meng Hao frowned slightly, a powerful desire for the qi-condensing aura rising in his heart, but he also understood that his talent was ordinary. This opportunity originally belonged to Wang Dengfei, and he feared it would be very difficult for him to succeed. He was in no hurry to burn the jade-cleaving slash, but raised his head to look at the blood glow, a strange light appearing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the jade-cleaving slash, a look of intense determination appearing on his face. This time, no matter what, I must comprehend the Tai Shang scripture. He spoke resolutely, then slapped his bag of holding, and the copper mirror immediately flew out. Next, he took out quite a few spirit stones, preparing to begin the duplication. Meng Hao had been in the inner sect for a full month now, and the spirit stones distributed to inner sect disciples were far more than those of the outer sect. In addition, during this month, his shop in the outer sect had also been patronized by disciples eager to curry favor with him, allowing him to accumulate quite a few spirit stones in his storage bag. However, his face soon darkened. He discovered that even after taking out all the spirit stones distributed by the sect, he still could not complete the duplication. It wasn't that the copper mirror had lost its efficacy, but rather that the spirit stones were completely insufficient. Even mid-grade spirit stones were useless. Meng Hao stared at the jade-cleaving slash, falling silent for a long time. Only then did he remember that he still had 7 or 8 exceptionally large spirit stones on him. He hesitated slightly, but after a brief moment, he gritted his teeth. A bloodshot gleam flashed in his eyes as he reached out, took one block, and placed it onto the copper mirror. Before he could even take out a second one, a brilliant light flashed from within the copper mirror. In the instant the dazzling light burst forth, 15 jade-cleaving slashes appeared simultaneously. This scene left Meng Hao completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought it would require a vast amount of spirit stones to complete, never expecting that just this one large spirit stone could duplicate as many as 15 blood essences. That was the jade-cleaving slash, condensed from the painstaking efforts of the Cao San old ancestor. Yet now, a full 15 of them appeared before his eyes, leaving Meng Hao wide-eyed and tongue-tied, temporarily speechless. He stood frozen in place, with only one thought remaining in his mind: this spirit stone is absolutely no ordinary object. Immediately after, he suddenly remembered the more than 2,000 large spirit stones he had previously consumed, and his heart instantly ached as if cut by a knife. But at this moment, to Meng Hao, the Tai Shang scripture was the most important thing. Gritting his teeth, he stopped thinking about the lost spirit stones. He immediately picked up a blood essence and burned it. The blood glow flared up, and vague sounds echoed, flickering in and out, as if echoing from within a dream realm. Meng Hao's consciousness quickly sank deep, completely immersed in it, forgetting the passage of time. He did not know how much time had passed before the blood glow around him gradually dissipated. He slowly woke up, his expression filled with confusion. After another moment, he fully recovered, but his mind was completely blank, without a single trace of the Tai Shang scripture's content remaining. Meng Hao let out a sigh. This outcome was already within his expectations. He continued to take out blood essence, repeating the process of comprehension. At this moment, the blood glow on Su Cheng's body dissipated. She murmured, "I failed. Do the old ancestor and I not share this destiny? I hope the two of them have better luck than me. Senior brother Chen is an upright person. If he obtains the Tai Shang scripture, he will surely be able to revitalize our sect. If junior brother Meng gets it, that wouldn't be bad either." She left the place of comprehension and returned to the altar. When she arrived, she saw Chen Fan sitting cross-legged there. "Senior brother, you've returned. Then the result is..." "Ah. I failed. What about you, junior sister?" "The same. Then let's wait for junior brother together. I hope he has better luck than us." The two of them sat cross-legged on the altar, waiting for Meng Hao. At the seclusion place of the Cao San old ancestor, neither Chen Fan, Su Cheng, nor the frenzied Meng Hao noticed another change. After their blood essence burned, it turned into a streak of blood glow that they could not see. It quietly sank into the ground, penetrating beneath the underground palace, where a secret chamber lay. Inside the secret chamber was a completely withered corpse. There was not a single shred of vitality on his body, which was permeated with a death aura. Each time a blood glow merged into that withered body, a minute change would occur. It was not until the third blood glow merged that the corpse generated a tiny bit of vitality. That vitality was extremely weak, only enough to sustain a lingering breath, making it utterly impossible for him to awaken. That was the Cao San old ancestor. The jade-cleaving slash blood essence was transformed from his heart's blood and contained his aura. That was why, after being burned, it could return to help sustain a breath of life for him. Without this blood essence, he would have died completely long ago. Originally, he could only continue to linger on like this, holding on to his last breath until his life force completely dissipated. A formidable hero of his generation would have passed away just like that. At this point, even he himself had despaired, spending most of his time in a deep slumber. Even if he occasionally woke up, it was only for an instant before he fell back into a coma, with no strength left to do anything. As for the jade-cleaving slash, it was a remnant from that year. If not for his reckless action back then, he would likely have perished completely hundreds of years ago. At this moment, as the jade-cleaving slash blood essence returned, Cao Sen's old ancestor's consciousness barely roused slightly. A sigh echoed in his heart, this is the last jade-cleaving slash. The moment this thought faded, he felt drowsiness wash over him, knowing full well that once he fell asleep this time, there would likely be no chance of waking up again. But just at that moment, a fourth streak of blood essence suddenly appeared silently, noiselessly merging into his body. Cao Sen's old ancestor's consciousness, which was about to sink into slumber, instantly jolted and forced itself awake, his heart filled with astonishment. He remembered very clearly that he had no more jade-cleaving slashes left. Before he could think it through, a fifth streak of blood glow unexpectedly appeared, shooting straight into his body. Immediately after, while his consciousness was still reeling, the sixth, seventh, and eighth streaks followed one after another. For 3 consecutive days, the blood glow kept appearing, sometimes even merging into a surging torrent that poured relentlessly into his withered body. The Cao Sen's old ancestor's mind surged like ocean waves, his spirit erupting with unprecedented hope. Countless doubts swirled in his mind. These drops of blood essence were not his original lifeblood, yet they carried an identical aura, making it impossible for him to understand. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Outside, Manhwa had just finished burning the 58th jade-cleaving slash blood essence. An earth-shattering roar rumbled in his mind, and his consciousness shook violently. Passages of scripture appeared, swirling around without dispersing. Every word and sentence radiated a supreme golden light, piercing through Manhwa's entire body, causing the surrounding blood glow to quickly dissipate, leaving only a shroud of golden light. Within that golden light, Manhwa's body seemed to undergo a metamorphosis in an instant. Inside his body, his Dan Lake surged violently. The entire Dan Lake gradually turned golden, its waters churning, transforming his whole body bit by bit. Crackling sounds echoed within his body, his bones seemed to regrow, his flesh and blood grew increasingly robust, and he underwent a powerful transformation from the inside out. His meridians gradually became translucent, merging into his flesh and blood, and his hair grew continuously longer. All of these transformations were based on the formula of the Tai Shang Qi condensation scripture, causing his cultivation to continuously transition and stabilize. This process lasted for about 6 hours. A muffled boom echoed from within his body. Manhwa abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light instantly shooting out from his pupils. After a long moment, the golden light gradually dissipated, replaced by an unconcealed look of excitement. A formula clearly appeared in his mind. It was as if the formula was deeply engraved into his soul, he had fully comprehended every single word. He knew very well that this was the Tai Shang Qi condensation scripture. If this Qi condensation scripture were to appear in the outside world, it would be enough to trigger a storm of wind and blood, causing countless sects to fight over it frantically, yet now, it existed in its entirety within Manhwa's mind. After spending another 6 hours for his body to adapt, Manhwa was still at the 6th level of Qi condensation, but his path of cultivation was already based on one of the 3 strongest Qi condensation techniques in the land of Nanzhan. Such magical powers were something that even disciples of great clans or great sects would find difficult to obtain. Cultivating according to the formula of this Qi condensation scripture, once Manhwa stepped into foundation establishment, it would surely be a flawless foundation establishment. Even while still in the Qi condensation stage, his spiritual energy would be far more robust than others of the same realm. Although he could not yet be called invincible, with long-term accumulation and a sudden burst after a long build-up, once he reached foundation establishment, it would be like breaking out of a cocoon to become a butterfly. This was because the focus of the Qi condensation aura did not lie in magic spells, but in achieving a rare flawless foundation establishment. Excitement surged in Manhwa's heart. He clenched his fists, his desire to become strong never more intense than at this moment. After a long time, he took a deep breath, stepped down from the boulder, and slowly walked away into the distance. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and Chen Fan had already been waiting at the altar for a full 3 days, but they saw no sign of Manhwa. Both of them looked surprised, and their expressions grew anxious. They didn't even consider the possibility that Manhwa was gaining enlightenment, but only assumed that he must have run into some kind of accident. Chen Fan spoke anxiously, could something have happened to junior brother Meng? Su Cheng was also doubtful. His jade-cleaving/incense has no reason to burn so much longer than ours. How about we go look for him? After discussing, the two of them began their search. But just at this moment, Meng Hao returned to the altar. Junior brother Meng, you're back. Why did it take so much time? What was the result? Could it be that you have successfully comprehended the Tai Shang scripture? No, I heard a lot of noise, my head was splitting, and somehow I fell asleep. Senior brother, senior sister, what was your result? The same as you, a wasted trip. At this moment, Cao San old ancestor saw Meng Hao, and also saw Chen Fan and Su Cheng. He had originally planned to wait for Meng Hao to continue taking out blood essence, but could only stare blankly, because Meng Hao had already successfully gained enlightenment. Cao San old ancestor roared in his heart, filled with extreme regret. Back then, he shouldn't have released the enlightenment. No, that's not right. If I hadn't released it, that little kid wouldn't have appeared. But he was even more unwilling. Why did that little guy only use more than 50 pills of blood essence to successfully gain enlightenment? Reasonably, it should have been 100, 200, or ideally 300 pills. If he could have reached 500 pills of blood essence, he wouldn't have needed to continue his seclusion to drag out his dying breath. Cao San old ancestor was frustrated to the extreme. This was originally his greatest hope, but at this moment, that hope was about to vanish, with no more blood essence to replenish him. As time passed, he would still continue to decline. But he also knew very well that this idea of his was almost impossible to realize. Back then, he had been too ruthless to himself, confining himself in this seclusion. It could not be broken from the inside, and it was difficult for any sound to travel out, even if someone were close by, they would not be able to hear anything. Even if he forced himself to use magic, in his current weakened state, he could not unleash much. His mind was in utter turmoil, forcing himself to come up with a way. Cao San old ancestor's consciousness swept through the underground palace, looking outside to where Meng Hao had reunited with Chen Fan and Su Cheng. The three of them were walking together toward the altar, preparing to leave this place. He gritted his teeth as a crazy idea arose in his mind. He had to make all the cultivators in the cultivating immortals world of the Zhao kingdom come here and enter his seclusion. As long as enough people entered, he could use their cultivation to break this seclusion. Once he got out, he would absorb their vitality, giving him the chance to pass the second severing. Cao San old ancestor gnashed his teeth, forcing his remaining cultivation to circulate, and struck the ground hard with a palm. The ground shook violently, letting out a muffled boom. Right at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the entire underground palace. The expressions of Meng Hao and the other two changed simultaneously as cracks instantly split open before them. Amidst the violent tremors, a massive stone stele slowly rose. After a moment, a 10-zhang-tall stone tablet appeared before their eyes. The stele was completely golden, densely covered with scriptures. It was none other than the Qi-condensing aura Tai Shang scripture. All three of them were stunned, especially Meng Hao. Looking at the Qi-condensing aura that he had painstakingly comprehended, which had now suddenly appeared before his eyes, his mind went blank for a moment. However, upon closer inspection, his expression gradually became strange. On that stone stele, only the first two sentences of the scripture were real, the rest were all fake. On the surface, it looked profound and mysterious, but since Meng Hao had already mastered the true scripture, he could tell the real from the fake with just a single glance. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose not to speak up. Chen Fan's eyes flickered, and he immediately walked quickly toward the stone stele. Su Cheng also stepped forward. The two of them observed it intently for a long time, then glanced at each other, astonishment visible in both of their eyes. Su Cheng slowly spoke, "This stone stele should be left for the sect master to decide." Meng Hao blinked and immediately nodded repeatedly in agreement. This scene naturally did not escape the eyes of Cao San old ancestor. He saw it clearly, and a smile immediately tugged at the corners of his mouth. The more he looked at Meng Hao and Su Cheng, the more pleasing they seemed to his eyes. "Hurry up and go, hurry up and go. The further you take it outside, the better. It would be even better if everyone found out about it." He laughed heartily in his mind, thinking to himself that he was indeed clever. Back then, just in case, fearing that someone might break in during my seclusion, I deliberately left behind this fake scripture. Fearing that others would suspect it was fake, I even tampered with it a bit, deliberately creating an anomaly when the stone steel appeared to ensure it could be seen from all directions. It was originally meant to harm people, but I didn't expect it to be so useful today. Not long after this thought arose, Cao San's old ancestor's expression suddenly froze. "We can't," Chen Fan said in a low voice. His eyes remained glued to the scripture on the stone steel. After observing it for a long time, a look of determination appeared on his face, and he shook his head, looking at Meng Hao and Su Qing. "This steel scripture is of grave importance. If we take it away carelessly, wouldn't it leave behind a seed of disaster for the sect? Once we are careless and let outsiders find out, it could very likely lead to the destruction of the sect. Why don't the three of us use jade slips to copy down the scripture and take them out, while leaving the stone steel here? That would be the safest and most secure method." Chen Fan's words were extremely serious. His entire body exuded righteousness, completely devoid of selfishness, all stemming from his concern for the sect. Su Qing nodded upon hearing this. Meng Hao had even less of an objection. The three of them immediately copied the scripture into their jade slips, then quickly stepped onto the altar and departed. Cao San's old ancestor stared blankly at this scene, and a furious roar immediately echoed within the secret chamber. Damn it, damn it! I wish I could choke the current sect master of the Cao San sect to death. Why did he recruit such a person as an inside sect disciple? Truly a detestably righteous fellow. From past to present, what I hate most is this kind of righteousness. Back in the day, my sect was full of a cunning and dark bunch. Whenever they obtained a scripture, they would keep completely quiet about it. Only those are perfect disciples in my eyes. You righteous brat, you have ruined me, your old ancestor. Why did you stop me? Damn it, my cultivation, I. Cao San's old ancestor trembled with rage. At this moment, he gnashed his teeth, a look of reckless madness appearing in his eyes. Alright, the copying is complete. Let's summon the teleportation portal and head back. After copying the scriptures onto the jade slips, the three of them quickly departed. Deep within the secret chamber, Cao San's old ancestor watched everything silently, his eyes dazed, before his expression suddenly changed. This is bad, I can't let them leave. This old ancestor cannot wait for the next batch. No, I absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. A look of madness flashed in his eyes. Holding his breath, a low growl escaped his throat, and he suddenly raised his hand to strike his own crown. In an instant, fresh blood gushed from his entire body, but the blood did not fall. Instead, it transformed into a thick layer of blood glow, rushing straight outside. Almost at the same time, Meng Hao and the other two also left the underground palace, returning to the main hall of the Cao San sect. He Luohua turned his head to look over, a look of relief appearing in his eyes. You're finally back. Chen Fan was about to speak, Master, we were over there. Before the words had even finished, a wave of bloody glow rumbled out from within the teleportation portal. Something had followed it out. The three of them paled, retreating simultaneously. What is going on? Did we do something wrong? He Luohua's face changed drastically. The four of them rushed out of the main hall in unison. At the same time, high up in the sky 100 miles above, blurry characters gradually appeared. The writing was difficult to decipher, but two characters were extremely clear, recognizable at a single glance, Tai Shang. Those two characters emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire sky of the Zhao Kingdom, as if fearing that the world would not see them. As soon as the anomaly appeared, the three great sects of the Zhao Kingdom were instantly shaken. At the Feng Han sect, someone looked up in horror. What is that? Could it be? Impossible. At the Tian Qi sect, a startled cry rang out, the Tai Shang scripture, it's the Tai Shang scripture. What is happening? At the Zivu sect, the elders' faces paled in unison. The Tai Shang scripture has emerged, and that location is the Cao San sect. Could it be that the Qi condensation volume of the past has truly manifested in the world? In just a brief moment, orders were passed down, no matter the reason, head to the Cao San sect immediately. In the Zhao Kingdom, three great sects simultaneously dispatched nearly 20 cultivators. The weakest among them was at the foundation establishment stage, and they were led by 6 core formation cultivators. With a surging momentum that tore through the sky, they headed straight toward the Cao San sect. The moment the heavenly anomaly appeared, all the outer sect disciples of the Cao San sect were shaken. They stared blankly up at the sky, their minds buzzing and their eyes filled with utter confusion. The sudden change in the world was so abrupt that no one could comprehend it. In the sky, brilliant golden scriptures shone, each character looking as if it were cast in solid gold, illuminating all directions. The disciples' hearts pounded wildly, and their faces turned deathly pale. The fat boy, who had been grinding his teeth with the fish-scale sword, suddenly stopped his rhythmic scraping. He stared wide-eyed at the sky, nearly biting his own tongue. Grand Elder Ouyang also looked up, his eyes dark as he stared at the anomaly, a storm of emotions churning in his heart. Shangguan too, who was in seclusion, suddenly snapped his eyes open at this moment and looked up sharply. When he clearly saw the two characters in the sky, his entire body trembled, and his eyes filled with utter disbelief. But in the blink of an eye, his expression changed drastically, as if he had recalled something extremely terrifying. A sudden surge of fear gripped his heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped to his feet and rushed outside. Inside the room, a teleportation array that had been set up many years ago instantly lit up. Shangguan too gritted his teeth and stepped straight into the formation, his figure vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, He Luohua's face changed drastically, and his raspy voice rang out, "What did you touch at the place of the old ancestor seclusion?" Chen Fan swallowed hard, his throat dry and parched, his voice filled with bitterness. Just as the three of us disciples were leaving the place of the old ancestor seclusion, a stone tablet appeared. However, this disciple was worried the stone tablet would bring disaster to the sect, so I did not bring it out, only recording the scriptures on it. Having said that, his hands trembled as he took out a jade slip, his eyes filled with anxiety. As soon as He Luohua looked, his divine consciousness swept over it. His body shook, and disbelief instantly flooded his eyes, before his expression gradually turned grim. It's fake. Whether it's the stone tablet or that heavenly phenomenon, it's all fake. The sect master has also realized this. He Luohua let out a sigh, looking down at the ground. Only after a long while did he slowly shake his head. The other sects in the Zhao kingdom are also about to arrive. This calamity is unavoidable for the Cao San sect, they have come for the old ancestor. The three of you, as inner sect disciples, stay in the great hall and wait. With those words, he waved his sleeve, his figure transforming into a beam of rainbow light that soared straight into the sky. The entire Cao San sect rumbled and shook, the earth trembled, and a screen of light rose from all directions, transforming into the sect-protecting grand array that covered the 8 directions of heaven and earth, its light flowing like ripples of water. He Luohua landed on the peak of Dongfeng, his robes fluttering in the wind. Almost the instant he stood firm, beams of light flashed in the sky. Sharp, ear-piercing sounds of rushing wind rang out, as if they wanted to pierce through the sect-protecting light barrier. At the same time, nearly 20 beams of rainbow light tore through the air from all directions, their surging killing intent completely unconcealed. In the blink of an eye, those figures appeared outside the grand array of the Cao San sect, waves of pressure descending like crushing mountains, causing the ground to shake violently and the mountains to tremble as if they were about to collapse. Nearly 20 people stood in midair, with 6 of them at the center. 4 men and 2 women, all elderly, yet their auras were as deep as the ocean. Their long robes fluttered, and the cultivation they revealed caused the clouds and sky to change color. Behind each of them stood 2 or 3 attending cultivators. Though they were mere attendants, their auras were not at all inferior to Grand Elder Ouyang's, and their cold gazes were as sharp as blades. Cao San sect. A shout boomed down from high above, like rolling heavenly thunder that shook the 4 directions. The outer sect pavilions cracked and split. Outer sect disciples coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood, their faces turning deathly pale and their eyes filled with sheer terror as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Feng Han sect, what grand prestige you show. Standing atop Dongfeng, He Luohua snorted coldly. His voice struck back like thunder, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his sleeve, causing heaven and earth to roar as an invisible finger force howled straight up into the sky, its killing intent condensing into near-tangible form. As the finger force drew near, the void around the Feng Han sect's core formation old monster instantly turned pitch black, as if a giant maw had opened, ready to swallow him whole. The Feng Han sect elder's face paled and his heart pounded. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated rapidly, a look of deep wariness flashing in his eyes. Enough, Taoist friend he. The heavenly anomaly originated from your Cao San sect, you must give us an explanation for this. Among the 6 core formation cultivators, a robed elder frowned with a solemn expression and gave a gentle wave of his hand. The blackness in the void instantly dissipated. He looked down at He Luohua, his gaze cold, his voice calm yet carrying an imposing aura. He Luohua remained silent for a long time, then looked up at the high sky, his eyes reflecting the 2 words, Taishan. Countless thoughts welled up in his heart, and in the end, he only let out a soft sigh. Explain what? As for why that heavenly anomaly appeared, this he does not know either. Don't know how to explain. Let me teach you. The old man sneered, his evil energy gradually spreading as his sleeves fluttered slightly. Surrender peacefully, open your Cao San sect's grand array, and let our divine consciousness search it. That will be your explanation. Otherwise, do not blame us for disregarding our fellowship as fellow Taoists of the Zhao Kingdom, and directly breaking the array to destroy the Cao San sect. Destroy my Cao San sect. He Luohua suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was low at first, then gradually grew louder, shaking the entire Cao San sect and echoing between heaven and earth, carrying both sorrow and madness. Amidst that laughter, he saw the 3 inside sect disciples in the grand hall standing in silence, their gazes resolute yet uneasy. He saw countless outer sect disciples bleeding from their 7 orifices, their faces pale, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. With what can we resist? With what can we secure a path of survival for the disciples of the Cao San sect? With what can we overcome this calamity? Thoughts swirled in his mind like a tempest, ultimately turning into a heavy sigh. As long as I remain the Cao San sect master, I will not allow outsiders to humiliate my Cao San sect. But I truly have no way to protect all of you. Even if the Cao San sect is not destroyed today, it cannot last much longer. Since that is the case, today, the Cao San sect is disbanded. I will no longer be this sect master, and these mountain peaks, I no longer want them. The moment he finished speaking, He Luohua flicked his sleeves, his figure soaring straight into the air. Yang was stunned for a moment, then silently flew up to follow. Standing high in the sky, the 2 of them looked down at the sect they had been bound to for several 60-year cycles, their eyes filled with deep sorrow. All disciples, hear my command, from today onward, the Cao San sect is disbanded. From now on, you are no longer people of the Cao San sect. And there will no longer be a Cao San sect in this world. He Luohua's eyes were bloodshot, the veins clearly visible. Those words caused the powerful cultivators of the Zhao Kingdom to tremble slightly, but they quickly sneered. Are you satisfied now? Whether there is a supreme treasure here or not has nothing to do with this old man. It has even less to do with the disciples below who no longer have a sect. If you dare to harm even a single person, this old man will detonate the grand formation, and we will all perish together. He Luohua spoke each word with absolute certainty, his voice filled with hatred and grim resolve. Meng Hao looked up at the sky, the words of He Luohua still echoing in his ears. At this moment, he truly felt what it meant for the weak to be prey to the strong. Even someone as powerful as the sect leader of a sect was ultimately forced to personally disband his own sect. Chen Fan remained silent, his face pale, his body swaying as he stumbled back a few steps. Su Qing lowered his head in silence. Inside the great hall, only a heavy, suffocating atmosphere remained, like a crushing weight. Up in the sky, the powerful experts of the Zhao Kingdom could not help but change expression, unable to maintain their composure. Since Taoist friend he is so resolute, we naturally will not make things difficult for you. Once you disband the Reliance sect and leave this place, we will not make things difficult for the other disciples. You can rest assured on this point. In the sky, among those 6 powerhouses, an old woman slowly spoke, her gaze sharp as lightning, staring straight at the mountain emitting the strange phenomenon, seemingly completely ignoring the people below. With those words from fellow Taoist Tian Mao, this he can rest easy. He Luohua waved his sleeve, and the grand array of the Cao San sect instantly dissipated. He took a step, intending to take Yang and leave this place. Grand Elder Yang, let us leave. Just then, a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly rang out in the sky, shaking all 8 directions. Bolts of lightning crashed down from the high heavens, as if to split heaven and earth. An icy voice suddenly rang out, shocking all the cultivators below, and even the Zhao Kingdom powerhouses in the air instantly changed expression. No one is allowed to leave. The moment the voice faded, a colossal barrier of light suddenly appeared over the entire Cao San sect. This barrier of light was many times larger than the previous sect-protecting Grand Array, covering a range of 100 miles and sealing off heaven and earth, making it impossible for anyone to leave. Who is it? He Luohua's expression changed, and he immediately looked up. Only to see a colossal compass, 100 zhang wide, appearing in the sky. On the compass stood a middle-aged beautiful woman of noble temperament, surrounded by more than 10 accompanying cultivators. Most of them were beautiful women, but their expressions were arrogant, and their cold gazes looked down. The Qing Luo sect of the southern region. He Luohua was shaken, his face instantly turning unsightly. Meanwhile, the powerhouses of the Zhao kingdom around them also changed expression in unison, obviously recognizing that this was a powerful sect of the southern region. Why has the Qing Luo sect come here? This is trouble. Indeed, no one is allowed to leave. The space nearby was suddenly torn open, and a long burst of laughter rang out. Out of the rift stepped an armored burly man. Behind him, more than 10 people followed, each with a body as stalwart as a mountain. The moment they appeared, they radiated waves of dense evil energy. The protector cultivator of the Jin Han sect, Zhao Shanlang. Your nose is quite sharp, the middle-aged beautiful woman standing on the compass said calmly. As soon as her voice rang out, it turned into layers of ripples spreading in all directions. Since you women of the Qing Luo sect have come, why can't we men of the Jin Han sect come as well? The stalwart man, Zhao Shanlang, laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the sky. Right at this moment, from a million miles outside the light barrier, a soft sigh suddenly echoed. Immediately after, a cold light flashed, approaching in the blink of an eye and directly piercing through the giant light barrier. Where the light barrier was torn open, a flying sword broke through the air, appearing in the sky above the Cao San sect. Under the terrified gazes of the middle-aged beautiful woman and the burly Zhao Shanlang, everyone could clearly see a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe standing on the flying sword with his hands clasped behind his back. He was alone on the great sword, but just standing there made people feel as if a single sword was traversing the world, unstoppable by anyone. He Luohua's expression changed as she instantly recognized this person's identity. He was a strong expert of the Yi Jian sect. As the leading sect of the southern region, there was a saying in the world, just one sword is enough to shake the heavens. The middle-aged beautiful woman bowed her head and said, so it is Daoist friend Zhu Yanwen. Even the burly Zhao Shanlang clasped his hands in silence, though his expression was calm, he could hardly conceal his wariness. Meng Hao looked up at the scene in the sky, his heart shaking violently. This was the first time he had seen so many strong experts with his own eyes, and also the first time he had seen so many terrifying sections. Especially the 3 great sects that had appeared at the very end. It was precisely the colossal power of the southern region that Chen Fan had once mentioned. Meng Hao took a deep breath and murmured softly, southern region. In the great hall, Chen Fan quietly retreated behind the statue of the Cao San old ancestor. His right hand silently and unconsciously rested on a certain spot on the statue, and then he gently pressed down. With just that single press, the entrance to the Cao San old ancestor's place of seclusion was instantly and completely concealed. Thanks to the bizarre properties of the statue, no one inside or outside the Cao San sect could detect it, and neither Zhu Yan, nor the other strong experts were any exception. Chen Fan thought to himself, old ancestor, your disciple Chen Fan will definitely protect your place of seclusion and keep it safe, absolutely never allowing others to disturb you. He was filled with righteousness and loyal to the sect. Having taken an immense risk at this moment, he had finally accomplished what he needed to do. Letting out a soft sigh, he felt no more regrets in his heart. At the same time, beneath the underground palace of the Cao San sect, in a secret chamber deep within the mountain, the Cao San old ancestor was extremely smug and full of anticipation, muttering, they will definitely find the entrance to my place of seclusion very quickly. When that time comes, as soon as they open the secret chamber, this old ancestor will be able to escape. But before he could finish his words, his face suddenly changed drastically. Staring wide-eyed at the image above, he cried out in a trembling voice, hey, bastard, what are you doing? He watched helplessly as Chen Fan carefully activated the mechanism, and the seclusion door closed silently. All the images completely vanished, leaving him in utter disbelief. This mechanism was originally set up by Cao Sen old ancestor himself years ago just in case. During seclusion, if a powerful enemy invaded, the entrance had to be activated and sealed shut. He had also specially passed down the method to his descendant, an inheritance for the guardians of the Great Hall through generations, to prevent outsiders from entering the place of seclusion. Once this setup was activated, unless a truly strong spirit-slaying success appeared, no one would be able to discover his place of seclusion. This was once something Cao Sen old ancestor was extremely proud of, believing this plan to be foolproof. However, he never would have dreamed that after so many years, he himself had forgotten about it, yet someone else still remembered it so clearly. Cao Sen old ancestor stared wide-eyed and muttered, "Damn it, back then I should have left a rule, absolutely do not recruit anyone with loyal and steadfast character, do not recruit good people. This damn brat, you really are." He stood there dazed, with an expression of wanting to cry but having no tears. To think that even the stone tablet had been blocked by Chen Fan, and that his painstakingly devised plan, which even required him to cough up a mouthful of blood to create the anomaly, was ultimately ruined by this very person. Although the other party did it entirely for his own good, risking death without flinching to protect the sect, showing loyalty to the absolute extreme, it was this very loyalty that made the Cao Sen old ancestor tremble in despair. Just as the Cao Sen old ancestor was on the verge of despair, in the sky outside the Cao Sen sect, Zhu Yanwen of the Yi Jian sect slowly descended, his divine consciousness instantly spreading out to envelop the entire sect. The beautiful woman of the Qin Luo sect and the burly man of the Jin Han sect, Zhao Shanlang, also released their divine consciousness at the same time. In an instant, 3 terrifying streams of divine consciousness enveloped the entire Cao Sen sect, meticulously searching every single inch. Although the strong cultivators of the Zhao kingdom standing outside remained as silent as cicadas in winter, they were still unwilling to give up, and they also swept out their divine consciousness to search. As time passed toward dusk, the anomaly in the sky gradually dissipated. Yet, even after turning the entire sect upside down, no one could find even the slightest clue. Zhu Yanwen gradually frowned. He could clearly sense the aura of the Tai Shang scripture within the heart of this mountain, but he could not determine which disciple of the Cao Sen sect it was on. No matter how hard he searched, he could find nothing. In the sky, Zhu Yanwen glanced down, his gaze resting on Chen Fan, and then he slowly spoke. "This fellow is not bad. Are you willing to join my Yi Jian sect?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed down. Chen Fan's body immediately floated up into the air. Under the watchful eyes of Meng Hao and countless outer sect disciples, Chen Fan hovered in midair, standing before Zhu Yanwen. "Senior brother Chen." "What senior brother?" "That is the Yi Jian sect, 100 times stronger than us. We should be green with envy." He Luohua and Grand Elder Ouyang stood below in silence, their hearts filled with indescribable complexity. But they also understood that the Cao Sen sect was too small. If their disciple could have a broader path, they should be happy for him. A look of determination appeared on Chen Fan's face. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but this disciple is a member of the Cao Sen sect, and in this lifetime, I will absolutely never join a second sect." Chen Fan raised his head to look at Zhu Yanwen, his voice resolute. He understood clearly that with just a nod, his path ahead would be incredibly bright. The vast southern region was also a place he had once yearned for. But there are some things in this world that a man, if he does not want to do them, will absolutely never do. In this life, he would only have one sect. Zhu Yanwen's eyes flashed. He stared at Chen Fan for a long time before slowly speaking. "Do you know what the 3 words Yi Jian sect represent in the southern region?" Chen Fan nodded in silence. He had read many skill instruction books, so he naturally understood that the Yi Jian sect was the leading sect in the southern region. Zhu Yanwen spoke again in a cold voice, "Then do you know what identity this Zhu holds in the Yi Jian sect?" As he spoke, a flash of evil energy flickered in his eyes. The sky seemed to turn gloomy as an invisible aura emanated from his body, as if it could tear the sky apart. Chen Fan replied softly, "I know. Anyone who knows the Yi Jian sect knows Senior Zhu." Senior is the current Tao-protecting elder of the Yi Jian sect, with profound cultivation, renowned throughout the southern region. Zhu Yanwen's gaze grew even colder as he said slowly, since you know of this Zhu, then you should also know what you have just given up. The surrounding chill grew colder with his words, and the air seemed to freeze. Chen Fan raised his head, his gaze clear and unwavering. He said calmly, the Yi Jian sect's inheritance spans tens of thousands of years, with countless powerhouses. Anyone who joins takes a single step to ascend to heaven, this junior naturally knows this well. Zhu Yanwen looked at Chen Fan for a moment, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed out loud, his laughter echoing through the high sky. He said, originally, I only intended to take you in as an ordinary outer sect disciple, but since you possess such a temperament, good, very good. From this day forth, you are the personal disciple of this Zhu. His laughter carried a clear sense of appreciation. Zhu Yanwen lightly swept his sleeve. Completely disregarding whether Chen Fan agreed or not, he directly brought him onto the giant sword and broke through the air, departing. At the same time, the middle-aged beautiful woman of the Qing Luo sect saw that the Yi Jian sect had already claimed their disciple, and realized her trip this time had been in vain. Still, if she could bring back a good disciple, that wouldn't be bad either. Her gaze fell upon Su Cheng, and she nodded slightly, saying, this girl is not bad, my Qing Luo sect will accept her. She had noticed Su Cheng early on. Her beautiful appearance and cold temperament pleased her greatly. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and before Su Cheng could even react, she directly swept her onto the compass. Among the outer sect disciples, only Fatty was still there grinding his teeth. After the sect disbanded, he realized he was free. Not only was he not sad, but he was also incredibly excited. He thought about how he had been away from home for many years. When he left, his father had mentioned that there was a young widowed daughter-in-law at home who had been waiting for several years, and as soon as he returned, he could enjoy the bliss of polygamy. The more Fatty thought about it, the happier he became, grinding his teeth as he fantasized. It's a pity I won't see Meng Hao again, but that's fine. He still owes Zhu Stewart some silver. As his brother, I'll help him pay it back. Once I go back, I'll buy up all the surrounding land and expand throughout the Zhao kingdom. Li Fu Gui, I'm about to become the greatest wealthy landlord in the world. Just then, the burly Zhao Shan Lang of the Jin Han sect shuddered. What kind of cultivation is this Fatty practicing? He actually grew spirit teeth. This is the rare spirit teeth, it even looks like the lost spirit Bane Fong of our sect. To practice that skill, one must directly swallow spirit stones. I can't believe this kid actually succeeded. This trip was definitely not in vain. If I bring him back, the old monsters in the sect will definitely treat him like a priceless treasure. Thinking this, Zhao Shan Lang immediately reached down to grab him. The fat man, who was still in a daze, was lifted right up. He laughed loudly and said, little guy, from now on, you are an inner sect disciple of the Jin Han sect southern region. Meanwhile, the fat man shrieked miserably, Meng Hao. Fu Gui. But right at this moment, Zhao Shan Lang suddenly turned his head to look at Meng Hao. With just one glance, the large man was instantly stunned. There is something inside your body, something extraordinary. Seeing this, the middle-aged beautiful woman and Zhu Yanwen also stopped in surprise. Meng Hao's body trembled. As the large man's gaze swept over him, he felt as if all the secrets in his body were being seen through, and even the demon pill in his Dan Lake seemed to have been detected by the other party. Zhao Shan Lang's eyes narrowed, a sharp light flashing within them. He immediately turned around and rushed straight toward Meng Hao, his voice booming like thunder, I want this one too. Right at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from deep within the Cao San sect. An old but majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. Only he remains of my Cao San sect, who dares to touch him? At this moment, within the underground palace of the Cao San sect, inside the seclusion chamber, the Cao San old ancestor sat cross-legged, his hair disheveled, his eyes crimson, and his expression mad. The failure of his plan years ago had left him unwilling to accept it, and now, seeing the crowd preparing to leave, he feared that from now on, no one would ever set foot in this remote place again. The resentment in his heart grew even deeper, and seeing the Jin Han sect cultivators daring to attack the last remaining inside sect disciple, the fury within him instantly erupted. He did not hesitate to stimulate all of his remaining cultivation, which was why an explosion like the splitting of heaven and earth erupted. Within the underground palace, the Cao San old ancestor gnashed his teeth and roared, his voice filled with absolute determination. He said, "I will let you know that as long as I, the old ancestor, am still here, you cannot touch that Meng kid. My Cao San sect only has him left as the sole inside sect disciple who hasn't been taken away. If he dies, my hopes will also vanish." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and fresh blood sprayed out. That streak of fresh blood shattered the seclusion chamber, pierced straight through the underground palace, and shot outside with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the crowd standing in mid-air stared down, dumbfounded. The entire Cao San sect suddenly surged with countless pink mists. The crimson mist billowed and surged, merging with the earth-shattering rumble of thunder as it continuously expanded and spread. In just an instant, the red mist blanketed an area of 1,000,000 miles. Viewed from afar, this place resembled nothing less than an endless sea of red mist. Everyone's expressions shifted in unison, even Zhu Yanwen and the strong experts of the southern region showed looks of panic. Within the crimson mist, all the outer sect disciples of the Cao San sect fell unconscious one after another. They were completely unharmed, it was merely their consciousness that had been swept away. The mist continued to churn, and in an instant, the only thing remaining between heaven and earth was the echoing rumble of explosions. Soon after, the crimson mist began to fluctuate as streams of energy converged, gradually condensing into a shape. A colossal face emerged from within the crimson mist. The face was so massive that it blotted out the sky, causing everyone's minds to tremble violently. It was the face of an old man of supreme metal, his god pressure suppressing all 8 directions, exuding an immense majesty even without anger. His eyes remained tightly shut. Yet, the moment his features became clear to He Luo Hua and the Ouyang Grand Elder, both were instantly struck with shock. For that old man was none other than the Cao San old ancestor. In the void, the cultivators of the Zhao kingdom cried out in shock and alarm, "Old ancestor Cao San. He's not dead yet." Everyone's minds trembled violently, and the entire crowd immediately retreated. Right at this moment, on that face condensed from the crimson mist, the closed eyes of old ancestor Cao San suddenly opened a crack. It was only a tiny slit, but in an instant, an earth-shattering red light shot out. That single glance alone made Zhu Yanwen's face turn pale. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his body stumbling back several steps. The great sword beneath his feet instantly shattered, and intense fear welled up in his eyes. Zhu Yanwen possessed an early nascent soul cultivation, but under this single glance, the nascent soul inside his body also became sluggish and trembled, filled with endless terror. At the same time, that gaze swept over the middle-aged beautiful woman of the Qing Luo sect. The compass beneath her feet instantly let out a cracking sound, countless cracks appearing in the blink of an eye before it exploded. The gaze then swept straight toward Zhao Shanlang. The stalwart man instantly felt as if an entire mountain range was crashing down upon him. His body shook violently as he retreated repeatedly, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. That gaze continued to sweep toward the crowd of Zhao Kingdom cultivators. In just an instant, all of them coughed up blood simultaneously. The spiritual energy within the bodies of the Foundation establishment cultivators instantly depleted, and their lifespans were also damaged. Each of their faces turned pale, their expressions filled with panic. The ancient, sorrowful voice of the Cao San old ancestor suddenly rang out like thunder in the high sky. He said, "Forcing my Cao San sect to disband, and even wanting to destroy the sole descendant of my sect, you have some nerve." As soon as his voice fell, 3 red beams of light immediately shot out from the crimson mist, rushing straight toward Zhu Yanwen, the middle-aged beautiful woman, and Zhao Shanlang. Zhu Yanwen's face changed dramatically. As he fled, he hurriedly cried out, "This Zhu is a Tao-protecting elder of the Yi Jian sect. Cao San old ancestor, if you kill me, the Yi Jian sect will surely destroy you." The middle-aged beautiful woman also said in panic, "Cao San old ancestor, please appease your anger. Junior is a disciple of the Qing Luo sect. My ancestor Bing Xian Dao is a bosom friend of the old ancestor." Zhao Shanlang's face was pale as he said in a trembling voice, "Junior knows his mistake. I beg the old ancestor to appease his anger." The 3 of them pleaded simultaneously as they saw the red beams of light pursuing them from behind. Right at that moment, a cold snort like thunder echoed from within the crimson mist. Cao San old ancestor said coldly, "The three of you, get the hell out of here for this old man. Go back and ask your sect elders if they have forgotten the blood treaty of that year. This Zhao kingdom is this old man's domain. If anyone else dares to step into the Zhao kingdom, do not blame this old man for ruthlessly exterminating them. As for those 3 disciples, you can take them with you, this old man has no use for them." The voice resounded like a clap of thunder in the open sky. The 3 red beams of light instantly stopped and then gradually dissipated. The faces of the 3, Zhu, Yan, and Wen, turned pale. Not daring to delay, they immediately exerted their full power to flee, their figures quickly disappearing into the starry sky. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of all the cultivators in the Zhao kingdom. Even the strong nascent soul experts were scared into fleeing, let alone them, who were merely core formation cultivators. Everyone trembled incessantly as fear spread through their hearts. Legends of Cao San old ancestor from thousands of years ago gradually surfaced in their minds. The ancient records in the sect's skill instruction books now all came to life. The churning mist swirled and gradually transformed into a giant spear, silently appearing right in front of Meng Hao. The shaft of the spear was carved with complex, ancient talisman writings, each line radiating an extraordinary aura. One look was enough to know it was no ordinary object. The Cao San old ancestor spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout heaven and earth. He said, "It is fine if the Cao San sect is disbanded, but this kid is the sole remaining disciple of my inside sect. If anyone dares to touch him, Meng Hao, you just use this lance to kill them all. Why haven't the rest of you scrammed yet?" The voice reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the Zhao kingdom cultivators to flee in panic and scatter. At this moment, the bodies of the unconscious outer sect disciples of the Cao San sect all floated into the air. One by one, they transformed into beams of light and shot off in all directions. Within the area, only Meng Hao was left behind. He Luo Hua and the Ouyang Grand Elder watched this scene in astonishment. After a moment, a look of shame appeared on He Luo Hua's face. He bowed deeply toward the blood-colored light, then turned and departed. The Ouyang Grand Elder remained silent. He gathered all the unconscious outer sect disciples and carried them out of the wild mountains. Looking back at the Cao San sect from a distance, he let out a soft sigh and turned to leave. Both of them understood clearly that since the old ancestor had declared the Cao San sect disbanded, from this day forward, the Cao San sect would no longer exist in the world. Within the blood-colored light, Meng Hao's expression was filled with excitement. He stared at the spear radiating 3 layers of light, and was just about to reach out and grab it when the lance suddenly let out a soft pop. Then, it transformed into a cloud of mist and rapidly condensed, turning into a red-robed old man, who was none other than the majestic Cao San old ancestor who had just appeared. Meng Hao hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple Meng Hao pays respects to the old ancestor. Your prestige shakes the Zhao kingdom and spreads throughout the southern region. Ever since I acceded to the sect, I have always revered you. Every day, I study the opening lines of the chi condensing aura passed down by the old ancestor, gaining new insights daily." Cao San old ancestor immediately glared and said, "Stop, stop, stop. So young, yet instead of studying properly, you learn how to flatter. Let me tell you, little guy, back when I was your age, I could speak these words much more smoothly than you. Don't try to use this meager skill on me." Cao San old ancestor snorted and said, "Even if you flatter me, it's useless." He sighed as he spoke, and then his voice turned serious. "Listen carefully, this is only a sliver of my divine consciousness. It was with great difficulty that I scared those 3 nascent soul cultivators into fleeing, and now it is about to dissipate. My true body will fall into a deep sleep for a year. Therefore, no matter what method you use, as long as after 1 year you bring all the experts beyond foundation establishment of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivating immortals world to my place of seclusion, this old ancestor will reward you handsomely." As he spoke, the figure of the Cao San old ancestor began to dissipate. His expression was somewhat urgent, and he immediately raised his hand and shot a finger ray toward Meng Hao. A strand of divine consciousness immediately entered his mind, clearly indicating how to open the secret chamber where the old ancestor was in seclusion. Cao San old ancestor looked at Meng Hao and said, "Little guy, you are the sole remaining member of my Cao San sect, so if you die, this old ancestor will have to be buried with you. I am truly unwilling." His voice was still echoing, but his body had completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Meng Hao stood there dazed for a long time before he finally reacted. He suddenly realized that all the earth-shattering changes just now were actually just used by the Cao Sen old ancestor to intimidate everyone. He muttered, "No wonder he didn't kill those three, but where is the lance for me?" In such a vast Cao Sen sect, now only Meng Hao stood there all alone. The outer sect of the Cao Sen sect, which was once incredibly bustling, had now become a desolate, empty expanse. Senior sister Su was taken away, senior brother Chen also went to the southern region, and even Fatty has left this place. I wonder when we will meet again. 3 years as an inner sect disciple of the Cao San sect had finally turned into mere memories. A cold autumn wind quietly swept down, blowing past Meng Hao, rustling his long hair, sweeping away the dust of yesteryear, and dispersing it into the distance. Meng Hao did not move for a very, very long time. He waited until the starry sky sparkled, and then until the first light of dawn gradually appeared, before he let out a soft sigh and slowly raised his head. He said, "Everyone is gone, leaving only me behind in the Zhao kingdom. I should head down the mountain as well." Meng Hao's figure gradually vanished toward the horizon as his body sped through the deep forest. Gradually, he left the land that he had not stepped out of for the past 3 years. As he flew high on his sword and looked down, he saw only endless, rolling wild mountains that seemed to have no end. Come to think of it, when I first went up the mountain, I was just a mortal, but now I can step on a flying sword and fly. It has probably been 3 years since I left Wanjie County. Time flew by. At his current speed, it would take him 2 days to escape this seemingly endless mountain range. He looked ahead to where a vast lake lay like a giant mirror, and murmured softly, "This must be the northern part of the state of Zhao. It seems the Reliance sect is not too far from Yinjie County." He knew that as long as he crossed the North Sea, he would be able to see Mount Dashan half a day later. Just then, a voice called out, "Does this young gentleman wish to cross the sea?" A small boat glided gently across the lake. An old man wearing a coir raincoat stood there, his face weathered by the elements. Holding an oar, he looked at Meng Hao and smiled. Meng Hao was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands and said, "I will trouble you, elder." Inside the cabin was a young girl of about 7 or 8, her 2 small pigtails swaying. "Big brother, do you want some wine? Where are you from?" Meng Hao smiled, "I am from Mount Dashan, Yinjie County." The old man nodded and said, "Yinjie County is a good place, an auspicious land of outstanding people. Years ago, there was even a divine omen that drew the attention of the authorities." Meng Hao looked at the wine flagon, understanding in his heart that the auspicious sign was something from over 10 years ago, which was also before his parents disappeared. At this thought, his heart sank slightly. He hesitated for a moment before accepting the cup of wine, bringing it to his lips to take a sip for the first time. A spicy heat spread down his throat, transforming into a warm current that flowed throughout his body. Looking at the azure lake, Meng Hao took another sip and said softly, "Your words are truly extraordinary, elder. I wonder how long you have been rowing a boat here." The old man smiled and replied, 20 years now. In my lifetime, I've met countless passers-by. Having seen so much, I've learned to speak like them. I've made a fool of myself before you, young scholar. Just like this lake, who knows how many years it has existed, or how many people it has seen pass by. People remember it, and it also remembers every single one of them. Hearing this, Meng Hao's body trembled slightly. It was his first time hearing such words, and a wave of contemplation rose in his heart. He lowered his head to look at the water, his gaze gradually turning deep and quiet. This place is clearly a lake, so why is it called the North Sea? Hearing this, the old man smiled gently, pondered for a moment, and said, "A lake can run dry. It is usually calm and without ripples, so it cannot contain all things. But the sea is different, it can hold thousands of rivers. Perhaps people do not want it to disappear, or perhaps they just named it arbitrarily. If you consider it a lake, then it is a lake, if you consider it a sea, then it is the sea." As these words were spoken, they fell upon Meng Hao's ears like thunder, shaking his mind. The hand holding his wine cup trembled slightly, and his gaze froze on the water's surface, as if he had forgotten the passage of time. He did not know how much time had passed before the boat docked on the other side. Meng Hao took out some silver he had obtained from the Cao San sect, respectfully paid the fare, and then clasped his hands, bowing deeply. He watched the boat gradually drift away, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He did not leave, but sat down cross-legged by the lake. Looking at the water, looking at the solitary boat fading into the distance, the laughter of the old man still echoed in his ears. If you look at it as a lake, then it is a lake, if you look at it as a sea, then it is a sea. The voice repeated, gradually drifting far away, as if it were not the old man leaving, but rather merging into the North Sea, sinking deep into the bottom of the water, becoming a part of this lake. Meng Hao sat there, his gaze fixed on the distance, sitting there for 3 whole days. For 3 days, he did not move or speak, only quietly staring at the lake, the old man's words echoing in his mind. A lake can run dry, it is usually tranquil, unable to contain all things. A sea, however, is in constant motion, capable of receiving 100 rivers and 1,000 streams. Meng Hao's eyes gradually brightened. Inside his body, his golden Dan lake was as boundless and flawless as the surface of the water before him. He murmured softly, if I consider it a lake, then it is a lake. If I consider it a sea, then from now on, it is a sea. At that moment, his mind roared, and the Dan lake inside his body surged violently, expanding continuously without the use of any pills. Meng Hao was completely unaware, his eyes were tightly closed, and his mind was deeply immersed in enlightenment. In his head, only the words of the old man remained. He did not notice that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had begun to gather around him. Streams of spiritual energy swirled around his body and then surged into him, causing the originally calm surface of the North Sea to rise in waves. From the depths of the lake, spiritual energy surged, turning into an invisible current that continuously merged into Meng Hao's body. At this moment, the North Sea witnessed his Tao. At this moment, if any core formation cultivator were to witness this, they would surely be shocked. This was because attaining enlightenment was originally a realm that only spirit severing could touch, requiring rare opportunities and magical powers. Yet, at this moment, Meng Hao had already stepped before that door. His ability to achieve this was also deeply related to that demon pill. That was the demonic core of the Ying dragon, an ancient mythical beast whose entire body could transform into a demon. In a dream of years past, Meng Hao had also touched it to gain enlightenment. 3 days later, when he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickered in his pupils. The Dan lake within his body seemed to double in size. To the eye, it still looked like a lake, but in Meng Hao's perception, it was no longer a lake, but had transformed into a Dan sea. Because if he considered it a sea, then it was a sea. Within his dantian, the sea waves roared and the spray churned. The demonic core floated up and down as silver spiritual energy coursed through his entire body, circulating according to the qi condensation qi movement of the Tai Shang scripture of the divine sect. In an instant, his entire body burst with golden light. Booming sounds echoed within his body, as if all of his meridians were being opened up. The golden light diffused, instantly spreading outward past 3 zhang. Then, his cultivation base suddenly surged, directly breaking through the bottleneck of the 6th level of qi condensation to enter the 7th level of qi condensation. Not only that, although he had only just reached the 7th level, it was already comparable to the peak, because within his dantian, it was not a Dan lake, but a Dan sea. In the previous moment, the North Sea had surged with an untold amount of spiritual energy accumulated over the years, aiding him in breaking through his realm. After a long time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually dispersed, and the spiritual energy of the North Sea also calmed down. The golden light around Meng Hao's body slowly retracted. He returned to his normal appearance, sitting there quietly. The golden light in his eyes was gone, but his expression was brighter and clearer than before. Meng Hao slowly stood up, looked toward the North Sea, clasped his hands, and bowed. In his mind, the records he had once read surfaced. All things in heaven and earth that possess spirituality can become demons, mountains can transform into demons, rivers can transform into demons, and the same goes for plants, vegetation, and all beasts. He softly said, "Today, thanks to the North Sea, I have attained the Tao. In the future, when my cultivation reaches great completion, I will surely return to help you transform from a lake into a sea." In the northern part of the Zhao Kingdom, at the foot of the Shan Mountain, there were 3 towns, of which Yunjia County was the most prosperous. This place was not large, but it was bustling with people, lively day and night. Today, a young man wearing a clean and neat blue scholar's robe slowly walked into the county. His face was somewhat familiar, but his temperament was completely different. This person was none other than Manhwa. Manhwa stopped in front of a large courtyard, tilting his head to look inside. The high walls of the past now seemed to have grown shorter. Behind that wall was the boudoir of Lady Sun, the place he had once fantasized about back then. Back then, he had thought that if one day he could gain Stewart Tun's favor and marry that beautiful lady, his life would be complete. He shook his head and walked away with a hint of regret. By noon, he stopped in front of a small house, knocked on the door, and entered. The door opened, revealing a weather-beaten, middle-aged man who frowned as he looked at him. The man asked, "Who are you looking for?" "What is it?" Manhwa looked closely and said softly, "Is that you, Uncle Lee?" The middle-aged man froze, staring intently at him, his expression gradually changing until it turned into one of disbelief. He called out Manhwa's name and said, "Aren't you supposed to be missing? Quick, come inside." He called out loudly, "Dear, come quickly and see who's here." Inside the house, a middle-aged woman heard the call and looked out. When she saw Manhwa, she was momentarily stunned. "It really is Manhwa. This child, you left back then without saying a single word. Let Auntie have a look at you. It's been a few years since we last met, and you've grown taller, but why are you so thin? You must have suffered quite a lot of hardships these past few years. Let Auntie cook a few dishes for you. Now that you're back, don't leave again. Although this place was sold to Uncle Lee, it is still your home." Before long, Manhwa looked at the two people before him, clearly seeing the kindness in their eyes. Remembering the past, if not for their help when his parents went missing, his life would have been much more difficult. Aunt Lee said, "The harvests haven't been good these past few years, and we gave the main house to our son, who just got married. This place was empty, so the two of us moved in." She then asked, "Where have you been all these years? Your uncle and I looked everywhere for you but couldn't find you." Hearing this, a warmth filled Manhwa's heart. He simply replied that he had gone away to learn a trade, and because his departure had been so sudden, he hadn't had the chance to say goodbye to them. He continued, "Uncle Lee, Aunt Lee, I want to buy back this ancestral home. After all, it's the only thing my parents left behind. Here is some silver. Please stay here and help me look after the place." With that, he took out the silver. Uncle Lee hesitated, looking over at Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee fell silent for a moment before nodding gently. Her voice was warm yet firm as she said, "You're right. This is what your parents left you, so this house should be returned to you. Since Uncle Lee and I are already up in years, and you've asked, we will stay and help you look after it." Having said this, she pushed the bag of silver back into Manhwa's hands, her eyes gentle and her voice firm. "Keep the silver. We watched you grow up and treat you like our own child, how could we accept your silver?" After the meal, Manhwa did not stay. He only quietly collected a few items of sentimental value and bid the two of them farewell. He did not take the bag of silver with him, quietly leaving it on the bed. Old man, come quickly and look at this." "What's wrong?" "He left the silver." "Sigh, this child." On the road, Manhwa sighed softly. "I am no longer a mortal, yet I cannot sever my mortal ties. If they cannot be severed, then I will keep them." Early the next morning, he made his way to the Wang family's carpentry shop. From afar, he could see the white-haired Wang uncle, his face lined with wrinkles, sitting in a daze before a wooden statue. The statue was carved in the likeness of Wang Yu-kai, every line seemingly imbued with a soul. Yet, in Wang uncle's eyes was a bottomless depth of sorrow. He stepped into the shop. Wang uncle looked up, and as his eyes met Manhwa's, his entire body shook, trembling uncontrollably. You are Manhwa." Manhwa stepped forward, his voice gentle. "Wang uncle, it's me." Uncle Wang gripped his hand tightly, his expression filled with emotion. "Where is Yu-kai? The two of you went missing together back then. Where is he?" Manhwa smiled, his voice soft and reassuring. "Brother Yu-kai can't return right now. He asked me to tell you that he will be back in a few years. Please don't worry, uncle, he is doing very well." He then briefly recounted the events of that year, only saying that they had been taken away to learn skills. Because Yu Kai had decent natural talent, he had stayed behind to cultivate and could not return yet. Hearing this, tears streamed down Uncle Wang's face, but he kept nodding his head. The wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out, finally giving way to a rare smile. That boy has been clever since he was a child. He refused to learn carpentry and only wanted to go out all day. Good, that's very good. Meng Hao fell silent. He did not know if Wang Yu Kai was truly dead or not. After becoming an inner sect disciple, he had gone to look for Xiao Hu. He had even gone to the cliff where Wang Yu Kai had slipped and fallen, but he couldn't find any clues. Leaving already? Meng Hao bid farewell. Uncle Wang, I'm off. Please take care of your health. Meng Hao, take care on the road. Leaving this place, he thought of Xiao Hu and Fatty. The two of them were not from Wanjie. He wasn't very close to Xiao Hu, who was safe and sound anyway, but Fatty was different, he had to go deliver the news. Thinking of the other party having already reached the southern region, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. That fat guy, Fu Gui, had said he would let him cultivate some lost secret technique, so he probably wouldn't make things difficult for him. Who knows, maybe that fat guy would directly reach the pinnacle of his life. At the foot of the Shan mountain lay 3 towns, Wanjie, Wanhai, and Wankai. And the fat guy's home was located in Wankai. A young man shouted angrily, Li Defu, you have some nerve. Let me tell you, my younger brother has returned from his travels and is now an immortal. He only wants the Li family's assets, not your lives. Out of pity, I even spoke up on your behalf, yet you dare to insult me like this. The fat guy's father hurriedly spoke up, his voice trembling slightly. Young Master Zhao, this matter. Young Master Zhao barked coldly, shut your mouth. Let me tell you, this matter isn't over yet. If you know what's good for you, have your daughter-in-law serve this young master tonight. Once this young master is pleased, I will naturally put in a good word for you in front of my younger brother. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences yourselves. He sneered, an undisguised look of lust appearing on his pale face. Li Defu's face gradually turned pale. At first, he could still endure it, but now it had exceeded his limit. His heart ached as he thought of his missing son. If, as a father, he could not even protect his son's wife, what was the point of living? He gnashed his teeth and suddenly roared, get out. Get the hell out of here. Where is everyone? Beat this man to death for me. Even if my Li family goes bankrupt, we will not let your Zhao family humiliate us. Young Master Zhao sneered, a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and turned to leave. What grand imposing manner. Just you wait. Li Defu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and spoke in a low voice. You don't need to worry, there are still laws in this world. Take the lady back. Several servants hurriedly took her away. Only when the surroundings fell silent did Li Defu's body begin to tremble, his voice hoarse. Fu Gui, where on earth are you? Why haven't you returned yet? Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out. He is still living very well. Meng Hao looked at him with a calm gaze. I am a good friend of Li Fu Gui in the sect, a native of Yunjie County, Meng Hao. Hearing this, Li Defu's body trembled slightly. Memories of that year flashed through his mind. When his son went missing, he had investigated and learned that 4 people had disappeared together, one of whom was named Meng Hao. He stared at the other, his voice trembling. Fu Gui, he. Meng Hao said slowly, he is not in the Zhao kingdom right now, but he will return before long. Hearing this, excitement mixed with hesitation appeared in Li Defu's eyes. Is it true? That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Meng Hao stepped forward, his voice casual. I saw what just happened. I will stay for a few days and handle this matter. With that, he flipped his right hand, and a piece of paper appeared. His voice was calm, according to the method written on this, forged 3 spears, one of iron, one of silver, and one of gold. Meanwhile, after leaving the Li family with a gloomy face, young Master Zhao returned to the Zhao Manor in Wanhai County. Oh. They didn't agree, and they even beat you. Young Master Zhao immediately lowered his head, feigning humiliation. Yes, that Li family not only refused my proposal, but they also dared to humiliate our Zhao family, and even slapped me. The youth, dressed in brocade robes, had delicate features, but his eyes held a hint of coldness. He was none other than Zhao Hai, a disciple of the Cao San sect. He glanced at the handprint on Zhao young master's face and snorted coldly. Useless person, do you think I am as foolish as you? This slap is clearly off-center, you obviously hit yourself. Although disgust showed in his eyes, the other party was his elder brother after all. He merely frowned and said in a cold voice, fine, I need to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. 7 days from now, I will go with you to the Li family. Time passed, and 7 days went by in a flash. Inside the Li manor, 3 lances, iron, silver, and gold respectively, exuded a strange luxury. Meng Hao nodded. Well done, they look very much like the lance Cao San old ancestor used to intimidate people back then. With a wave of his sleeve, the 3 lances vanished into his storage bag simultaneously with a soft popping sound. This scene caused the faces of the entire family to change drastically. They fell to their knees in unison, their expressions filled with awe as if they were facing an immortal. Li Defu stood dazed, his body trembling uncontrollably, almost kneeling down to worship, his heart in a state of turmoil. Previously, he had only thought the other party was extraordinary, but he never expected him to be a true immortal. Furthermore, remembering Meng Hao's words about being a friend from his son's sect, a thought arose in his mind. Could it be that my good-for-nothing son has also stepped onto the path of the immortal Tao? He wanted to open his mouth to ask. But right at this moment, Meng Hao raised his head, his gaze looking outside. A commotion drifted in, followed by the sound of smashing. It seemed the main gate had been kicked open. A loud shout echoed from the courtyard. Li Defu, get the hell out here for this young master. My younger brother is an immortal. He has come to your Li family, and you still haven't knelt down to greet him. Young Master Zhao, exuding an evil energy, walked in with a straight back. Behind him was a youth with a proud expression, one hand clasped behind his back, the other raised, with a fire snake coiling in his palm. The flickering firelight terrified everyone, and no one dared to approach. Zhao Hai's arrogant gaze swept around, and he was just about to speak. But when his eyes landed on Meng Hao, his entire body suddenly shook as if struck by lightning. The fire snake in his hand instantly went out. His expression changed in the blink of an eye, turning from arrogance to sheer terror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Zhao, still completely unaware, continued to bellow, Li Defu, you see my younger brother and you still don't kneel? Let me tell you, my younger brother is an immortal. With a wave of his hand, he can wipe out your entire family. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his tone filled with lewdness. Why don't you hurry up and bring that little lady to a nice room? If you serve this young master to my satisfaction, I will plead for your Li family. Who knows, I might even leave a bloodline for you. Young Master Zhao chuckled wickedly, becoming increasingly arrogant. Behind him, Zhao Hai's face was already deathly pale, his entire body trembling. Those words were like thunder striking his mind, causing his head to ring as fear surged to the absolute limit. Young Master Zhao still didn't stop. Otherwise, not only will you die, but also that scholar next to you. Who is he? Your family's adopted son. How dare he look down on me? Do you want to die? My younger brother is an immortal. Before he could finish, Zhao Hai flew into a rage. His figure suddenly moved as he rushed forward, raising his hand to slap young Master Zhao hard across the face. With a sharp crack, he roared, shut your mouth. Disciple Zhao Hai pays respects to senior brother Meng. Zhao Hai fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself on the ground, his body trembling violently. Meng Hao looked down with a dark, cold expression. Although you haven't followed me for long, you should understand my temperament. That gaze was like a blade, causing Zhao Hai's heart to tremble. Gritting his teeth, he turned his head to look at young Master Zhao, his eyes flashing with venomous malice. Not daring to resent Meng Hao, his hatred could only be directed at his own elder brother. In an instant, he waved his hand, and a small fire snake the size of a thumb shot out, wrapping around young Master Zhao in the blink of an eye. Flames erupted, and a blood-curdling shriek echoed through the air as his body rolled on the ground, gradually turning into a charred corpse. Please, senior brother Meng, spare my life. Zhao Hai did not dare to look back, remaining on his knees before Meng Hao, kowtowing repeatedly. Since you still cling to the mortal world, from now on, just live peacefully as a mortal. Meng Hao spoke calmly, lightly tapping his right finger in the air. Instantly, Zhao Hai's face turned deathly pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His dantian exploded, and his level 2 qi condensation cultivation was completely destroyed, severing his path to immortality and returning him to a mortal. His body swayed as he clasped his hands and bowed to Meng Hao, his eyes filled with bitterness. He then turned and left, supported by his servants, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Li Defu stood to the side, completely dazed. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Meng Hao with eyes full of shock. Although he had previously guessed that the other party was an immortal, he never expected that the immortal of the Zhao family would be terrified to this extent, his body trembling uncontrollably. Meng Hao clasped his hands and bowed to Li Defu. It is because this Meng failed to discipline him strictly. This is my acolyte. There was a crisis in the sect, so he ran out, dragging Li Uncle into this. I dare not, I dare not. Thank you, immortal, for saving me. Li Defu hurriedly shook his head and bowed deeply, but his mind was still buzzing. Meng Hao's words were like a bolt from the blue. The immortal of the Zhao family was actually just his acolyte, leaving his heart in utter shock. Li Uncle, there is no need for this. Li Fu Gui and I are good friends. Having returned to his hometown on his behalf, I naturally could not stand by and watch when encountering this matter. Now that the matter is resolved, this Meng shall take his leave. Please take care, immortal. Have a safe journey. Our child has finally made something of himself. The benefactor said he is from the same sect as him. Since he has also become an immortal, I must go burn incense at the ancestral hall. This brings honor to the ancestors of the Li family. Meng Hao left Wankai County, his flying sword carrying him back to the ravine of years past. The cave was just as it had been, without a single change. He stood there, quietly looking around. Back then, senior sister Su was at the 7th level of qi condensation, and today, he had also reached that realm. 3 years of twists and turns, like a cycle of reincarnation, starting here and ending here. If 3 years is a cycle, then my return today might be a new starting point. The ancients once said, if you do not take the first step, how can you reach the end of the road? I have taken that step. It's just that back then I lacked money, and now I lack spirit stones. It seems nothing has really changed. Right at that moment, his pupils constricted. Looking up, on the peak of Dashan Mountain, a figure in a long robe stood there, looking down with a cold gaze. As expected, you would return to this place. The gloomy voice echoed, making even the sunlight seem shrouded in a layer of darkness. On the mountain peak, evil energy surged, his eyes filled with greed. Shangguan Tu, why are you here? A cold light flashed in Meng Hao's eyes. With his cultivation at the 7th level of qi condensation, he could already sense the other party's aura. At the 9th level of qi condensation, he had not yet reached the Great Circle, but he was extremely close, needing only an opportunity to achieve foundation establishment and become a powerhouse in his own right. When the sect disbanded, he was the first to leave. After hiding for many days, learning of the dissolution of the Reliance sect and hearing how Patriarch Reliance's name had shaken the cultivation world of the state of Zhao, he secretly returned to the sect to search for medicinal herbs and the things he had hidden years ago. However, as he passed by Mount Dashan, he recalled that Meng Hao had been brought back from this very place by Su Qing, which gave him the idea to stay behind and wait. Meng Hao knew clearly in his heart that he was no match for him, even with magic weapons, there were limits. Moreover, his spirit stones were depleted, and his magic weapons had not yet recovered, making it unsuitable to engage in battle. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped hard on his flying sword, transforming into a beam of light as he shot away. Shangguan Tu sneered. Back in the sect, he still had to be wary of Grand Elder Ouyang, not daring to touch the inner sect disciples. But now, all of that was in the past. His murderous intent to seize the treasure suddenly flared up intensely. His body soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued Meng Hao. Now that the inner sect trial is over, let's see where you can run from this old man's grasp. Intense greed welled up in Shangguan Tu's heart. Although the exact functions of the mysterious treasures on Meng Hao's body were unknown, he trusted his own judgment and was determined to seize them. Meng Hao, you won't escape this time. This old man's ambitions lie in the southern domain. If not for an unresolved obsession years ago, my cultivation would have reached foundation establishment long ago. Before me, you are nothing but an ant, perfect for helping me accumulate opportunities for foundation establishment. With a wave of his sleeve, spiritual energy transformed into green bones, howling as they shot straight toward Meng Hao. Right at this moment, Meng Hao suddenly spun around, waving his hand to slash out 3 wind blades. With a loud boom, the green bone barrier shuddered and dissipated. But in that instant, Shang Wantu's figure burst through the shockwaves. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly blasted the 3 wind blades away. To think you have already reached the 7th level of qi condensation. He stared intently at Meng Hao's retreating figure, pursuing him without pausing his steps. However, his expression grew more cautious, knowing his opponent was deeply scheming and not to be underestimated. Recalling the clash just now, his heart trembled. If Meng Hao's cultivation were equal to his own, that strike, even if not fatal, would have been enough to heavily injure him. Shang Wantu accelerated, his figure transforming into a beam of rainbow light that tore through the wind as he pursued Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was grim. From time to time, he would take out a demonic pill and swallow it to sustain his spiritual energy. If I hadn't broken through the bottleneck at the North Sea to reach the 7th level of qi condensation, I would probably be facing grim prospects by now. Even though I have reached the 7th level, if I cannot escape this pursuit, I will still be in grave danger. Sooner or later, the day will come when I kill this man with my own hands. Killing intent surged in his heart. The grudge between them had arisen out of nothing, born entirely from the other man's greed, which had repeatedly pushed him into deadly peril. Seeing Shang Wantu drawing closer and closer behind him, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and dashed toward the desolate mountains to the east of Mount Dashan. This area was a vast expanse of rolling mountains that lay beyond the territory of the Reliance sect, serving as the state-defending mountain of the state of Zhao. Shang Wantu did not slow down in the slightest. No matter where Meng Hao fled, he was determined to pursue him to the bitter end. Though he was resolved to kill and steal the treasure, he also knew that time was running out. The medicinal herbs he had hidden were ready to be harvested, any delay would cause them to wither, and his grand plan would dissolve into nothingness. Meanwhile, deep within the state of Zhao, thousands of miles away from the two of them, a mountain towered high into the clouds, its peak sliced flat into a circular plaza. At this moment, nearly 100 cultivators wearing long robes were gathered on the square. This time, this old man has brought a group of outer sect disciples. Song old freak, take a look. A burst of smug laughter rang out, the sound echoing far and wide. The sound came from an old man sitting cross-legged beside a platform. In front of him was a chessboard, the alternating black and white pieces seeming to contain a heavenly secret. The old man wore a white robe, with a transcendent Taoism bearing, looking like someone from the immortal world. His eyes flashed with electricity, his expression cheerful and full of pride. Sitting opposite him was Song Old Freak, who wore a black robe, his long gray hair slightly disheveled, his face deep and solemn, but at this moment carrying a faint smile. Not bad, not bad. Your Ziyun sect truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 5 great sects of the southern region. The outer sect disciples that you, Wu Ding Qiu, brought over indeed have quite a few good seeds. Since that's the case, let's carry out our bet. Here is my wager, a heavenly star stone. No problem, my wager is the fragmented star stone that you fancy. Do you see that flag on the mountain peak? If your disciples can bring it down, you win. But if the disciples of the Ziyun sect cannot even set foot on this peak, then that piece of heavenly star stone will belong to this old man. Old Freak Song burst into laughter, looking smug as a bright gleam flashed in his eyes. Rest assured, the disciples my Ziyun sect brought this time will definitely obtain that flag, and might even seize this entire treasure mountain. When the time comes, even if all the demon beasts you raised are wiped out, don't go back on your word. The white-robed old man, Wu Ding Qiu, smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery, his confidence plain to see. Hearing this, Old Freak Song sneered and spoke slowly, I, Song, have roamed the world for over 400 years and have never gone back on my word. This mountain contains countless treasures and was modified by this old man to raise spirit beasts. Normally, it is sealed shut. Once opened, within 7 days, not only your Ziyun sect disciples, but all cultivators below the foundation establishment stage from other sects can enter. His voice was calm and steady, carrying absolute confidence. Whoever has the ability can seize the treasures. If someone truly empties this mountain of its treasures, this old man won't even blink an eye. If I break my word, I will no longer bear the surname Song. As he spoke, he raised his head with a proud and haughty expression, each word as solid as a nail. It's just that if you barge in without the strength and get swallowed alive by my spirit beasts, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. A mocking gleam flashed in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Wu Dingqiu snorted softly, his face darkening. Every single disciple of my Ziyun sect is an outstanding genius. Sweeping through this mountain of yours is nothing more than a walk in the park. Song Old Freak's gaze gradually turned cold, his voice carrying an imposing pressure. The treasure mountain of this old man's master peak was originally a heavenly mountain of the southern region. I moved it here and spent 60 years to refine it until it naturally took shape. Within a 100-mile radius, fierce spirit beasts run rampant. Your 100 disciples won't even be enough to feed them. Wu Dingqiu sneered, his eyes filled with disdain, his voice echoing through the air. The Ziyun sect is a major sect of the southern region. Even if they are only outer sect disciples, they must undergo harsh trials when they exceed the sect. After entering the sect, they soak in a spirit spring every month, and they have never lacked natural treasures or earthly resources. The talent of each individual would be considered rare in any other sect. This tiny mountain of yours, my disciples can level it with a mere flip of their hands. Your demon beasts aren't even enough for them to deal with, at most, they are just a pack of mongrels. Disciples of the Ziyun sect, hear my command. Today is the first time you have left the sect. Life and death on this mountain are up to fate, this is also a trial to select inner sect disciples. Whoever can reach the summit and take down that flag, this old man will accept as a disciple, directly entering the inner sect. What are you still standing there for? Go now. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 disciples were instantly invigorated, their eyes burning with desire. One after another, figures rushed straight toward the treasure mountain, their momentum surging like rising waves. Humph, let you see the foundation of my Ziyun sect. To reach the summit, you must first cross that gloomy rainforest. In just a brief moment, muffled explosions like crashing thunder echoed within the forest as shadows of fierce beasts swept past, tearing the silent night apart. Before long, blood-curdling screams rang out one after another, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. At the edge of the forest, 7 or 8 disciples scrambled out in a panic, their faces pale with terror, pursued by hair-raising roars from behind. On the mountain peak, Song Old Freak laughed heartily, his expression smug. Wu Dingqiu, do you see? Before my spirit beasts, even if your disciples grew up in a spirit spring, they are still useless people. There is no need for the spirit beasts at the peak to take action, those in the outer perimeter alone are enough to block their path. At the same time, several thousand miles away from the mountain range, Manhwa was rushing forward like lightning, his figure whistling through the forest. Up ahead, there seemed to be the aura of spirit beasts. That's right. Back at Black Mountain, I managed to escape pursuit by controlling spirit beasts. I can try it again this time. On the mountain peak, Song Old Freak laughed heartily, his expression smug. Wu Dingqiu, do you see? Before my spirit beasts, even if your disciples grew up in a spirit spring, they are still useless people. There is no need for the spirit beasts at the peak to take action, those in the outer perimeter alone are enough to block their path. Standing nearby, Wu Dingqiu's face gradually darkened, his cold gaze sweeping over the disciples who were running out. Those are just disciples at the 5th or 6th level of cultivation. My true disciples have already gone deep into the forest. Before long, they will reach the peak and sweep away all your treasures. Time passed slowly. Another 2 hours went by, yet still no one had reached the peak. In the forest, the roars of beasts and miserable shrieks continued to echo without end. At this exact moment, more than 10 disciples rushed out of the forest, their bodies covered in wounds and their expressions filled with panic. Chasing behind them were 5 demon beasts, including a fierce black tiger, a giant peacock 2 zhang tall, and 3 others of different shapes, all possessing extraordinary auras. On the mountain peak, Song Old Freak laughed even louder, his expression ecstatic. Wu Dingqiu, are these the geniuses you spoke of? Raised on elixirs, yet still so useless. My treasure mountain contains countless rare treasures, all of which are the painstaking efforts of this old man over many years. In a few more years, I'm afraid this place will give birth to another mountain demon. Wu Dingqiu's face turned purple with rage, his aura gloomy like a volcano on the verge of erupting. He spoke coldly, his voice low and sharp. It's just a mountain, what is there to boast about? With a wave of my hand, this old man can level it. Those who just ran out are merely the weaklings, my elite disciples are still. Mid-sentence, Wu Dingqiu's eyes suddenly widened. His gaze swept toward the edge of the forest, where a group of purple core disciples was about to sneak out. He instantly stood up, his voice crashing down like thunder. Listen well, all of you. Anyone who dares to retreat on their own, this old man will immediately expel them from the sect. The shout echoed for 100 miles, shaking the very air and causing the fleeing cultivators to turn pale. Their bodies trembled, and they did not dare to take another step forward. Gritting their teeth, several of them turned around and reluctantly made their way back. Fortunately, the fierce beasts in the forest were also suppressed by that immense pressure, not daring to continue their pursuit. Old Freak Song stood high above, laughing heartily, his voice filled with triumph. Not only disciples of the Ziyun sect, but within these 7 days, any cultivator below foundation establishment can enter. This place holds half a lifetime of my wealth, whoever has the ability to obtain it, I will absolutely not stop them. Especially beneath the flag on the mountain peak, I have placed a cosmos bag of holding that can contain rivers and mountains. His laughter fell upon Wu Dingqiu's ears, making his face turn even more unsightly. In his heart, he secretly cursed this old freak for being insane, actually daring to use such a treasure as bait. Wu Dingqiu flicked his sleeve, intending to leave to avoid losing face, but old Freak Song stopped him with a smile. Daoist friend Wu, the chess game is not yet finished, so no one is allowed to leave. You are an elder of a major sect in the southern domain, could it be that you are going back on your word? At the same time, several thousand miles away from the mountain range, Manhwa was rushing forward like lightning, his figure sweeping through the forest like the wind. Behind him, Shangguan too pursued relentlessly, his eyes thick with killing intent. This little bastard is too cunning. He only uses low-grade spells and treasures, but by constantly consuming and replenishing them, he is truly difficult to deal with, he thought. With this thought, he did not stop and continued his pursuit. Up ahead, a towering mountain suddenly loomed. Its peak pierced straight into the blue sky, while its mid-slope was blanketed in white snow. It exuded an extraordinary aura, and one look was enough to tell it was no ordinary place. Upon seeing the mountain, Manghwa's eyes lit up, and a thought stirred in his mind. Guessing that demon beasts must gather here, he did not hesitate for a moment. His figure flashed, transforming into a beam of light that shot straight toward it. At this moment, Song Old Freak spoke up slowly, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Wu Dingqiu, you should be content. Last time, the Jin Han sect also came for the trial, but in the end, not a single person could set foot on the mountain, leaving this old man deeply disappointed. I hope your Ziyun sect disciples can go further and contend with those demon beasts. Having said this, he pointed downward. Speaking of the spirit beast forest, the spirit beasts here were all hand-picked by me. They are rare species from the snow mountain, extremely uncommon, and will surely fetch a high price in the future. Wu Dingqiu's eyes flashed, his voice carrying a rare hint of pride. That mutated white ape is indeed fierce, but look, in the end, it will only become my disciple's spirit beast. That disciple is named Shernam. Not long after joining the sect, he obtained an ancient book, and he is now at the 7th level of chi condensation, specializing in the art of suppressing demon beasts. His talent is extraordinary. Just as Wu Dingqiu finished speaking, a miserable shriek rang out from below, a sound that ripped through the air and sent shivers down the spine. A snow-white ape could be seen tearing a disciple's body to shreds in an instant, splashing fresh blood everywhere. Old Freak Song laughed heartily, filled with smugness. Right at this moment, Old Freak Song cast his gaze toward the edge of the forest. Seeing 2 figures rushing in, one after the other, he said, more outsiders have entered. Wu Dingqiu, look. This old man keeps his word, the restriction here absolutely does not block cultivators. Since those two are seeking their own deaths, I don't need to bother with them. At this very moment, Meng Hao's figure charged through the forest, his aura like the wind, approaching the area of the white ape in the blink of an eye. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He raised his right hand, and the iron spear instantly materialized in his grasp, its shadow flashing like lightning as it tore through the air. With a loud boom, the white ape's massive maw exploded. Flesh and blood rained down as its colossal body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, its eyes filled with sheer terror. Meng Hao glanced at it, his mind quickly deducing, that exotic treasure shines upon the demon beasts, causing the energy in their bodies to become chaotic and expand as it seeks a way out. The stronger the physical body, the more unpredictable the point of eruption, it isn't necessarily limited to the anus. With that fleeting thought, he did not linger. Moving like lightning, spear in hand, he swept past and vanished into the depths of the forest. Moments later, Shangguan too caught up. The instant he saw the white ape, his pupils constricted, and a wave of shock washed over him. What happened? Just now, he merely pointed, and the demon ape exploded. How could he possess such power? Atop the mountain peak, the laughing old freak Song froze, a look of astonishment appearing in his eyes. Beside him, Wu Dingqiu was also stunned. His gaze followed Meng Hao's flickering figure in the forest, a trace of hard-to-conceal shock flashing in the depths of his eyes. This outsider is rather interesting. Meng Hao's figure was like the wind as he sped through the forest. Up ahead, 4 or 5 cultivators were locked in a bitter battle with a towering, fierce beast. The moment Meng Hao appeared, he swung the spear in his right hand. With a single strike, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the fierce beast's body crashed to the ground with a boom, dying before it could even let out a cry. Who is that? What kind of magic weapon is the spear in his hand to possess such earth-shattering power? If I had that treasure, wouldn't I be invincible in these mountains? Whispers and discussions broke out. From behind, the furious roar of Shangguan Tu echoed. I heard earlier that he once drove away demon beasts at Black Mountain. It seems this is also part of his secret. Just what kind of magic weapon is this Meng Hao hiding? On the mountain peak, Wu Dingqiu had regained his composure. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, his voice tinged with mockery. Those exotic beasts of heaven and earth of yours are indeed not bad. From what this old man can see, some had their heads blown open, some had their flesh and blood splattered, and some even had their bodies shattered. Today's harvest on this treasure mountain is truly quite bountiful. Song Old Freak's face instantly darkened, but he forced his expression to remain calm, speaking coldly, what does this matter? Most of my spirit beasts are at the mountain peak. Besides, that person is not a disciple of your Ziyun sect, so what is there for you to be so smug about? Of course, this fellow is not a disciple of my Ziyun sect. But as you said, as long as their cultivation is below foundation establishment, anyone can enter. This old man feels extremely delighted seeing him run amok across the mountain, suppressing your demon beasts. That is more than enough. Wu Dingqiu laughed heartily, his laughter filled with triumph, and his gaze toward Meng Hao also revealed a hint of appreciation. Old Freak Song snorted coldly. The magic weapon in this fellow's hand indeed counters demon beasts, but his cultivation is too low. To escape my demon mountain is no easy feat. Every single tree here was brought from the southern heaven, nurtured with Milky Way spirit water. They are inherently powerful and can also emit spiritual energy to nourish the demon beasts. This demon forest of mine has yet to reveal its full power. Before his words could fully fade, a roar echoed through the forest as a massive demon beast charged out. It stood over 4 zhang tall, with fur as long and sharp as steel, crimson eyes, and tusks as sharp as blades. Every step it took shook the ground, its aura pressing down like a mountain. Old Freak Song laughed arrogantly, this time, that little guy is dead for sure. This is a mutant demonic elephant I brought back from the Wangxing cave, nurtured with countless pills. It is one of the 3 strongest guardian beasts here, possessing immense strength, thick hide, and tough flesh. Flying swords can hardly harm it, and it is also proficient in spells. Even a 9th-level Qi condensation cultivator would have to avoid it, no one below foundation establishment can overcome it. Wu Dingqiu frowned, his gaze darkening, clearly also seeing the extraordinary nature of this beast. In the demonic forest, Manhwa looked at the demonic elephant. Brandishing the spear in his hand, he thrust it forward. The demonic elephant's trunk instantly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The demonic elephant roared in pain. But before it could counterattack, the spear struck down again in a series of booming rumbles, its back exploded, and fresh blood sprayed out. Its front legs shattered, and its body collapsed with a loud crash, its miserable shrieks echoing through the entire forest. In the forest, Manhwa had no time to think about why so many cultivators had suddenly appeared. With Shangguan-tu pursuing him relentlessly from behind, his evil energy pressing close, Manhwa could only charge forward with all his might. Before long, he reached the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to step up, his gaze suddenly locked onto a large boulder, where a medicine bottle was emitting a faint glow and an extraordinary aura. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and opened it. A medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out. Inside was a pill. His mind shook, and he immediately put it into his storage bag, already guessing in his heart why those cultivators had come. Atop the mountain peak, Wu Dingxiu smiled. The pill just now was a feather pill, extremely useful for qi condensation cultivators. That little friend's luck is not bad. Old Freak Song's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted, "My precious mountain has countless pills and spirit stones. Does he think that getting just one will allow him to reach the summit? There are still countless elite spirit beasts up there, it won't be so easy to pass." Saying this, he pointed down, his voice cold. "Look there. This demon beast was personally raised by me back then. Its speed is extremely fast, it becomes even more ferocious when injured, and it goes wild at the sight of blood. Any qi condensation cultivator who encounters it will surely die." Down the mountain, a demon beast slowly stepped out, its fierce aura spreading as it blocked Manhwa's path. Half an incense stick later, a miserable shriek echoed through the mountain. The demon beast that old Freak Song had just bragged about was now fleeing in panic. Its body was mangled, its tail shredded, one eye exploded, and its flesh bloody and battered. Only 2 of its 4 legs remained, yet its speed was still extremely fast, just as the old man had said. Manhwa walked through its territory. Sweeping his gaze downward, he spotted a pile of spirit stones, numbering at least several hundred. His expression flickered, and filled with joy, he immediately swept them all into his storage bag before continuing forward. Wu Dingqiu laughed heartily, looking even more delighted. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out as his eyes closely followed Manhwa's every step. Outwardly, Song Old Freak remained stubborn. No matter. The treasures on my mountain are countless. How much can this little guy possibly take? Today, he will find it difficult to leave this place alive. However, an uneasy premonition had already risen in his heart. But after an hour and a half, those spirit beasts he was so proud of were either smashed to pieces or had half of their bodies blown apart. They lay in the snow, wailing miserably, their fresh blood dyeing the entire mountainside red. By this time, Manhwa was already nearing the mountain peak. At the summit, Song Old Freak watched as Manhwa collected a black net and drew even closer to the peak. Finally unable to hold back any longer, his body trembled as he took a step forward. Killing intent flickered in his eyes, he was ready to personally make a move. Song Old Freak could endure it once, and he could overlook it twice, but by the 6th time, his anger flared into embarrassed rage. He could no longer tolerate it. The Luo Tian net was the supreme treasure that he treasured the most. Once unleashed, it could trap the opponent, and the higher their cultivation, the stronger the binding force. He originally had absolute confidence in his arrangements on the treasure mountain, and wanting to add more value to the treasure, he had placed it here, believing that no one could possibly take it away. Unexpectedly, Manhwa had appeared, sweeping through the mountain and collecting every single treasure without leaving anything behind. This drove him mad with rage, making him wish he could immediately strike to kill him and snatch everything back. Just as he was about to move, Wu Dingqiu beside him laughed heartily, waving his hand to stop him, his words carrying a hint of mockery. "Old Freak Song, you once said that as long as their cultivation is below foundation establishment, anyone can act as they please on this mountain. Weren't you incredibly confident in your arrangements? Now you want to make a move against a junior. If word of this gets out, where will your face be?" 2 hours passed, and Manhwa had stepped onto the mountain summit. On the peak, a large banner stood tall and erect. Beneath it was a holding bag radiating a five-colored glow, its swirling light seemingly capable of drawing in the soul of anyone who looked at it, while the surrounding space rippled like water. Meng Hao's breathing quickened, his eyes shining brightly. He reached out to grab the holding bag, and at that moment, the banner also fell. At the foot of the mountain, all the disciples witnessed this with their own eyes. Their minds shook violently, as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. On his way to the summit, countless spirit stones, pills, and magic weapons had all fallen into Meng Hao's hands. Even the flag at the peak had been taken down by him, causing the watching disciples to look on with even greater envy and shock. Shangguan too stood at the foot of the mountain, watching Meng Hao's figure gradually disappear into the distance, not daring to continue his pursuit. He harbored too many secrets that absolutely could not be casually exposed to outsiders, even though his killing intent toward Meng Hao continued to surge relentlessly. Remembering that there was not much time left to harvest those elixirs, he could only gnash his teeth, turn around, and leave. His current appearance was incredibly disheveled, lacking even a shred of the demeanor expected of a Cao San sect elder. If looks could kill, Meng Hao would have probably died countless times by now. Just as Meng Hao's figure disappeared behind the summit, Wu Dingqiu's laughter was still echoing in all directions. In contrast, Song Old Freak stared with wide, bulging eyes at the bag of holding that Meng Hao had taken. His face was pale, and his heart bled with pain. He was so filled with regret that he wanted to immediately rush down the mountain, capture Meng Hao with his own hands, and snatch back all his treasures. However, Wu Dingqiu had already waved his hand to stop him. Daoist friend Song, didn't we make it clear earlier? As long as one has the ability, anyone can act as they please on this treasure mountain. Now that you want to take action yourself, are you planning to go back on your word? Old Freak Song's face darkened to the extreme as he growled, Wu Dingqiu, if you still want to stop me, the flag has fallen, you didn't win this bet, and this old man hasn't lost either. Your trial ends here. If you continue to stand in my way, don't blame this old man for turning hostile. Wu Dingqiu stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his expression full of smugness. Every single word Old Freak Song had said earlier was now thrown right back at him. Daoist friend Song, wasn't it you who said it yourself? Once this chessboard is set up, no one can leave until the game is finished. Earlier, when this old man wanted to leave, you wouldn't let me. Why are you in such a hurry now? You. Old Freak Song trembled with rage, unable to utter another word for a long time. He gnashed his teeth and stomped his foot heavily, causing the entire mountain to rumble and shake as if it were about to collapse. But considering his status and the reputation he had built over so many years, he ultimately had to force himself to swallow his anger, sitting back down to finish the game of chess with Wu Dingqiu. Wu Dingqiu stroked his long beard and slowly placed a piece down. The look in his eyes grew even more amused as he took in Song Old Freak's unsightly expression. Only after a long while did he speak unhurriedly, you all leave the mountain first. Once this old man finishes this game, I will take you back to the sect. The iron spear in that person's hand has caught my eye, and this will be your next mission. Whoever can bring that iron spear back to me will immediately become an inner sect disciple. Wu Dingqiu's voice echoed through the mountain forest, reaching the ears of the Ziyun sect disciples at the foot of the mountain, instantly sending them into a state of excitement and frenzy. Hearing this, Song Old Freak sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm, to think the prestigious Ziyun sect of the southern region would resort to murder and treasure snatching. Wu Dingqiu glanced at him, his expression remaining as calm as ever. Listen well, you are not to make things difficult for that person, much less snatch it by force. You may only use treasures to exchange for it. Anyone who dares to disobey will be immediately expelled from the sect. Having said this, the old man leisurely placed another chess piece, his movements incredibly slow, as if he completely disregarded the storm brewing at the foot of the mountain. The disciples at the foot of the mountain heard the command clearly and immediately dispersed in all directions. Some pursued in the direction Meng Hao had left, while others used their fastest speed to take a detour and block his path ahead. In this trial, none of them had gained any benefits, so they were naturally unwilling to accept it. However, they harbored no resentment toward Meng Hao, on the contrary, most of them felt a measure of admiration. They had seen with their own eyes how Meng Hao fought against those fierce demon beasts. If it had been them, they would probably have lost their lives in the forest long ago. Even so, they had to find a way to trade for the iron spear in Meng Hao's hand. If the other party refused to trade, then they could not be blamed for resorting to some less than honorable methods. The meaning behind Wu Dingqiu's words was very clear, that treasure had to belong to the Ziyun sect. At the same time, Meng Hao was also hurrying down the mountain. Along the way, he casually collected quite a few spirit stones and pills. He had never met Wu Dingqiu and old freak Song, but in his heart, he had long since guessed that this place must be the trial ground of some sect. Intruding midway and taking away countless treasures would definitely make many people red-eyed with envy. Even though Shang Guantu was no longer hunting him, Meng Hao still did not dare to slack off, fleeing at his fastest speed the entire way. At this moment, only intense excitement remained in his heart. Except for the opportunities at the Cultivation Cave on the peak of Black Mountain years ago, this was absolutely his greatest harvest to date. Meng Hao continuously swallowed demon pills to restore his spiritual energy, traveling for 3 days and 3 nights without rest before finally leaving that mountain range. After traveling a bit further, a massive city appeared ahead of him. This city was located near the eastern part of the Zhao Kingdom, possessing a grand and extraordinary aura, with layers of faint light shrouding its surroundings, making it completely invisible to mortals. Meng Hao was slightly startled. Could this place be a cultivator city? According to his memory, there was absolutely no record of this place on the map of the Zhao Kingdom. Seeing that most of the people entering and leaving now were qi condensation cultivators, he immediately understood a thing or two. However, Meng Hao did not enter the city immediately. Instead, he found a nearby mountain range to temporarily settle down, then took out all the storage bags on his person and began to take inventory of his spoils. After checking all the storage bags, he had obtained as many as 78 pills of various kinds and nearly 9,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao's breathing grew rapid. That treasure mountain is truly defying heaven. I only accidentally passed by, yet I managed to pick up so many spirit stones. What kind of pill is this? The medicinal fragrance is so strong, it must be far more precious than a limit spirit pill. There are 3 pills in this bottle, each radiating a shimmering pill glow. They must be rare precious pills. I'm rich. This time, I've really struck it rich. Meng Hao muttered, his eyes virtually shining. Next, he took out a flying sword, a bead, 2 small flags, an ancient scroll, and a black net, one after another. All of them were magic weapons. He carefully placed each item in front of him, the smile on his face never fading. The scroll and the black net, in particular, emitted an extraordinary glow. Meng Hao slowly unrolled the scroll. Instantly, a vast landscape painting appeared within, along with countless demon beasts of all shapes and sizes. Although it was only a painting, each demon beast was lifelike, and there was even a faint, echoing roar that shook the divine soul. Meng Hao's mind shook violently. Only after a long while did he manage to compose himself, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. A treasure, this is absolutely a treasure. Meng Hao took a deep breath and immediately put the scroll away, then pulled out the black net. As expected, the closer to the mountain peak, the more precious the magic weapons are, he muttered, then slowly drew an object from his robes. This object was none other than the 5-colored storage bag that radiated a brilliant glow. It looked like a storage bag, but its design was far too exquisite. Meng Hao held the 5-colored bag in his hand, turning it over and examining it for a long time. Then, he attempted to send spiritual energy inside to investigate. But the instant his divine consciousness made contact, his body trembled violently, as if struck hard by an invisible force. Meng Hao's eyes widened, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. So huge. His voice was almost trembling. This was clearly also a holding bag, but the space inside was as vast as a miniature world. Billowing mists rolled endlessly, and the majestic aura shook Meng Hao's mind violently. The space was large enough to contain mountains and rivers. For this ability alone, that holding bag was worthy of being called a supreme treasure. Meng Hao's mouth went dry. The pile of spirit stones just now had made him wild with joy, the pill made his heart race, the magic weapon and the scroll shocked him, and the black net shook him even more violently, but none of that compared to this 5-colored holding bag. The boundless space inside it made Meng Hao's head buzz for a long time before he could barely regain his composure. I'm rich, I'm really rich this time. If that mountain was truly a trial ground for some sect, and I barged in to snatch away so many spirit stones, pills, and magic weapons, those people definitely won't let me off easily. Thunder seemed to roar in Meng Hao's mind, but after a brief moment, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. No matter what happened, he would absolutely never hand over these treasures. After carefully putting away all of his magic weapons and pills, Meng Hao took a deep breath, left his cultivation cave, and headed toward the city, his expression gradually turning solemn. Although I have many pills on me, I don't know the effects of most of them. If I swallow them recklessly, I'm afraid it might not turn out well. Lost in thought, Meng Hao walked toward the city. He moved extremely fast, and in just a short moment, he arrived before the city gates. Carved above the city gate were three large characters, Dongxiu City. Dongxiu City. Elegant dual cultivation, and located in the east of the Zhao Kingdom. This name is truly simple to the extreme, Meng Hao muttered, then walked closer to the city gates. The two gate-guarding cultivators immediately looked toward him in unison. They wore blue robes, and their cultivation bases were both at the third level of qi condensation. One of them said with a serious expression, "Fellow Taoist, entering the city requires paying spirit stones." Meng Hao's cultivation base clearly exerted a significant amount of pressure on him, so his voice carried a hint of caution. Meng Hao looked at the two of them. With a gentle expression like that of a mortal scholar, he cupped his hands in greeting. "You two fellow Taoists must surely come from a great sect, while I am merely a disciple of a small sect who has just left the mountain to travel and gain experience. I hope you two can guide me." His appearance was naturally delicate and elegant, and his words were extremely polite, immediately winning a great deal of goodwill from the two low-level cultivators. Before replying, one of the two cultivators laughed heartily, we don't dare. Your cultivation, Taoist friend, is so high that even if this is your first time leaving your sect, you will surely make a great name for yourself in the future." The young man's expression was gentle as he slowly continued, "This place is Dongxiu City, jointly established by the three great sects of the Zhao Kingdom. It is also one of the two great cities of the Zhao Kingdom. To enter the city, you must pay a certain amount of spirit stones." The other person standing beside him nodded and added, "Normally, one must hand over 3 spirit stones to enter the city, but you, Taoist friend, only need to pay 1. However, once inside the city, you must remember one thing. Fighting and killing are absolutely forbidden. Any violation will be severely punished." Having said that, he took out a wooden token and handed it to Meng Hao. Meng Hao hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. He then took out a spirit stone, handed it over, accepted the wooden token, and walked into the city. It was just that upon entering, his heart still ached. Even though it was only a single spirit stone, to him, it was wealth that had been painstakingly earned. Moreover, he held the copper mirror shard, which was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many spirit stones he had, it would never be enough to feed it. Meng Hao sighed inwardly, just entering a city costs a whole spirit stone. If this weren't a place I absolutely had to visit, I would never have been willing to spend it. Stepping into the city, Meng Hao looked around. Dusk had already fallen, but Dongxiu City was still incredibly bustling, with an endless stream of people passing to and fro. Passing through a long, narrow alley, Meng Hao entered a shop specializing in pills. He was in no hurry to buy or sell anything, choosing instead to quietly make inquiries before leaving. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, Meng Hao visited almost every shop, large and small, in Dongxiu City. Currently, his storage bag held dozens of different types of pills, but he had only managed to find out the effects of 7 or 8 of them. Even so, it was enough to fill him with joy, as each of those pills was of immense value. Among them was a type called bamboo pills, worth the equivalent of 50 spirit stones, which even an 8th-level qi condensation cultivator could use for cultivation. Meng Hao remembered very clearly that in his storage bag, there were currently as many as 8 such bamboo pills. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. What a pity there are still too many pills that I don't recognize. On the 3rd day, Meng Hao walked along the street, secretly sighing with regret in his heart. A moment later, he stopped in front of an extremely luxurious pavilion located in the western part of the city. This pavilion was 3 stories high, its entire structure radiating a brilliant glow that could be clearly seen even from a great distance. As soon as he stepped inside, Meng Hao immediately felt a faint pressure wash over him. A young woman with delicate features and a graceful, charming figure spoke in a soft, gentle voice, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Does Dao brother need any assistance from this little sister?" Meng Hao spoke slowly. "Miss, could you show me a jade slip that introduces pills?" The woman said softly, "That is not difficult. Dao brother, please follow me." Not long after, the woman led him to a jade alcove, inside of which were 3 jade slips emitting a soft glow. "These are 3 types of pill slips that record most of the pills in the Zhao kingdom," she said, pointing her hand at the 3 jade slips. Meng Hao instinctively reached out to take one, but the woman immediately stopped him with a light smile. "Dao brother, you cannot look at them beforehand, they can only be opened once purchased. Each jade slip costs 100 spirit stones." Meng Hao took a deep breath, his heart aching as he looked at the 3 jade slips. In the past, 100 spirit stones would have been an unimaginable sum to him. Even though he was currently loaded with treasures, he still couldn't help but feel it was too expensive. After a long silence, he slowly spoke, "Is there anything a bit cheaper?" Hearing this, the woman widened her beautiful eyes, then smiled and led him deeper into the hall. Arriving at a relatively quiet, secluded corner, she took out an old jade slip, its surface covered in faint cracks. This is not a damaged jade slip, but an ancient jade slip passed down from long ago. It records many pills of the southern region, as well as poison pills and their antidotes. It's just a pity that after so many years, cracks have appeared on the jade slip, and it can only be read a few more times before it self-destructs. Hearing this, Meng Hao's spirits were instantly lifted. What he needed was not something that would last a lifetime, but merely a solution to his immediate problem. Seeing his expression, a meaningful smile played on the woman's lips as she softly continued, "If Dao brother really wants to buy it, only 200 spirit stones will do. If this jade slip were still intact, it would be worth at least over 1,000 spirit stones." As she spoke, she took another step closer to Meng Hao. Her fragrant breath brushed past his ear, and her voice grew soft and alluring. "If Dao brother really has your eyes on this item, this little sister can help you buy it at a slightly lower price. I just wonder how Dao brother plans to thank me." Meng Hao was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Having grown up in Yunjie County, how could he have ever experienced such a situation? The woman before him smiled and spoke with ease, her arched brows knitting slightly in a charming, seductive manner that made Meng Hao's face turn a few shades redder. She smiled at Meng Hao. 170 spirit stones. What does Dao brother think? Hearing this, a weight was lifted from Meng Hao's heart, and his spirits instantly rose. To him, saving any amount of spirit stones was an extremely good thing. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed. "Many thanks, Daoist friend." The woman chuckled, then handed the jade slip over to him. "You should call me elder sister. My name is Qiao Ling." Meng Hao took out the spirit stones and handed them to her while receiving the jade slip. Then, he sent his spiritual energy inside. In an instant, countless images and information flooded his mind, causing his heart to thump. With just a brief glance, he recognized 3 of the pills currently in his bag of holding. Afterward, Meng Hao hurriedly departed. Just then, a group of people walked out of the 100 Truths Pavilion, with a young man walking at the back. As he stepped out of the pavilion, the young man happened to look up and caught sight of Meng Hao's retreating figure. His body trembled, and he cried out in disbelief, "Meng Hao." Hearing someone call his name, Meng Hao turned his head to look back. With just a single glance, a complicated look appeared on his face. That person was Zhou Kai, a former outer sect disciple of the Cao San sect, whose cultivation had once reached the 5th level of qi condensation. On the day the Cao San sect dissolved, Zhou Kai had been swept away by the red mist. He hadn't expected to meet him again today in Dongxiu City. Just then, the young man standing in front of Zhou Kai slowly spoke. He wore a long robe embroidered with cloud patterns, his expression indifferent, and his entire body exuding an extremely powerful air of arrogance. Among the crowd, he was the only one who had reached the 7th level of qi condensation, naturally becoming the center of attention. He glanced at Meng Hao and asked indifferently, "Who is he?" Although his voice wasn't loud, it carried an overbearing pressure. The moment he spoke, he immediately drew the attention of everyone around. Senior brother son, he is a fellow disciple of mine from back then, Zhou Kai replied after a slight hesitation, making no mention of Meng Hao's status as an inner sect disciple. The young man holding a fan frowned slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Meng Hao, that name sounds a bit familiar. As he pondered for a moment, a woman's laughter suddenly rang out from the crowd behind them. I remember now. He's the only inner sect disciple who wasn't taken away back then. Looking at him now, he really does look like the drawing in the portrait. In recent days, the entire Cultivating Immortals world of the Zhao Kingdom has been abuzz with an earth-shattering event. The Cao San sect has disbanded, but the Cao San old ancestor is not dead. For the sake of an inner sect disciple, he unleashed a great magical talent, shocking the entire Cultivating Immortals world of the Zhao Kingdom and forcing countless strong to retreat in terror. Those who were present at the Cao San sect spread the word everywhere upon their return. There were also rumors that the Cao San old ancestor had passed a supreme treasure of earth-shattering power to that inner sect disciple, a treasure powerful enough to annihilate all cultivators under the heavens. The news spread far and wide, becoming increasingly sensational. After questioning the outer sect disciples who were once at the Cao San sect, the cultivators of the Zhao Kingdom finally learned that the person's name was Meng Hao. Initially, the matter would have ended there, but after calming down, the cultivators who had been suppressed by the Cao San old ancestor that day gradually realized that something was amiss. The old ancestor's final voice seemed to carry a trace of weakness that was hard to conceal. They also recalled the past temperament of the Cao San old ancestor. If his cultivation were truly intact, it was highly likely that none of them would have made it back alive. Because of this, more and more people began to second-guess the situation of that day. Some directed all of their suspicions toward Meng Hao. The three great sects of the Zhao Kingdom immediately handed down orders, requiring disciples out on trials to keep an eye out for Meng Hao's whereabouts, determined to find him. However, they did not dare to confirm whether the Cao San old ancestor was truly dead, much less how powerful his cultivation currently was. Therefore, the three great sects did not dare to push things to the extreme, they only secretly offered a bounty, wanting to probe for information regarding the supreme treasure on Meng Hao. As soon as the words were spoken, the eyes of the people standing around immediately lit up, and they dispersed to completely block Meng Hao's path. Meng Hao swept his gaze around. His expression remained as calm as ever as he asked coolly, "What is the meaning of this, everyone?" The fan-holding young man stepped forward slowly, a faint smile playing on the corners of his lips. "Nothing major. It's just that we heard you possess a supreme treasure passed down by the Cao San old ancestor. Meeting today by chance, we simply wish to broaden our horizons." Although he spoke very politely, his tone still carried an undeniable arrogance. Even though Meng Hao's cultivation was also at the 7th level of qi condensation, in his eyes, Meng Hao was still just a minor cultivator from a destroyed sect. The crowd standing around immediately burst into laughter in agreement. That's right, if there really is a supreme treasure as rumored, bring it out for everyone to admire. The young man holding the paper fan gave a faint, cold smile. We heard that fellow Taoist Meng has a supreme treasure bestowed by old ancestor Cao San. Since we've run into you today, we only want to have a look. The crowd of cultivators behind him immediately chimed in, their faces filled with excitement. Exactly. Since fellow Taoist Meng has such a supreme treasure, why not bring it out to broaden our horizons? Meng Hao didn't say much. He simply planted his long spear into the ground. Just to look. Talk is cheap. Whoever wants to seek death, come take a look yourself. As soon as those words left his mouth, the surrounding atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The crowd, previously brimming with momentum, now hesitated and exchanged glances, their eyes constantly darting toward the pitch-black spear. Someone frowned and muttered, "Is this really the supreme treasure bestowed upon him by old ancestor Cao San? It doesn't look like anything special, though the patterns on the shaft are a bit strange." Meng Hao stood to the side, his expression as calm as ever, but in his heart, he was silently calculating. The city gate is just ahead, and the jade slip has already been purchased. As long as I leave Dongxiu City and immediately hide in the mountain forests, I absolutely cannot linger here any longer. Just then, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from the end of the street. A group of cultivators wearing violet-black robes slowly approached, their aura extraordinary. They were clearly not from the minor sects of the Zhao Kingdom. The moment Meng Hao saw their attire, his pupils instantly constricted. They are from the Ziyun sect, and they happen to be blocking the path out of the city. Seeing this, the young man holding the paper fan had a gleam in his eyes. He immediately stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed. Are those senior brothers of the Ziyun sect from the southern region ahead? I am Sun Hua of the Chu Shui sect, greetings, fellow Taoists. In his heart, he grew even more excited. To think I would meet disciples of the Ziyun sect. If I can make connections with them, my status in the sect will surely rise significantly. The disciples of the Ziyun sect maintained cold expressions. One by one, they walked straight up to Meng Hao. Tian Shuiyin clasped his hands and laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist, are you the Taoist brother who just returned from the treasure mountain? Your bearing is truly extraordinary. We witnessed it with our own eyes at the foot of the mountain and admire you immensely. I am Tian Shuiyin of the Ziyun sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Might I ask your esteemed name? Another person beside him immediately chimed in, I am Lu Song of the Ziyun sect. Fellow Taoist, you certainly made us search hard for you, to think we would meet here. Fellow Taoist, if you have the time, would you do us the honor of having a meal with us? At that moment, the disciples of the Zhao kingdom stared with wide eyes, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Even Zhou Kai, standing in the crowd, was completely dumbfounded. Senior brother Meng is indeed an inner sect disciple. Even though the sect has been disbanded and we are all like stray dogs, he can still summon the wind and rain, making the disciples of a major sect of the southern region treat him with such politeness. Inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Xiao Ling was also gazing intently outside. When she saw the disciples of the Ziyun sect surrounding Meng Hao, a look of astonishment immediately appeared in her eyes. To think this youth could make the disciples of the Ziyun sect so respectful. His bearing and composure are completely different from when he was in front of me. How interesting. Tian Shuiyin's gaze at this moment suddenly fell upon the iron lance stabbed into the ground. He slowly said, Meng brother, could this lance be the supreme treasure divine spear that helped you run amok among the horde of beasts on the treasure mountain? Lu Song also laughed out loud, that's right, the scene that day on the treasure mountain made this Lu admire you immensely. I also find this lance very familiar, Meng brother, don't deny it. Meng Hao fell silent for a moment, then nodded, that day on the mountain, this Meng indeed held it. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Tian Shuiyin and Lu Song brightened at the same time. The two glanced at each other, an undisguisable greed flashing in both of their eyes. They knew very well that if they could truly bring this divine spear back to the sect, their future potential would surely be flawlessly wide open. Lu Song took a few steps forward, intently observing the iron lance, and smiled, but then again, Meng brother disrupted our trial, and even took away quite a few pills, spirit stones, and magic weapons on the treasure mountain. Meng Hao also smiled faintly in response, but his body involuntarily took a few steps back. This matter. Tian Shuiyin slowly stepped forward at this moment, his eyes staring intently at the iron lance in Meng Hao's hand, and slowly opened his mouth. It's fine. That treasure mountain belongs to old freak Song. He was the one who arrogantly declared that anyone with the ability could take what they wanted. Brother Meng's actions have truly delighted this Tian. However, are you willing to sell this lance, brother? Our Ziyun sect will definitely pay Brother Meng a fair price. Since the iron spear was in Meng Hao's hands, he was completely unable to use his divine consciousness to examine it. Moreover, his cultivation had not yet reached foundation establishment, and without spiritual sense, he was completely unable to see the true nature of this magic weapon. Meng Hao hesitated slightly, his face showing a look of indecision. This. Lu Song's eyes immediately flashed, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Brother Meng, this lance is extremely important to us. I hope you can part with it. He knew very well that he first had to get Meng Hao to agree to a trade before he could compete with Tian Shuiyin. Tian Shuiyin also took a step forward. His voice became calm, but it carried a hint of threat. Old Freak Song is a ruthless and cruel man, and most of the things Brother Meng took are his beloved treasures. If it weren't for Elder Wu of our Ziyun sect holding him back, I'm afraid Brother Meng would already be in grave danger. Meng Hao frowned slightly and took a few steps back. He calmly said, this lance is just an ordinary object. Lu Song immediately sneered, Brother Meng, stop joking. I absolutely could not have mistaken it. That day, you were the one holding this lance. There was a dent on the shaft, which I saw very clearly that day. Tian Shui-yin slowly stepped forward. His expression remained polite, but his words carried a hint of pressure. Even if it is an ordinary object, we still want to buy it. We must obtain this lance, so I hope Brother Meng won't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, if we are unhappy, Brother Meng won't be happy either. Our Ziyun sect is one of the 5 great sects of the southern region, with power far beyond Daoist friends' imagination. Moreover, it is not that we want this lance, but rather that Elder Wu of our sect values it. Lu Song immediately laughed and chimed in, exactly. This Lu, out of respect for your demeanor on the treasure mountain, will not beat around the bush anymore. Today, whether you want to sell this lance or not, you must sell it. Meng Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering coldly in his heart. He knew very well that this lance was just ordinary iron, but since those people had assumed it was a divine weapon, he was too lazy to explain. Moreover, the other party had already made their intention to force a sale clear. If he did not agree, he feared it would be very difficult to leave Dongxiu City today. Meng Hao remained silent for a long time before speaking coldly, since you are determined to buy this lance, then name your price. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Shui-yin immediately waved his hand. Since Meng brother is reluctantly parting with it, this Tian will certainly not let you suffer a loss. I offer 500 spirit stones. But before he could finish, Lu Song sneered, ridiculous. You look down on Meng brother too much. You want to buy this supreme treasure with just 500 spirit stones. This Lu bids 1,500 spirit stones. The surrounding atmosphere instantly shook. Even Meng Hao was slightly startled. Why are these two suddenly competing? Ah, of course. Their master must have said that whoever brings back the precious lance will be rewarded, so both of them want to take the credit. Tian Shui-yin's face darkened. He turned around and barked in a low voice, give me all your spirit stones. Once we return to the sect, I will find a way to compensate you. The dozen or so Ziyun sect disciples behind him immediately gritted their teeth and took out all of their wealth. In just a brief moment, spirit stones piled up into glowing heaps. 2,100 spirit stones, Tian Shui-yin said in a cold voice. A total of 2,100 spirit stones. Brother Meng, this is this Tian's entire fortune. Seeing this, Lu Song's face also changed, but he still refused to back down. With his right hand, he immediately produced a pill bottle. Brother Meng, this Lu has run out of spirit stones, but I still have pills. Here are 3 heavenly water pills, suitable for cultivators below the 8th level of qi condensation. They are top-grade pills concocted by the Ziyun sect's pill room, each worth 500 spirit stones. Seeing his opponent's eyes turn red, Tian Shui-yin himself went completely mad. This Tian does not have heavenly water pills, but I see that Meng Hao is at the 7th level of qi condensation. I have 5 earth pills, which were rewards bestowed by the sect when I made contributions in the past, extremely suitable for the 7th level of qi condensation. Lu Song sneered, just earth pills. This Lu has them too. 10 earth pills immediately appeared. The more the two competed, the more stubborn they became. Standing to the side, Meng Hao's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He coughed lightly and said in a low voice, Brother Tian, this. Tian Shui-yin's expression instantly changed. He knew very well that the items he had offered could no longer compare to Lu Song's, and the qualification to enter the inner sect was more important than anything else. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Junior brother Lu, you are determined to compete with this Tian today, are you? Very well. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand forcefully, and a black nail instantly flew out of his storage bag, hovering in midair. Brother Meng, this is a magic weapon bestowed upon this Tian by the sect, named the life-seizing nail. This item is extremely keen and cold. Once it wounds someone, it will freeze the wound, causing cold qi to enter the body. Sun Hua stared at the black nail, his voice dry. This is the life-seizing nail of the Ziyun sect. I once heard an elder mention it. This is a unique treasure of the Ziyun sect. It is said there are only 108 of them, and each one possesses astonishing power. Lu Song's face changed repeatedly. Finally, he gritted his teeth fiercely. There was only one spot to become an inner sect disciple. If he backed down now, he would lose that opportunity forever. Lu Song gritted his teeth, suppressing his heartache, and slapped his storage bag hard. An object instantly flew out. It was a feather fan made of 16 spirit feathers. A 5-colored light flowed brilliantly across it. The moment it appeared, waves of pressure radiated outward, causing everyone around to draw in a cold breath. Brother Meng, this item is the Tian He fan, a valuable treasure of this Lu. It can be used without the need for refinement. It can carry a person in flight, change its size, and its 16 feathers can be shot out to attack enemies, or rotate in front of you to form a feather shield for both offense and defense. Although it is not a supreme treasure of the sect, it is an opportunity that this Lu obtained during a magical power encounter. Today, I bring it out to exchange with you, Taoist friend. Meng Hao took a deep breath. In his heart, besides joy, a hint of anxiety also arose. No way, can you guys not be so excited? This is trying to put me on the blacklist of the Ziyan sect. But now, it seems I can't say no anymore. Tian Shui-yin gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Brother Meng, I also have a rebirth pill that a 9th level qi condensation cultivator needs. This pill is extremely precious, just one pill is enough to tempt any 9th level qi condensation cultivator. Although it is not yet comparable to a foundation establishment pill, its value is also extremely high. Lu Song suddenly threw his head back and laughed out loud. Raising his right hand, he pulled a small brocade pouch from his robe. Immediately afterward, a black pill rolled out of his bag. This pill did not emit any spiritual energy at all, looking extremely ordinary at first glance. However, the pained expression on Lu Song's face made everyone realize that this item was absolutely extraordinary. Brother Meng, this pill cannot be swallowed, rather, it is a rare Dharma pill. If crushed, it will transform into a black crane. It contains a deadly poison that can heavily injure cultivators below the 9th level of qi condensation, and even killing them is not impossible. This Dharma pill was bestowed upon this Lu by my clan. Today, I am taking it out for you. Lu Song's eyes were bloodshot. He did not look at Meng Hao, but stared intently at Tian Shui-yin, determined to decide victory or defeat with his opponent to the very end. Tian Shui-yin's face flickered dramatically. A sharp gleam constantly flashed in his eyes, and a faint trace of killing intent flickered past before quickly disappearing. Only after a moment did he slowly speak, how about we count this treasure as being exchanged by both of us together, and bring it to Elder Wu for the elder to decide. Lu Song fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. That is also a way. Let's do it that way then. Immediately afterward, the two of them simultaneously rushed toward the lance. Each holding one end of the lance, they glared at each other warily, and then both transformed into streaks of rainbow light, flying straight out of Dongxiu City. Looking at the direction they departed, it was clearly toward that treasure mountain. Meng Hao's heart thumped. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately waved his hand to sweep all the spirit stones, pills, and magic weapons into his bag of holding, then turned around and fled at his top speed. At the same time, inside the Baijin pavilion, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction Meng Hao was fleeing. His voice sounded coolly, "These Ziyun sect disciples are truly foolish." Not having reached foundation establishment, they couldn't see through the mystery of this matter. They are indeed a bunch of useless people. That lance was merely an ordinary mortal weapon. That junior Meng Hao didn't lie from beginning to end. Meng Hao felt extremely uneasy. He exerted all his spiritual energy to flee at his maximum speed, not daring to pause for even a single step, fearing that any delay would instantly bring down an unstoppable catastrophe upon him. Previously I offended Song old freak, and now I've even offended the Ziyun sect, but this can't really be blamed on me. They were the ones who forced me to make the trade. Meng Hao sighed. Although he felt a bit guilty, he knew very well that under the circumstances at the time, he had no other choice. Right now, the only thing he wanted was to run as far away as possible, putting some distance between himself and that treasure mountain. I must quickly find a place to hide. If they catch up, it will be truly dangerous this time. I wonder when I will be able to step into the true foundation establishment stage and fly through the air. At the same time, on the treasure mountain within the mountain range, Wu Dingqiu stroked his beard and spoke with a faint smile, "Old freak song, your cultivation is not bad, but your heart realm is lacking. We cultivators focus on calming the breath and spirit condensing, remaining unfazed even if a mountain collapses before us. Look at you, just because a junior took some miscellaneous items, you've already become so unsettled." Old freak song immediately grew angry. "If it were you, you would be the same." Wu Dingqiu burst into laughter. "Of course not. If it were this Wu, I would only show appreciation rather than anger. Our Ziyun sect focuses on cultivating the mind, so how could we get angry over such a trivial matter? Old freak song, I'm not trying to lecture you, but when it comes to self-cultivation, you should really learn from our Ziyun sect." At this point, he smiled even more triumphantly. "How about this? After we finish this game of chess, come with me to the Ziyun sect. I will decide to let you read our sect's chi-nourishing scroll, so you can comprehend how to stabilize your breath and concentrate your spirit." Song old freak only snorted coldly and did not reply. Just then, two figures rushed up from the foot of the mountain. Tian Shui-yin and Lu Song were holding the iron spear, their expressions filled with excitement. As soon as they arrived, both bowed in salute simultaneously. "Greetings, Wu Elder. Your disciples have fulfilled the Elder's decree and successfully traded for this supreme treasure." This disciple greets Wu Elder. "Fortunately, we did not disappoint your expectations and finally managed to trade for the lance." Hearing this, Wu Dingqiu burst into laughter. "Not bad, you two did very well. This time, this old man has decided to promote you to inside sect disciples. But you didn't make things difficult for that little friend, did you?" Tian Shui-yin and Lu Song immediately replied, reporting to Wu Elder, "We only conducted a fair exchange and did not make things difficult for him at all." Only then did Wu Dingqiu laugh heartily in satisfaction. "Very well. Song old freak, come, let us appreciate this supreme treasure divine spear together." After saying that, he flicked his sleeve, and the iron lance immediately flew into his hand. However, the moment his hand touched the shaft of the lance, Wu Dingqiu's expression suddenly changed. "This iron lance, what did you trade for it?" Hearing this, Tian Shui-yin hurriedly replied. "This disciple paid 2,100 spirit stones, 7 earth pills, the sect's soul-seizing nail, and a rebirth pill." Standing beside him, Lu Song quickly added. "This disciple also paid 1,500 spirit stones, 3 heaven pills, a treasure fan, and a dharma pill." Old freak Song, who had been wearing a gloomy expression, turned to look as well. With just a single glance, his eyes instantly widened. The corners of his mouth slowly curled upward, and loud laughter echoed throughout the entire mountain peak. His laughter went on and on, as if he were venting every bit of frustration he had been holding in over the past few days. Wu Dingqiu trembled with rage from head to toe. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar. "You bunch of useless fools! This iron lance is a fake!" Old freak Song's laughter immediately echoed across the mountain peak. The laughter went on without end, as if he wanted to completely vent all the frustration he had accumulated over the past few days. Wu Dingqiu trembled all over with rage. He suddenly roared, "A bunch of useless fools, this iron spear is fake!" His violent aura turned into a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire mountain, spreading all the way down to its base. Tian Shui-yin and Lu Song coughed up blood at the same time, their bodies swaying as if they were about to collapse. Their minds went completely blank. "It's a fake." The two looked at each other, their expressions dazed to the extreme. Wu Dingqiu's furious roar echoed in all directions, even reaching as far as Dongxiu City. Sun Hua and his group, who had not yet left, were instantly shaken to their core. Sun Hua's eyes widened, his face filled with utter disbelief. "That spear is fake." Zhou Kai also gasped, "Senior brother Meng, you really have some guts." Meanwhile, the main culprit behind it all had already fled without a trace long ago. Half a month later, Meng Hao stopped in front of a cave located deep within the desolate mountains. Looking at the pitch-black cave entrance before him, he let out a soft breath. After running for half a month, those people from the Violet Fate sect shouldn't be able to catch up. His gaze darkened. "Right now, I have over 10,000 spirit stones and quite a few pills. It's the perfect time to go into seclusion. This cultivation cave doesn't look too bad either." Time passed quietly. 2 months later, a low rumble echoed within the cultivation cave. The aura around Meng Hao suddenly surged. Meng Hao slowly opened his eyes. He had reached the 8th level of qi condensation. But a moment later, he helplessly rubbed his temples. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough spirit stones. That copper mirror consumes far too many spirit stones. Duplicating a single earth-grade pill costs 100 spirit stones, and duplicating a heaven-grade pill for the 8th level of qi condensation requires 500 spirit stones each. This price is simply too exorbitant. Meng Hao looked down at the remaining pills in his hand. I've already used one heaven-grade pill, leaving me with 5. To reach the 9th level of qi condensation, I'll need at least 150 of them. 150 heaven pills are equivalent to more than 70,000 spirit stones, too expensive. If I don't use pills, I'll have to rely on long-term cultivation to make up for it, and with my talent, it would take even longer. Thinking of this, his gaze gradually became determined. I can't wait any longer, I must quickly become strong. I no longer have a sect. Unlike those people from the Ziyun sect who have backing, I must be stronger than them so I won't be bullied. Meng Hao stood silently in front of the cave entrance for a long time, then slowly clenched his fist. Actually, there's no need for any reason, it's simply that I want to become strong. My parents went missing when I was a child. If not for my will to be strong and my obsession, I wouldn't have survived until today. In the Cao San sect, if I didn't have the will to strive forward, I wouldn't have been able to become an inside sect disciple. Self-reliance and obsession, that is my future path. After exiting, Meng Hao continued on his way. Riding the Tian He fan, he flew across the clouds, his gaze looking into the far distance. A few months have passed, the disciples of the Ziyun sect have probably all left by now, right? Up ahead, it should be close to the capital of the Zhao kingdom. Thinking of that place, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Back then, 3 years of imperial examinations, 3 years of failing to make the list. I wasn't even qualified to go to the capital to take the final exam. Now, another 3 years have passed. I am no longer the scholar of those days, but have become a cultivator. Meng Hao looked toward the distant capital, his gaze gradually turning complex. I'll go take a look, if only to fulfill my wish from back then. As he neared the capital of the state of Zhao, Meng Hao happened to encounter a carriage. The owner of the carriage, assuming he was a scholar heading to the examinations, invited him to ride along. Sitting inside the carriage, the owner smiled and asked, "Are you also heading to the capital of the state of Zhao to take the exams, brother?" Meng Hao shook his head slightly. Years ago, when I studied, I dreamed of having my name on the golden roll. Now, that dream has shattered, and I only wish to look upon the grand pavilions once. Hearing this, the carriage owner immediately showed a look of regret. What a pity. Your bearing is extraordinary, brother. Truly a pity. The atmosphere inside the carriage was peaceful, while outside, the white snow fell silently. Meng Hao clasped his hands. Thank you, brother, for giving me a ride. The owner of the carriage immediately burst into hearty laughter. This humble scholar is named Chengdu. There is no need to be polite, brother. We are both scholars, we should help each other when out and about. Meng Hao also politely replied in a soft voice, this humble one is Meng Hao. Thank you, brother Zheng. But the moment he heard the name Meng, Chengdu's expression flickered. He immediately bowed in salute, the Meng surname, so it is the great surname of propriety and benevolence. This Zheng was impolite inside the carriage, I hope brother Meng can forgive me. Meng Hao was slightly taken aback, then smiled bitterly in resignation, brother Zheng, there is no need for this. There is really no need, it is just a surname. I have failed the examinations repeatedly and feel truly ashamed, I dare not accept this salute. But Chengdu shook his head very seriously, brother Meng, what you say is incorrect. This surname carries magical powers, passed down from ancient times. Even if you do not pass the imperial examinations, as long as benevolence and propriety remain in your heart, you are still a true great scholar. The carriage continued to roll through the snow. Looking at the snowy scenery outside the window, Meng Hao suddenly asked, brother Zheng, what is a scholar? Chengdu slowly replied, rights and music, benevolence and righteousness, loyalty and empathy, the golden mean, that is what makes a scholar. Meng Hao asked again, then what is life? Chengdu fell silent. Life? Meng Hao looked at the snowflakes outside. Snow only appears in winter and can only live in the cold wind. Therefore, the freezing winter is its life. Snow can only live in winter. If it gets close to fire, it will melt away. That, too, is its life. No matter how much it yearns for summer, it can only quietly depart. Saying this, he reached out his hand to catch a falling snowflake. The moment the snowflake touched his palm, it turned into water. The snowflake in my palm turned into water because this is not its world. Not long after, the carriage entered the capital city. Snow was still drifting down in the quiet night. Meng Hao got down from the carriage, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Zheng, for your company along the way." Zhengdu also clasped his fists in return. "Brother Meng, you are too polite." Meng Hao turned and walked into the long, snow-covered street. Behind him, Zhengdu watched his receding figure, his heart trembling slightly. Yearning for summer. But can only live in winter, only to quietly fade away. Is that the life of snow? Zhengdu stood in the falling snow, quietly watching Meng Hao's receding figure. In his heart, the words about snow and life still echoed. Is that the life of snow? Many years later, Zhengdu indeed became a grand scholar renowned throughout the Zhao kingdom. Whenever winter came, in the midst of a snowy night, he would unconsciously raise his hand to catch a falling snowflake. Watching the snow in his palm slowly melt into water, he would think back to many years ago. He would remember that snowy night, and a scholar named Meng Hao. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was already standing in front of the Tang Tower. The tall tower stood majestically amidst the falling snow, its curved eaves layered upon layered. The dim lights in the winter night made the entire place look like a corner of a dream realm. Meng Hao looked up. Is that the Tang Tower? When I was young, I often heard my mother say that in the capital of every country, there is a Tang Tower. It is said to be the closest place to Chang'an outside of the eastern lands. Perhaps that is why I wanted to pass the examinations to go to the Great Tang. He walked slowly through the tower corridor, his gaze lingering on an ancient painting. Is this a painting of the Great Tang? Outside, the snow fell heavier and heavier. Meng Hao stepped onto the top of the tower, standing in the night as he looked down at the entire capital city covered in white snow. Light stretched out endlessly, and kitchen smoke quietly rose into the winter sky. But after a moment of silence, he only let out a soft sigh. So, even from here, one still cannot see Chang'an. Meng Hao's gaze gradually grew deep. In the past, my desire to take the imperial examinations was so that I could go to the Great Tang to find my parents. Now that I have become a cultivator, I can fly directly to the Great Tang. The path I walk is different, but the direction remains unchanged. Saying this, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged amidst the freezing snow on the roof. The night wind gently blew against his robes, and memories from many years ago slowly resurfaced. I remember that day, a purple wind rose outside. Father was also wearing a long purple robe, standing by the window looking at the purple wind out there. He turned his head to look at me, his eyes filled with reluctance. I still remember my mother's soft weeping. Though not loud, it was filled with sorrow, yet also carried a touch of resolve. Outsiders all say my parents are dead, but I know they are only missing. They are still somewhere in this world, and I still have a chance to see them again. Meng Hao sat atop the roadside pavilion for the entire night. His heart realm, which had been somewhat chaotic, finally calmed down after he recalled the past memories of his parents. When dawn broke, he slowly stood up, brushed the snow off his shoulders, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I suppose I visited the place that once appeared in my dreams of the past. Tonight, my heart realm is indeed much more at ease, it's time to hit the road. With that, Meng Hao directly controlled the Tian he fanned to fly away from the pavilion. But right at that moment, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed. A massive beam of white light unexpectedly shot down from the sky, completely enveloping the pavilion. His expression changed instantly. He forcefully landed on a nearby rooftop and looked up. What is that? A beam of light? Mortals surely cannot see this light, only those with spiritual energy in their bodies can perceive it. He stared at the pillar of light piercing straight from the heavens to the earth, his mind growing increasingly filled with doubt. But why didn't I notice it before? Soon, Meng Hao noticed the area beneath the tower. His gaze gradually turned solemn. There are people kneeling and praying beneath the tower, and the light appeared along with them. What is this? How bizarre. Immediately after, a sudden change erupted. With a booming roar that echoed through heaven and earth, the colossal pillar of light connecting the sky and the ground suddenly shook violently. Dark clouds in the sky swirled frantically, and bolts of blue lightning exploded in midair. In the blink of an eye, a massive black vortex condensed directly above the tower. Gales howled and lightning raged wildly, the entire sky seemed as if it were being torn apart. Manhwa stared at the continuously expanding black vortex, his pupils instantly contracting. What? A black vortex had appeared in the sky, but he quickly realized something was amiss. No, there's something inside the vortex. Thunder roared madly within the black storm as countless pieces of debris and ash were swept up into the air. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately circulated his cultivation base, transforming into a beam of light that shot away from the area of the Tang Tower. Only when he had put some distance between them did Manhwa's expression ease slightly. However, a look of lingering dread that was hard to conceal remained in his eyes. That thing is far too bizarre, he said, his voice completely hoarse. Just now, I seem to see a giant coffin in the midst of those dry bones. Sitting cross-legged on top of the coffin was a withered skeleton. At this point, Manhwa's pupils contracted slightly once more. The moment I saw it, it also opened its eyes and looked at me. Within those gray pupils, 7 star-like points of light were rotating. The instant its gaze fell upon me, my mind shook violently, and I couldn't even close my eyes. My eyes stung with pain, and my body even showed signs of withering, with wisps of black chi seeping out from my pores. That was absolutely not an illusion. The Tang Tower is definitely no mortal object. Just what kind of existence is it? To be stared at by the corpse inside that vortex. I'm afraid this is not a good sign. Manhwa looked down at his arm, his expression extremely grim. Wisps of bizarre black smoke continuously drifted from his body. The flesh on his arm had also withered somewhat, as if his blood essence had been silently drained by something. He clenched his fist, a cold sensation rising in his heart. It was most likely caused by that gaze. As he spoke, he recalled that bizarre pupil, a deep sense of dread still lingering in his eyes. Behind him, the illusory image of a ferocious face flickered within the smoke, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. Manhwa frowned and muttered in a low voice, "This is too much like an evil sect." He looked up at the black smoke rising continuously into the sky, his expression growing heavier. Furthermore, the black smoke inside my body is still constantly dispersing. These plumes of smoke gathering in midair are far too conspicuous. Right now, I'm no different from a torch in the dark. Thinking of this, he immediately turned and dashed into the deep mountains. I'll find a cave to hide in for now. Not long after, Manhwa stood inside a deep mountain cave, his face filled with frustration. He discovered that even though he was hiding inside a sealed stone cave, the black smoke could still seep through the rock walls and spread outside. He gritted his teeth, so furious he wanted to curse. Are you out of your mind? This smoke can actually penetrate even mountain rocks. He watched the wisp of smoke snaking its way up into the sky, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. Gradually, Manhwa discovered something. If he stayed in one place for too long, the black smoke would condense above his head. From a distance, it looked exactly like a rare treasure emerging into the world. Because of this, he had no choice but to keep fleeing deeper into the great mountains, flying while using his spiritual energy to disperse the smoke. During the day, the smoke was a gloomy black, but at night it turned a faint white, emitting an eerie glow that made his scalp tingle. As Manhwa dashed through the night forest, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, how much longer is this bone ash going to last? Do you really want to turn me into a beacon for the entire world?" 7 days passed, and Manhwa was on the verge of collapse. He leaned against a large boulder, tilting his head back as he gasped for breath. "This is exhausting me to death." But soon, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He realized that the withered flesh on his body had gradually restored itself, and the amount of black smoke he was emitting had also weakened significantly. Manhwa sat up, finally feeling a bit relieved. It seems that in at most a month, these bones will completely disappear. But just thinking about having to run for another month, his mouth twitched. I still have to keep running. This is really too exhausting. Right at that moment, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed as he sensed someone approaching. His mouth twitched again, and he instantly sprang to his feet. Someone's coming again. I have to keep running. Just as he was about to leave, 4 figures appeared in the distance, rapidly rushing toward him. A man with shoulder-length hair holding a white pearl stared with bright eyes at the black smoke surrounding Meng Hao. Senior brother, I found the source. The death aura is emanating from this very place. Meng Hao stood in place, looking down at the smoke around his body, his heart sinking slightly. He could sense that this smoke was like the ashes left after life was burned away, carrying a dense aura of death. The man smiled and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting, though his eyes were filled with scrutiny. Taoist friend, I am Yen Zigua of the Feng Han sect. Could you explain why such a dense death aura is emanating from your body? But at that very moment, before Yen Zigua could even react, Meng Hao shot forward. Yen Zigua's hands instantly formed an incantation gesture, and purplish-black violet flame erupted with a roar. Taoist friend, please stay your steps. His words were polite, but his killer move descended directly. Meng Hao turned his head to look at the approaching violet flame, his eyes instantly turning ice-cold. You call this an invitation? As soon as the words left his mouth, he fiercely flicked his sleeve. 4 flying swords shot out, tearing through the air at a speed so fast they left behind layers of afterimages. Explode! Meng Hao barked coldly, and immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the mountain forest. A rolling sea of fire swallowed the entire forest ahead. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere as a heatwave swept in all directions, causing the faces of the Feng Han sect members to pale in unison. They retreated hastily, their eyes filled with shock. One of them cried out in disbelief, the 8th level of qi condensation. How could an 8th level qi condensation cultivator appear in a place like this? Another stared intently at the treasure fan beneath Meng Hao's feet, his voice trembling. That fan is a flying magic weapon, and an incredibly powerful divine weapon at that. Even Yen Zigua took a deep breath, greed and suspicion flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at the fellow disciples behind him. Have any of you ever heard of anyone in the Zhao Kingdom cultivation world possessing this kind of treasure fan? The 3 looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. But very quickly, the woman standing behind suddenly remembered something, her expression shifting slightly. Yen's senior brother, a few months ago I heard the Chu Shui sect mention a feather treasure fan, which seemed to be related to an inside sect disciple of the Cao Sen sect named Meng Hao. Yen Zigua narrowed his eyes slightly. He immediately slapped his storage bag, and a jade slip instantly appeared in his hand. The sect indeed has records of someone named Meng Hao. Furthermore, there were specific instructions that if we encounter him, we must find a way to test the power of the supreme treasure on him. Yen Zigua let out a sinister laugh, quite good luck indeed. Meng Hao was rushing forward at extreme speed, his heart filled with immense frustration. Recently, he had repeatedly encountered cultivators who suddenly appeared, and moreover, they would attack the moment they met, definitely not being of the kind-hearted sort. Besides, that guy just now attacked right off the bat, definitely not a good sort. Killing him offhand meant he wouldn't be tailing me anymore. Meng Hao remained silent for a long time. Covering his mouth with his hand, he said in a low voice, lately, this bizarre smoke has made me too irritable, and I was a bit extreme. But killing that person just now shouldn't go against my conscience. Behind him, the black mist churned, condensing into a ferocious face like a malevolent ghost, looking incredibly sinister. Right at that moment, heaven and earth suddenly shook, and a world-shaking explosion suddenly echoed across the sky. A crimson light instantly blanketed the firmament, as if the blue sky had been dyed red with fresh blood. Meng Hao stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky, his expression filled with shock. What's happening? The entire sky has turned red. At that same moment, within the Feng Han sect of the state of Zhao, the core formation elders broke out of their secluded meditation and flew out one after another. The long-haired grand elder, his face pale, looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, what happened? Why is there a sound coming from the center of the southern domain? That's impossible. The distance from here to the center of the southern domain is extremely vast, there is no way the sound could have traveled here in such a short time. The Fang Yi sect and the Chu Shui sect were also completely shaken. The expressions of every core formation old monster changed dramatically. A white-haired powerhouse of the Feng Yi sect stared at the blood-red sky, his pupils contracting violently. This is no ordinary sound. Otherwise, it could absolutely not have reached the Zhao kingdom so quickly. The speed of this sound could destroy all existence. With a boom, a blinding white rift suddenly appeared in the blazing red sky. That rift seemed to directly rip the heavens apart. Meng Hao stood on the mountain peak, his face gradually turning pale, his mouth trembling slightly. The sky has split open. Immediately after, the entire heaven and earth seemed to plunge into endless darkness. A beam of red light suddenly shot down from the rift in the sky, its speed so fast that the naked eye could not track it. In the next instant, the ground in the distance exploded, and a violent shockwave swept across all directions. The howling gale caused Meng Hao's robes to flutter violently. He had to raise his hand to shield his face, gritting his teeth as he roared, "What on earth is happening? Why have I been encountering such earth-shattering anomalies lately? Trouble, don't come looking for me anymore, don't come looking for me anymore, don't come looking for me anymore." Meng Hao had no idea that this anomaly had appeared in the center of the distant southern region, let alone that in just 7 short days, a piece of news had swept through the entire southern region like a tempest, shaking countless cultivators to their very souls. From the heavens, a corpse had fallen. 7 days later, in the depths of the quiet mountains, massive spell formation runes suddenly flared with light. A silvery white glow spread across the ground like a tide, and a dense sealing aura caused the very air to freeze. Meng Hao stood in the center of the spell formation, his cold gaze sweeping over his surroundings as he muttered under his breath, "A sealing restriction." Invisible ripples of spiritual light covering the bodies of the surrounding crowd gradually faded, revealing their figures. Clearly, they had been hiding here for a long time, waiting for him to step into the center of the grand formation. A woman standing in the distance, holding a blue orb that was now covered in countless cracks, had a slight change in expression as she said, "Grand Senior Brother, the orb has cracked. It can no longer conceal our aura." Hearing this, Yen Zigua merely gave a faint smile, his expression indescribably sinister as he said slowly, "It doesn't matter." He looked at Meng Hao as if looking at prey that had fallen into a net. "Fellow Taoist Meng, you certainly made it difficult for us to find you." Meng Hao raised his head slightly, his icy gaze locking onto the other party, his voice devoid of any emotion. "It's you again." His eyes swept over the surroundings, and seeing that the opponent had called for reinforcements, a cold sneer immediately curled the corners of his lips. "Oh, you even brought helpers." Right at that moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. The person stood upon a flying sword, hovering in midair, his black robe with gold trim fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent, but the aura radiating from his body pressed down like a great mountain, making the surrounding air turn heavy. This person was a cultivator of the Feng Han sect, Lu Dao Yun, at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. Upon seeing the opponent's cultivation, Meng Hao's pupils constricted slightly, and an immense pressure welled up in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, 9th level. His strength is on par with Shangguan Tu, almost half-step foundation establishment. I am absolutely no match for him. Seeing Meng Hao's expression, Yen Zigua's smile grew even more ferocious. Pointing at the grand formation beneath their feet, he said coldly, "You are indeed cunning, no wonder you could trick the people of the Ziyun sect. But even if you haven't entered the center of the seal, as long as you have stepped into this formation, with Senior Brother Lu here, you are dead meat today. Obediently hand over the real supreme treasure, and I might still leave you with an intact corpse." Before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from the forest behind them. 2 giant white wolves charged out of the woods like 2 silver-white gales. Yen Zigua barked, "Where did these demon beasts come from?" and immediately waved his hand, unleashing a giant claw. The purplish-black giant claw tore through the air, carrying billowing demon energy as it struck directly at the 2 white wolves. But in the very next instant, a streak of black light shot out at an unimaginable speed, piercing straight through Yen Zigua's head. A bloody glow splattered, and his face froze in sheer terror. Yen Zigua's eyes went wide, his gaze shifting from shock to despair. A moment later, his body shattered with a loud bang into countless frozen chunks of black flesh, scattering all over the ground. Meng Hao coldly raised his hand. "Retrieve," he said, and the soul-snatching nail flew back into his left hand. It was a unique magic weapon of the Ziyun sect. Tian Shui-yin had once gifted it to Meng Hao in exchange for the iron spear. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's right hand was holding a scroll, the landscape beast-controlling painting he had picked up on old Freak Song's Snow Mountain. Meng Hao had already released the mist beasts from within, keeping them hidden around him to guard against any unforeseen danger. At this moment, Meng Hao did not hesitate. His eyes turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "Attack that woman." In the next instant, a ferocious white mist beast roared as it charged out, pouncing directly toward the woman. The woman's face flickered, and a look of anxiety appeared on her face as she rapidly retreated. However, Meng Hao was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind her. Although she was beautiful, anyone here was Meng Hao's enemy. Meng Hao gave her a cold glance. He reached out with his right hand, and the orb instantly landed in his grasp. The woman's eyes widened, and she cried out in horror, "Ah, the sealing orb." Meng Hao squeezed his hand, and the orb instantly shattered. With a boom, the surrounding sealing formation flickered and began to dissipate. Immediately afterward, Meng Hao threw the woman toward the Feng Han sect disciples, then stepped onto his treasure fan and shot away. Lu Daoyun looked up, reacting incredibly fast. "You killed members of my Feng Han sect. Don't even think about escaping alive today. Chase him." The Feng Han sect disciples charged forward frantically. One of the leaders gritted his teeth and roared, "You killed members of our Feng Han sect. Today, you are dead for sure." Meng Hao suddenly spun around, fiercely waving his right hand behind him. In that instant, a large black net suddenly appeared. This black net grew larger and larger, heading straight toward the disciples of the Feng Han sect. This black net was precisely the supreme treasure he had picked up on the sacred mountain of the Song Old Freak. The faces of the Feng Han sect disciples all changed color. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Behind them, Lu Daoyun stared intently at Meng Hao's magic weapon, greed gradually appearing in his eyes. This Meng Hao really has quite a few treasures. If so, wouldn't that legendary iron spear be even more terrifying? He absolutely must not be allowed to escape. Meng Hao stood on the treasure fan, his expression gloomy, the death aura on his body still radiating at this moment. He took out the storage bag he had just snatched from the female disciple of the Feng Han sect and quickly checked inside. After a few breaths, he suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing, "Sure enough, it's here." Meng Hao immediately took out a white pearl. As soon as it was taken out, the death aura on his body immediately merged into it. After only 10 breaths, this pearl had turned black, unable to continue absorbing the death aura. Meng Hao frowned, examining the pearl in his hand. "Earlier, I saw her use this kind of pearl to absorb death aura. If I duplicate a few more, I should be able to completely suck away the death aura." His gaze turned cold once more. He knew very well that killing the disciples behind him would not be difficult, but that Lu Daoyun had already reached the 9th level of qi condensation. If he were to be entangled by him for too long, his situation would become extremely perilous. Just then, two figures suddenly materialized, simultaneously forming hand seals to cast a spell. Meng Hao's expression changed the moment he sensed the oncoming killing intent. Boom! A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, carrying a violent pressure as it struck directly toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hao immediately slapped his bag of holding. Several flying swords transformed into rainbows and shot out, colliding violently with the lightning bolt. Only now did the two cultivators fully reveal themselves. Both were at the 8th level of qi condensation, their feet resting on a deep green flute half a zhang long. The one on the left spoke coldly, he blocked it. "It seems we failed." The other sneered, "It doesn't count as a failure. He only barely managed to defend himself and has yet to escape." Just then, a loud shout echoed from below, "Meng Hao, as expected, you are still in the Zhao kingdom." The newcomer was Sun Hua of the Chu Shui sect. He immediately pointed straight at Meng Hao and said to the other two, "Senior brother Zhu, senior brother Su, he is Meng Hao. He has the supreme treasure of patriarch reliance on him. Even the Ziyun sect was tempted by it, it is absolutely a heaven-shaking treasure. Furthermore, he is also carrying quite a few magic weapons from the Ziyun sect." As Sun Hua spoke to this point, his heart thumped wildly, and his eyes shone with blatant greed. He had always remembered the magic weapons on Meng Hao's person, even dreaming of snatching them away for many nights. Fortunately, a few days ago, he had met junior sister Han of the Feng Han sect. During an intimate moment, she had accidentally let slip Meng Hao's whereabouts, and after his persistent questioning, he finally pried the truth out of her. Therefore, he immediately sought out his fellow disciples and used a bead that absorbed death aura to track Meng Hao's aura. Hearing all of this, Meng Hao's expression grew even more somber. The Chu Shui sect has actually joined forces with the Feng Han sect to stop me? Right at that moment, a ray of sword light came whistling from the distance. Lu Daoyun appeared, riding his sword, his long robes fluttering in the wild wind. He said coldly, "Are those two Daoist friends from the Chu Shui sect ahead? I am Lu Daoyun of the Feng Han sect. This person once killed a disciple of our sect in Yanzi state. Please hand him over to me." Meng Hao snorted coldly. The treasure fan beneath his feet immediately accelerated, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as it shot into the distance. His expression was extremely grim. The people of the Feng Han sect still refused to give up, and now Sun Hua and the Chu Shui sect had joined the pursuit. Being hunted by two factions at the same time made him frown deeply. It seems a tall tree really does attract the wind. Those two are both at the 8th level of qi condensation, they won't be easy to deal with. Thinking of this, a sense of unwillingness welled up in Meng Hao's heart. If only I had enough spirit stones to duplicate the heaven pills. Once I reach the 9th level of qi condensation, I won't have to fear them at all. He even briefly considered selling some of his magic weapons in exchange for spirit stones. High in the air, Zhu and Su transformed into streaks of rainbow light, pursuing closely behind. Lu Daoyun said coldly, "Are you two not planning to yield him to us?" The two Chu Shui sect cultivators immediately sneered. "Is Meng Hao a member of your family? Or did you raise him? On what basis should we hand him over to you?" Lu Daoyun's eyes instantly turned ice cold. "Then let's see who has the skill." With those words, he raised his hand and pointed a finger. Cold qi instantly condensed at his fingertip, causing the surrounding air to be covered in frost, qi condensation, wind frost finger. The two Chu Shui sect cultivators also simultaneously formed hand seals, heavenly thunder spirit. In the blink of an eye, the frost finger and the thunder magic tore through the air at the same time, shooting straight toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face flickered. Without the slightest hesitation, he stomped hard on the treasure fan beneath his feet. Immediately, 4 feathers shot out from the treasure fan, transforming into beams of spiritual light that clashed violently with the frost finger and thunder magic in midair. Sun Hua looked at the treasure fan beneath Meng Hao's feet, his expression instantly turning grim. He knew very well that the fan was originally a magic weapon swindled from a disciple of the Ziyan sect. Not only could it be used to fly through the air, but each feather on it was also a single-use divine weapon of slaughter. As long as spiritual energy was infused into them, they could transform into a deadly killer move. However, this kind of magic weapon also had a fatal weakness. Once the feathers were completely consumed, the speed of the treasure fan would drop drastically. Up ahead, Meng Hao gave a low shout, "Go!" He waved his hand, and immediately, several feathers flew out from his holding bag, turning into spiritual light and merging into the empty spots on the treasure fan. As soon as Lu Daoyun saw this, he was startled. He can actually replenish the feathers. This treasure fan is indeed a precious treasure, that kid is truly loaded. Behind him, the cultivators of the Winding Water sect and the Cold Wind sect pursued relentlessly. Spells whistled through the air, transforming into lightning, frost, and sword aura, all blasting toward Meng Hao simultaneously. Meng Hao did not stop for a moment, continuously activating the treasure fan beneath his feet. Feathers shot out one after another, transforming into sharp beams of light that clashed violently with the spells behind him. Booms echoed relentlessly in midair. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and swallowed a pill to sustain his spiritual energy, silently calculating in his mind, fleeing like this consumes too much. My pills are almost depleted, my only option is to rely on demon pills to replenish my spiritual energy. Behind him, 2 Winding Water sect cultivators also swallowed pills at the same time, sneering, "If he uses pills, so will we. We have far more than he does." Lu Daoyun glanced at the two of them, thinking disdainfully, merely the 8th level of qi condensation. Right at that moment, as Meng Hao was hurtling through the deep forest, he suddenly felt an intense wave of killing intent surging from the side. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively turned his head to look. In the distance, a pitch-black arrow ripped through the void, shooting forward at an extreme speed. In an instant, the arrow pierced through Meng Hao's body, spraying fresh blood into the air. His body was immediately knocked off the treasure fan, crashing violently onto the ground and dragging a long trench through the forest. The two Chu Shui sect cultivators and Lu Dao Yun both changed expression, their eyes filled with shock. They had absolutely no idea that someone had been lying in ambush beforehand. From the cold forest, a man slowly stepped out. Looking at the heavily injured Meng Hao on the ground, he spoke calmly, "I am a disciple of the Ziyun sect, ordered by the sect to take your life." Ding Xian of the Ziyun sect, obeying the sect's decree to take your life, Ding Xian said indifferently. He had received the order to hunt Meng Hao long ago in the Zhao kingdom, and had been secretly searching for him for several months. Only today, by relying on a secret technique, was he able to locate his target. In truth, he had arrived early on, but had remained on the sidelines observing, never rushing to make his move. Meng Hao's face was extremely grim. In just a single day, 3 successive waves of hunts had appeared. 2 at the 8th level of qi condensation, and 2 at the 9th level of qi condensation. With his current cultivation, it was already difficult to withstand them, let alone when his injuries had not yet healed. The situation could be said to be perilous to the extreme. The people of the Chu Shui sect immediately hesitated upon seeing Ding Xian appear. "It's someone from the Ziyun sect, this is going to be difficult to handle. How troublesome, it's the Ziyun sect again." Ding Xian's cultivation had clearly reached the 9th level of qi condensation, yet he only looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. This caused even Lu Dao Yun, who was also at the 9th level of qi condensation, to be secretly shocked. To have such cultivation at this age, this person must be a genius of a major sect. Right at that moment, Meng Hao suddenly produced a silver spear. "You are all here for this lance." The moment he saw that object, Sun Hua's eyes instantly lit up, and he roared frantically. "That is the lance. That is the supreme treasure bestowed upon him by the Cao Sen old ancestor." Meng Hao showed a look of heartache, his expression extremely unsightly, as if he had been pushed into a corner. He directly flung the silver spear in his hand far away. "Fine, if that's the case, this supreme treasure consumes an extreme amount of spiritual energy. Without reaching foundation establishment, it's difficult to unleash its true power. Whoever has the ability, come and get it yourself." The spiritual energy in his body instantly surged into his arm. With a booming sound, the silver spear in his hand instantly transformed into a silver streak tearing through the wind, shooting forward at an incredible speed. As the silver spear flew out, it instantly reflected a dazzling radiance under the sunlight, causing everyone to instinctively look toward it. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the lance. Sun Hua was the first to change direction, divine spear. Even the 2 from the Chu Shui sect, including Zhu Su, immediately gave up hunting Meng Hao, rushing forward with all their might to fight for the supreme treasure. In their eyes, the divine spear was far more important than a human life. Lu Dao Yun's expression also changed. In his heart, he was still hesitant, not knowing whether that long spear was real or fake after all. After all, he had not yet entered foundation establishment and had not yet birthed spiritual sense, making it fundamentally difficult to see through. But the people of the Chu Shui sect are here. If they manage to snatch the divine spear, it will be difficult for me to report back. Damn it, the divine spear is still more important. Thinking of this, Lu Dao Yun immediately rushed toward the silver spear. Just as they were about to arrive, a cold shout suddenly echoed from behind. "Junior brother Sun Hua, go pick up the spear quickly. We will block Lu Dao Yun." Only Ding Xian remained as calm as ever from beginning to end. He only spared a glance at the silver spear before continuing to hunt Meng Hao. In his eyes, his sole mission was to take his opponent's life, whether the precious treasure was real or fake did not matter at all. "You cannot escape. If you surrender peacefully, this Ding will not kill you, but will only escort you back to the sect to await judgment." Meng Hao asked in a cold voice, "Does Daoist friend Ding know the truth of my matter with the Ziyun sect?" Ding Xian's expression remained as indifferent as before. "This Ding does not need to know. Once you are brought back to the sect, an elder will naturally handle it. My Ziyun sect is a major sect of the southern region, we will naturally distinguish right from wrong, truth from falsehood. Meng Hao clenched his fists. The matter that day was not decided by this Meng. It was Tian Shui-yin and Lu Song who forced the purchase. I already told them the iron spear was just a mortal object, but they were stubborn and even threatened me. The fault does not lie with this Meng. Hearing this, Ding Xian only replied coldly, how can you say you are not at fault? You could have easily crushed the iron spear on the spot and taken out the real precious treasure to exchange. Had you done so, today's consequences would never have happened. While the two were conversing, the area below had fallen into complete chaos. Sun Hua frantically rushed forward to seize the spear. The divine spear is mine. The members of the Feng Han sect and Chu Shui sect also instantly clashed in a chaotic melee. Lu Daoyun raised his sword to block the heavenly spirit lightning unleashed by the two of Zhu Su's group, then suddenly spun around and barked, insolent. Qi condensation, Feng Han finger. As soon as his voice fell, billowing cold energy instantly gathered at his fingertip. He coldly pointed a finger downward. In an instant, a beam of cold light tore through the air, shooting straight toward Sun Hua at an astonishing speed. Sun Hua's face paled the moment he turned around. That finger beam came too fast, giving him absolutely no chance to dodge. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. A look of ferocity and madness flashed in his eyes. He knew he only had one path to survival left, and that was the divine spear in his hand. In this life-or-death moment, Sun Hua gritted his teeth, tightly gripped the silver spear, spun around, and fiercely swung it at the incoming cold light. Break! Boom! The silver spear clashed directly with the Feng Han finger. But at the very moment of contact, the power of the divine spear did not manifest at all as imagined. The cold gleam pierced through too quickly, directly impaling Sun Hua's chest. In the distance, Lu Daoyun's pupils constricted, and his face instantly froze. The members of the Feng Han sect and Chu Shui sect below were also collectively stunned. No one expected that the divine spear, which had driven everyone into a frenzy of competition, would ultimately be shattered so easily by a single finger. Silver. Why is it silver? Sun Hua lowered his head to look at the shattered spear in his hand. Blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth. His entire body trembled, his eyes dazed as he stared at the silver fragments, his mouth constantly muttering, how could it be silver? It really is silver. Immediately after, his body crashed heavily to the ground, his vitality instantly dissipating completely. Deafening explosions continuously shook the mountains and forests. Ding Xian pressed closely from behind, giving Meng Hao absolutely no chance to catch his breath. From time to time, sharp arrows would come screaming from behind, accompanied by the sharp sound of tearing wind, forcing Meng Hao to continuously retrieve magic weapons to defend himself. Meng Hao's face grew increasingly grim, and he gradually began to understand. With his strength, he could have easily caught up to me, yet he only follows behind. A dark gleam flickered in his eyes. Is he playing with me? Or is he waiting until my spiritual energy is completely depleted? Immediately after, Meng Hao swallowed another demon pill to sustain his spiritual energy. Demon energy immediately surged around his body. Strands of eerie black smoke continuously wrapped around his body, making his face look even paler. Seeing this, Ding Xian let out a cold sneer. You treat demon pills as pills to recover spiritual energy. Do you not know the consequences of forcibly swallowing them? Your body will gradually wither, producing a violent rejection, and even your blood will be infused with demon energy. He lightly licked his lips, a morbid excitement flickering in his eyes. This Ding really wants to see what you will look like after your entire body is completely demonized. When I kill you then, perhaps I can even refine an 8th level Qi condensation demon pill. Hearing these words, Meng Hao's face grew even darker. This time, it's truly troublesome. The opponent is stronger than me, and my entire body is emitting black mist, revealing my location, making it impossible to hide. I don't have many pills left on me. The spiritual energy consumed during flight cannot be replenished in time. Every condition is unfavorable to me. I'm afraid this hurdle will be difficult to overcome. Not long after, Meng Hao crossed a mountain range. In front of him, a vast lake immediately appeared. The moment he saw it, Meng Hao was deeply shaken. This is the North Sea, have I returned to Dashan Mountain? His gaze gradually focused on the quiet lake surface of the North Sea. An idea immediately flashed in his mind. Behind him, Ding Xian was still pursuing at an unhurried pace. His gaze toward Meng Hao was like someone enjoying a toy. Why does he have so many demon pills? But it doesn't matter. Before killing him, I just need to force the answer out of him. The corner of his mouth curled up, filled with evil energy. More than that, I want to see what he looks like after swallowing more demon pills and becoming completely demonized. Meng Hao suddenly stopped above the North Sea, causing Ding Xian to also slowly halt his steps. At this moment, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, immediately throwing a black net toward Ding Xian. As soon as it appeared, the black net immediately expanded to 3 zhang, directly sweeping down toward Ding Xian. Seeing it draw near, Ding Xian merely waved his hand lightly. Boom! A whirlwind immediately rose from the void, wrapping around the black net and preventing it from descending. As if it had lost its connection with Meng Hao, it flew wobbling away toward the horizon. You dare to bring out such trash treasure to embarrass yourself? Ding Xian sneered. But at that very moment, he suddenly saw Meng Hao take out an ancient scroll painting, upon which ferocious illustrations of demon beasts appeared. At this moment, Meng Hao no longer had any intention of running away.